Yeah, go on then. I think we're going to just give it 5 minutes, just in case anyone else turns up, and then we'll start.
Have you met Catherine, Naomi?
No. Hi, Catherine.
So Catherine wants to be a barrister.
Oh, cool.
And she's fab.
We've got. Have you got that thing?
What thing? The sheet?
Yeah, because Ian's coming today as well.
Yeah, she's coming for that.
Right, cool.
Yeah.
So is he listed in the thing? I don't think he is.
The CPL thing?
Let me just have a look at the form.
Oh,
The
the
time.
tiny coat's like blinding.
The time thing. Right, okay.
Isn't it?
Oh, right, okay. Perfect. Okay. Right. I'll just keep this. Alright. I'll take the microphone. Should we start? Just kick on.
Yeah. We'll kick off. It'll be a nice intimate session.
Okay, good morning everyone. Today we are talking about skills of tomorrow. So you can see up here, this was a report that the World Economic Forum did of the future job skills of tomorrow. And you can see there, it's top 10 skills of 2025. So this is exactly what employers are looking for. So brilliant if you've got qualifications and you've got your degree or your master's, etc. But actually these skills up here are the things that employers want. And what we're going to do during this session is just talk through them. But before we do that, I would just like to ask you, based on the skills that we've got listed on here, which ones, how many out of those, I think there is 10, there's 10. How many of those 10 skills that are listed up there do you think that you have in your toolbox? And that's an open question to you all. And when you have, just shout out and let me know. 8, okay. 6. 7. 4. 7, okay. And what do you think about those statements up there? What's the thing that shines out for you personally?
Can I join in?
Yeah, go for it.
So resilience, stress tolerance and flexibility. I think that is a really important one. However, I know I have that, but it's took years to work on it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think one thing to think about is you might not be absolutely perfect at this, but you more than likely will have done parts of it. So yeah, resilience, stress tolerance and flexibility. I have reasoning, problem solving and ideation. I've got that too, but again, it's taken time.
There's one thing on there that I don't know whether it's not listed. So one thing that isn't on there that I think should be is multitasking. The ability to be able to do several different tasks interchangeably during your day, because most jobs you're not doing the same thing all the time. So I would add multitasking to that. Is there anything else that you'd add to that list? Anyone else?
Sometimes, often when you see lists of skills,
Yep.
it's just words.
Yeah.
It doesn't actually tell you a task
Yep.
or
Yep.
a reality of the job. So
Yep.
sometimes these feel quite alien to me.
Yep.
Because you don't think, oh well, that's resilience or that's critical
Yep.
thinking. So sometimes those feel alien, but the actions don't.
So what you've got to do, you've got to read between the lines. And actually, on any job spec, and I was having this conversation with somebody yesterday, and this young woman was saying she's been looking at loads of job specs, and none of them, it's just, like you say, just words, and they don't feel like the shopping list of words suits her skills. And I said to her, what you have to do, you have to read between the lines, because resilience, stress tolerance and flexibility can mean different things to different people. So what we're going to do is we're going to start from the top. So if you can see here the type of skills, we've got problem solving, self-management, working with people, technology use and development. And some of you may have more of these or less. So the first one is analytical thinking and innovation. So what does that mean to you?
Can I just add something as well? I know over the last few days I've had a few one-to-ones with people, and I think some people have felt like they've not got experience or they're not skilled within a certain area, either because it's been a role where they've maybe volunteered, or it might have just been something extracurricular. So if you're involved in a church group, for example, and you do the finance for the church group, but you've never done it in an actual commercial setting, so to speak, I've had people say, well, I'm not skilled in that because I wasn't paid for it. So don't just look at your previous work experience, look at everything you've done, look at the skills you've learned at uni, your extracurricular stuff, you might have a part-time job, volunteering. Make sure you're looking at everything because that's all valuable as well.
So analytical thinking, what do those two words mean to you before we go to innovation? Analytical thinking. What do you think that is? Yeah. What else?
Thinking of all sorts of possibilities.
Yeah. Analytical.
Looking at the good and the bad.
Yeah. What else though? Yeah. 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 Yes. Yep. So actually, the analytical thinking, a lot of that is to do, it's actually all of those things that you've said. So it could be looking at the numbers, it could be doing deep research, it could be thinking out the box. And actually, the other word, you've got analytical thinking, then you've also got innovation. So the word innovation has been, you know, Manchester, for example, we are in, I think, the third industrial revolution. The first industrial revolution started in Manchester, right? And we've gone through these big evolvements, and where we are now, obviously, everything's involving tech and stuff like that. Most jobs that you will go into, no matter what you do, there will be some innovation. So if I go back to when I used to go to the supermarket when I was a kid, right? I was a child of the 70s, and when you used to go shopping, the prices were on a little sticker. They didn't have barcodes or anything like that. The prices were on a sticker, and when you went to the till, unless there was a sticker, the woman had to shout out and get someone to check the price on it, right? And the tills had big buttons, and you didn't use credit cards. It was all cash. So you walk into a supermarket now, I can go to Sainsbury's, I've got an app on my phone, I can register that I'm shopping at a particular Sainsbury's, start my shop, I've got all my bags all ready, and I can just scan all the items, right? And at the end of it, I don't even have to go and queue at a till. I can just go to it is a till, but I don't have to go in a queue with other people and pack because my bags are already packed. I can scan it and pay for it and walk out of the shop. So time-wise, for me, apart from somebody maybe taking the tag off something or perhaps checking something, it's just me going around the shop. And things have evolved very, very quickly. And this is the same with jobs. So if we go back to maybe 20, 25 years ago, digital marketing wasn't a thing because things weren't really online. I got married in 2001, and we had the internet installed in the house that I bought in 2000. And I got married in Canada in 2001. And I booked my entire wedding via the internet. all that time, a long time ago. So even though that's like, what, nearly 22 years ago, I was able to book my wedding reception, find a wedding commissioner who would marry me, book a hairdresser's appointment, book a coach, book all the different things that I needed to get for my wedding. And that was I've been married for 21 years. What I'm trying to say is things have massively evolved. So if I did that same process again, it would probably be a bit quicker. And even though 20 years ago people had websites, things have evolved massively. And there will be jobs in the next 5 years that are not even around now. So innovation is something that's just happening all the time. And I would say, especially after the last 2 years, things have accelerated. During the pandemic, you had shops and restaurants, a lot of them weren't online, they were forced to go online, otherwise they would cease to exist. And then obviously the rise of more deliveries and stuff like that. So innovation is a constant thing, but what I would say to you, no matter what industry you want to work in, and that might be law, it might be tech, it might be project management, could be anything and everything, I would say it's your responsibility as a future employee to know what's happening innovation-wise in your sector. You got anything to add to that?
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure on the exact stat of this, but it was something around 10 years of development got condensed to 2 because of COVID. And a lot of these companies that you'll be joining, they're going to be hiring you because they don't have skills in that area. So they're bringing you on board to look at innovation or look at new tech. So law, for example, law tech is now one of the biggest sectors within tech and law. So I'd be saying to you, I know you want to be a barrister, but if we were looking at the other side of things, I'd be saying to you, right, do you know what's going on in the space? Do you know what's being digitised or what processes are changing because of technology? Technology is going to be in every single industry that you're in, no matter what. So when Naomi's saying keep up to date with it, 100% keep up to date with it, like we were saying yesterday, follow these companies on LinkedIn, find out what they're doing, follow news, follow hashtags on Twitter, TikTok, all of that, which will keep you up to date with these kind of developments. And when I'm saying that these people won't have your skills, they won't. They're bringing you in because, like Naomi said, in 5 years' time, there's going to be jobs, unfortunately, made redundant because due to automation. So I really, really stress to you to understand what's going on within your world, because when you go to interview, they're probably thinking about bringing that in, or they might be implementing it at the minute. And if you can sit there and say, I know there's these developments within the sector at the moment, they will see that you've done your research, they'll see that you can keep on top of trends, and you can also communicate it back to them. That in an interview is just gold. And that's exactly what they want to see, because you're the future of their company. So if they're going to bring you on board, pay all the overheads, do the training and the onboarding, they want to know what you can bring back to them, not just now, but in 2, 3, 5 years' time.
Another thing I would also say on the innovation side, a really, really key skill is to learn how to ideate. Okay? I have been, probably for the last 12 years, I've been supporting people who have ideas and they've identified a problem that they want to solve, helping them create an idea and creating a business model around it, and then taking that idea to market. So going back to innovation, I would also say a really key skill, if I was an employer, that I would be looking for people in this particular sentence, analytical thinking and innovation, is someone who has the ability to be able to help people with their ideas. And it also sort of fits into the problem-solving thing. So have a look at websites like Google Ventures Design Sprint Methodology. It's really, really interesting. And I think that a really key skill, especially with people who love coming up with ideas, is just the process of how you identify a problem and then how you do all the research around it and then come up with a solution to said problem. Okay, there's loads and loads of information out there. A&J Smart, I've done the A&J Smart training. It's absolutely fantastic. They have, if you can't afford the training, there's loads of videos, and there's loads of resources and information out there. But I do think if you are interested in innovation, having the skills to do design thinking, it is something that's really key.
In an organisation as well, again, that's gold dust, because a lot of people just kind of want to go to work, do the job and go home, and that is absolutely fine. However, if you want to stand out in your business and your employers, and you can recognise a problem or an idea that you think will make processes better or whatever it might be, and you can go to your line manager or your head of or whatever it is and say, look, I've been thinking of this and this is where I've got to, what are your thoughts? That, to an employer, is, I keep saying gold, can't really think of any other word, but you know what I'm trying to get at. That to an employer is fantastic, because they've hired you for these skills, and a lot of them might have been there for years and years and years, and they're just trundling along and doing what they're doing. However, when you come in with all these amazing ideas to collect data or to improve the customer service process or whatever it is, and you can present them with that, they're not always going to run with it, but the fact that you're sat there and you want to help improve the business, that's amazing to them, and it'll really kind of put you on a pedestal above the rest of your team members. So if progression's something that is important to you, this is a really great skill that can help you stand out from the crowd.
One skill that isn't on here is entrepreneurial skills, which actually fit in all of those. You could put any of those things into the box of entrepreneurship. There is a huge rise in the term intrapreneurship, which has basically been an internal organisation entrepreneur. And I went to this amazing conference in Paris in 2012, and it was an entrepreneurship conference, and it was really, really interesting. They had there's loads of entrepreneurship programs in companies that you never would have thought of. So obviously Google, they have one. They have Google Garage. You've also got companies like Nike. The US military have an entrepreneurship program. So I heard lots and lots of different stories, and there was one particular story that stuck in my head, okay? And it was about a really enormous industrial laundry, okay? And there were people working in this enormous industrial laundry, and there was one particular person who was on the line, and she identified that actually if you just change something, a very small part, a mechanical part, it would make things quicker and more efficient. And because they had an entrepreneurship program in this particular company, she felt quite comfortable to be able to go and give her idea, okay? They implemented her idea, and that company saved millions. So one thing I would say is that analytical and innovation, but also entrepreneurial skills, are really, really key. We're going to move on to active learning and learning strategies. What does everyone think about those words? What does that make you think? Sorry? Yeah. What else?
Reading a lot and understanding new things. It's not just reading, it's like also
Yeah.
watching videos of the, you can even use different types of technologies or interacting with people, but the reading and understanding things and having a good general knowledge is very important.
So you will leave university. That doesn't mean that you stop learning. I am constantly, and I said this in one of the sessions on Monday, you have to think about your education and your skills as like a toolbox. I am constantly adding things to my toolbox. And you never stop learning. And I would say, again, depending on what field you want to go to, there is resources and information on the internet which was not available however many years ago, okay? If, for example, you're really into business books, but you don't have the time to read business books, there's apps like Headway. It's a genius app, right? I can go on there, and if I want to learn, if I wanted to learn about, say, resilience, for example, and an author had written a book about that. I can read that and it's condensed version of 15 pages. But it's my responsibility to be doing that active learning, and it's a constant thing.
Just to add to that as well, so I know, obviously, if you know me, you'll know this, but I entered the tech world about 2.5 years ago now, 2 years-ish, and I knew nothing about tech, like genuinely nothing. I didn't know what AWS meant, I didn't know what JavaScript was, and I was heading up an agency of tech recruiters, right? So one of the things I had to do was actively put in time every single day to learn. Now, that could literally be just looking at blogs, looking at different news articles, Twitter, things like that. But I had to constantly keep learning and understanding the sector and understanding how it worked. Now I understand the sector pretty well. However, I'm still always learning because there's new things coming out like the metaverse, you know, Bitcoin, things like that. I understand a bit about it. However, I could learn more. So it's up to you to dedicate that time to do it. So what I used to do every day, I'd put an hour in after lunch, block that out, turn my phone off and just take everything in, soak it in like a sponge. I think another thing to mention as well when we're talking about learning strategies, do you know what your best learning strategy is? So for me, I'm very visual. I like to take it in, I like to listen, I like to watch things, but then I like to actually then write it down. That's how I learn. But your learning strategy might be completely different. So just think as well where you feel your best learning strategy would be.
I would also say, with active learning and learning strategies, again, there are so many different communities. There's in Manchester, there is a law community, there is a tech community, there's a digital marketing community, there is a manufacturing community. One thing I would also say to you, when you go into the world of work, is be part of those communities, because you will also learn from people who've been there, seen it and got the t-shirt, but also that continuous learning opportunity will come from those communities.
You've also got in Manchester the likes of the Manchester Young Professional Network.
Yep.
You've got JSI Manchester as well. Manchester Young Professional Network is literally what it says on the tin. It's young people, it's students, and it's also people who are early within the careers, and also some people who've, you know, got really lengthy careers, and that is all around professional services. So finance, marketing, law. They meet for breakfast, they go to Albert Schloss for a breakfast, they do, you know, evening do's, things like that. I was a bit sceptical about those types of groups, I'll be really honest, but actually, because it's uncomfortable, right? And you think it's a bit cringy. It's not cringy. Everyone's there for the same goal and wants to network, and honestly, you will not just progress more, but develop way more in your career with this community around you. So please, again, don't kind of forget the power of having a community and networking, because actually you're going to learn a lot of the people around you as well.
Okay, so third on the list is complex problem solving. So what does that mean to you?
Well, I think it's the most difficult skill to acquire. I don't have that skill.
Okay, so you okay. Do you know what? I don't know whether I can move this mic around. I need one of those Madonna mics. I need a Madonna mic, that guy up there. Can I just like move this around? Sorry, I'm just like stuck there. Okay, I'm gonna let's. You said that you don't think you've got those skills. Okay, put your laptop down. Okay, I'm going to ask you a question. Tell me, the easiest way of doing this is, Ruby, I'm going to ask you to give the audience a simple problem. Okay, I'm going to give you a problem actually. Okay. Actually, okay. So we've got two mics. One of them's attached to this, and I don't think I can take it off. I probably can actually, but I might break it.
And I've got the disco mic.
She's got the disco mic, which I'm very jealous of because it's got like one of the red spongy thing. So my problem at the moment is that this is attached to this, and yes, I can go like that and untwist it, and
No, it's stuck.
okay. So that's a problem. So can you come and help me?
Do you want me to?
Yes. Okay, so what did you just say? You don't know how to solve problems. Bullshit.
This was
You do. You do know. You do know. You do. Okay, it's really simple, right? I've got this light in my house. I need to come over here. One thing I would say, right, is have a look at the Google Ventures thing, right? Would you like me to put it on the screen so I can just show you it? Okay, give me 1 second. Ruby, just sing a song or something for 5 minutes while I bring it on. Oh, thank you. Oh, thanks. Come on. Oh, Ian, can I get on internet here?
in theory.
In theory, I just want to show them something really quickly.
Have you all been posted on LinkedIn?
Yeah. How do I get onto internet? Just show them.
I've seen yours. I commented on your post. Yes, you did, Mary. Thank you so much. And again, what I want you to all to do today or tomorrow or this weekend, please have a look at the community groups that are readily available there. If you're unsure and you want me to maybe point you in the right direction, let me know. But go and have a Google, go and look on Meetup and Eventbrite, and just start connecting with, the people that are around you in Manchester. We've also got networking today at 4:30, so I'll be there, Naomi will be there, a number of the speakers, hopefully, I think. If they don't
And
have
you'll be
to go.
putting into practice everything that you've learned.
Yes. So I want all of your elevator pitches later on. Who you are, what you do, what you're passionate about, what job do you want. And then I might go, oh, I know someone looking for that. No pressure. No kidding. You don't really need to come through with your elevator pitch, but you know what I mean, it'd be nice.
1 second, just bringing it up. And just before I show you this, the Google Sprint methodology is all about identifying a problem, coming up with a solution, and testing it.
Want me to bring it up?
And it's almost like just put Google Ventures methodology, and it's almost like, and a lot of tech companies do this. It's almost about failing fast very quickly before you've spent a huge amount of money on something. But everybody has the ability to solve problems.
Is it this one or is it the top one?
No. Let me bring it up. It's sorry. Here we go. Okay, so can you see here, idea and then learn, instead of, if we talk about, in its simplest terms, we're talking about, you've got an idea to build a house, yeah? And you, instead of building the house first, you learn and find out how many rooms you need, whether this house is going to be flexible, whether you need sustainability, etc., etc. Before you build the house and launch the house, this is asking you to skip 2 things first before you put a load of money into something and learn from it first. So if we're in its really basic terms, let's just say you've got an idea for an app, right? So you've identified a problem and your solution is an app. Before you go out and build the app, you need to go and speak to the customers, because until you have identified the potential people that would use your app, and nobody will have one type of customers, you will have several types of customers. Yeah?
No, so exactly. So that's what my point is.
Yeah.
So this is a skill which is, so along with that particular word, there should be brainstorming.
Yeah.
Because to solve complex ideas, you need people who have.
You do. You can't do it solo.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to.
It's not
You.
an individual skill which anyone can possess.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult skill.
Oh,
to
it is.
Line, please.
Sorry. What did he say? Oh, sorry.
Line.
Okay.
Just
Sorry.
the streaming line.
Sorry. Yeah, so just going back to, you have to identify who the customers are, go and have conversations with them, because you might think it's a great idea and you might have this hypothesis to say, okay, my app is going to solve this particular problem, but until you actually have conversations with people, you don't know whether that's true. And there's loads of ways of doing it. So it could be that actually, before you build it, you set up a really simple launch page and you have a survey and then you have conversations with potential customers before you put a load of money into something that A, might not work, or that people don't want.
You will not believe the amount of people, me and Naomi more than me, know that have spent thousands, hundreds of thousands of pounds on an idea or an app or a website or some form of product that just doesn't work because they've not done the homework.
So usually you would do a design sprint in a whole week, right? I've done them in 90 minutes. But really, if you were going to do it properly, you would do it over a week. So the first day, it would be you'll start and agree what the long-term goal is. Then you'll map out, you'll make a map of the challenge. You'll then perhaps ask experts in the company to share what they know. And finally, you'll pick a target, an ambitious but manageable piece of the problem that you can solve in 1 week. Because you can't solve an enormous problem, you might have to do it in bite-sized chunks. The next day, after a full day of understanding the problem and choosing a target for your sprint, you will then focus on solutions. And this is all about thinking really, really quickly. So the day starts with a review of existing ideas. So there might be something out there already, and it might need perhaps a remix or an improvement. And then in the afternoon, each person sketches following a 4-step process that emphasises critical thinking over artistry. So it's not about who's got the best drawing, it's actually the best sort of idea. Yeah? You'll then also plan, because on the Friday you're going to be testing and having conversations. So moving on to the Wednesday you'll have a stack of ideas. But you've got to pick 1 or 2 of them because you can't test every single idea. So on and so forth. Thursday, you storyboard a prototype, and then Friday you start having conversations. Okay? So it's a whole process. I would encourage anybody, all of you, to have a look at this because it's actually a fantastic thing. So we're going to move on to the next skill, which is critical thinking and analysis. So a little bit similar to the first one, but quite different. So what does everyone think about critical thinking and analysis? What does that make you think?
Looking at things from different perspectives.
Yep. Yep. Anybody else? Analysis is pretty self-explanatory, I think. But yeah, the critical thinking.
Looking at the pros and cons.
Yep.
Trying to get the real why behind the idea.
Yep.
I think taking your own personal opinion out of it as well.
Yeah.
How you feel about it.
Yep.
For critical thinking. This as well is a skill that you will use within like your life outside of the workplace all the time. So you definitely will have done this at some point.
And what does the word analysis make you feel like? You have to do that as part of your degrees. You have to do a lot of analysis. But some of you will go into jobs that will require you to do a lot of that. What do you think that, because that actual word can be many different things. You can analyse lots of different things. It could be that you're analysing customers and it's a people-focused thing. It could be that you're analysing numbers. One thing I would say is, again, especially with the sort of age of technology, it's allowed us to get a lot of information. And a lot of companies, not only talking about financial numbers, but you're also talking about perhaps the impact that you've had. Okay, we're going to move on to the next one. Creativity, originality, and initiative. These are really key skills. I would say the third one specifically. Working on your own initiative and being able to feel comfortable enough, and I think you have to be enabled to feel like this. I think you've got some companies where actually they just want you to do 9 till 5 and do a specific task and not work on your own initiative, and that makes me feel really sad. But there are other companies where actually a key skill that they want is initiative. They don't want you to just do the mundane task or well, obviously they want you to do the task, they want you to do the job, but actually they want you to think out the box. They want you to have originality, but they also want you to work on your own initiative. But you have to be enabled to do that.
You have to be in an environment that allows you to do that. Now, there'll be jobs that you're working at the minute, jobs that you go to in the future where things are going to go wrong, or someone's not going to be there to ask, or you've literally just got to think on your feet. So taking initiative is huge for employers and a huge skill people are looking for. However, you need to make sure that the environment that you're within appreciates that. So there are some companies that completely micromanage you. You might enjoy that. You might enjoy coming into work every day, depending on what type of person you are, and being told these are the things that you need to complete today. However, there's still going to be points you might be on the phone to a customer and you're not sure. You can't just go, oh, hang on a minute. Go and find your boss. They're making a brew. What do you think about this? You need to take your own initiative. Other companies love people with bags of ideas and initiative to come in and just crack on. Now, as well, don't be scared of getting things wrong too. A lot of companies want you to take your own initiative and know that you're not going to get it 100% right, but to them that's a fantastic skill where they can teach you different areas, but they know that you're there to take initiative and try and fix something on your own accord, because that's also learning as well. So don't kind of underestimate that skill.
How do you think that you can demonstrate initiative to an employer? Yeah.
I think using one's initiative has to come with empowerment.
Yes.
If
Yes.
the organization does not
Yeah.
empower you,
Yeah.
you are restricted to
Yeah.
doing something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is what I was saying before. You've got to be enabled to do that. So you've got to work in a company that has a cultural culture within the company to allow you to do that.
Yeah.
And I think there aren't many companies that allow you to do it. But then even the ones that don't sort of say, oh yeah, we want to listen to your ideas, they still expect you to work on your own initiative. But how do you think that you can demonstrate that to an employer? So let's just say you see a great job, you apply for it, you get asked to go to interview. How do you think that you would give them examples of how you've worked on your own initiative? Ruby?
I'll give you one. So, my last place that I worked at, I got headhunted by someone and they said, can you get in contact with them? So I took initiative and I thought, right, there's going to be loads of people in this space that are going to be way more skilled than me because it was tech. So I recorded him a video and I sent it to both of the founders of the company. I said, hi Andy, hi Sean, my name's Ruby, blah, 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 blah. And I got the job. And the reason I got the job is because he saw that he could teach me technology, but he couldn't teach me my communication skills. I already had them. So he knew that part of my role was business development. So what I would do is record videos to clients, because the ratio of response from a client, I used to work it out, 25 messages that I used to send, used to get one response. Out of 3 videos that I sent, I got 1 response. And he was like, wow. And one of the reasons I got that job was because I took the initiative, I recorded that video and I stood out from the crowd. He interviewed 13 people, the rest were 12 men. Sorry for the boys, the men. But the rest were 12 men who were really skilled within technology recruitment. But he saw something in me, so just because you've not got X amount of years or skills within a certain sector doesn't mean that they're not going to pick you over you showing your initiative or you kind of doing something a bit different. So that's an example of initiative.
I would also say as well is that people, for all of these lists of words, you might see some of these things on a job spec, but they might be worded differently. So this is all about reading between the lines and actually trying to understand what is in a job spec and whether that suits the skills that you've got. So you might have said you've got 7 of these things. You might see a job spec which has got a similar list of skills, but actually for some people they won't apply for the job because it doesn't say exactly the skills that they have. Do you understand what I mean? So you can adapt it. So just to give it in its simplest term, it could say on a job spec that I can only apply for a job if I'm wearing a red skirt or a red dress. Okay? Reading between the lines, they want someone who's got a dress on. Yeah? Doesn't matter that I've got a green dress on. I can still apply for the job. So you've got to read between the lines. It might be really obvious, but actually some of these words might look very, very different on a job spec.
I think there's something else to add about job specs as well. A lot of them are really rubbish. That's been wrote internally, even by recruiters. And that's because they've maybe got a template of a job that they've had for the last 10 years and they just regurgitate the same template. So, bit of a tip for you when it comes to job specs. Ask to your internal recruiter, ask to your external recruiter, whoever it is, and say to them, look, just before the interview, I just want to clarify a few things. I can see that on one of the key skills you meant X. How does that exactly align to what the role is going to be, just so I can make sure at interview I can really explain myself and make sure that I'm giving them essentially what they're asking me to do. A lot of job specs, actually, when it comes to doing the job itself, they're not always aligned. So I think always asking and maybe highlighting on the job spec before you go to interview and speaking to your talent person or your recruiter and saying, right, okay, so I'm preparing for my interview. These are the things that I've seen on there. Can you just explain to me how that relates on a day-to-day basis of exactly what I'm going to be doing? Because a lot of job specs are very fluffy, or they've just got seen a template online and just changed a few things. So just make sure you're asking about what exactly that relates to within the day-to-day role, and I think you'll feel a bit more comfortable then. Another thing, just quickly on job specs, if you believe you can do 50% of the job, apply for it. If you can believe you can do 30% of the job, apply for it. Because, one, you could be a future talent pool for when they next come to recruit, and two, they might think, you know what, this person, usually to hire someone like this, it's a 3-month notice period, so your time to hire from actually putting the job out there to the candidate sitting on the seat could be up to 6 months. So if you've only got a 1-month notice period or you're immediately available, they might think, you know what, for the next few months we can upskill them and we can train them in these areas. So don't be scared for applying for a job. Obviously, if it's a biomedical surgeon, you know, I've seen some crazy things when I've recruited for technical roles before, but if you feel like you could do the job and if you feel like you could be trained, just apply for it, because the worst thing they're going to do is either not reply or say no. But again, you're putting yourself on their radar for future, because you never know, 2 weeks later they might be recruiting for a role that's slightly different that you'd be perfect for.
Okay, the next skills on the list are leadership and social influence. And they're two very, very different things.
And we don't mean Molly May.
No. Sorry, Molly May, if you listen.
Sorry, Molly.
So, leadership, pretty self-explanatory. How do you think, if you don't have loads of job experience, that you can demonstrate that you've got leadership skills? A lot of you are coming back to university after having a career. So you probably got lots of skills. And one thing I would say, and I'm pretty sure I gave this example the other day in one of the other sessions, but I'm going to tell you again. So there's a friend of mine whose wife had worked in marketing at a very high level, and she was bored of it. And she wanted to learn how to be a UX designer. Okay, so a UX designer is a user experience designer. So she did a course. It was during COVID time, so it was all online. And when she was applying for jobs as a UX designer, they were looking for people that had 2 years experience, right? So she was really struggling to get a job. So I said to her, you've got 10 years marketing experience, right? As a really good marketeer, she's been able to demonstrate that she knows customers, she knows about the customer journey, all the things that actually are involved in UX design. So she's probably more qualified than a UX designer who's been working for 2 years. And what she had to do is adapt her CV to suit that. She got a job. So leadership comes in lots of different forms. It doesn't mean that, and I probably, apologies I'm telling you how to suck eggs, but it doesn't mean that you've got to be the leader of an enormous organisation. It might be that you looked after 2 or 3 people. It might be, as Ruby said, that you are a leader in an extracurricular activity that you do outside of university or work. There's loads of different ways that you can demonstrate leadership. Social influence. What do you think that means? What do you think social influence means?
Bonding with your team members.
Okay, in a world of social media, and also of perhaps, I'm going to give you some examples of this actually. So social influence is, I think that it's not just on social media, but you can have social influence in lots of different ways. So for example, if you were in a society at university and you were an expert in your field, or you were particularly really good at something, you might have some social influence in a community group. Okay? I'll give you my example. So I work in the startup and tech sector. I'm not a techie, very similar to Ruby. I was an ex-tech recruiter a very, very long time ago, and the startups that I've ended up working with just happen to be mostly in the tech sector. Okay? But I've used my own personal brand, and if we go back to the people that were in the personal branding session, I've used that to build my social influence. So, I say that I am a growth and innovation consultant that works predominantly in the tech and digital sector. I also say that I am really passionate about digital skills. Okay? I also say that I work with lots of startups. If you go into Google and you put those search terms against my name, or you go onto my LinkedIn profile, that's what it looks like. That's what social influence can be.
In the world of work as well, and I don't know whether you're big on LinkedIn or you use it much, it's really shifted. So it used to be about joining the brand. It used to be about joining Google or Amazon or Klarna or not Klarna, but you know what I mean? Joining a business, joining a brand and having that name on your CV. Now what's attracting people is knowing other people in that business. So companies now have brand ambassadors for their business. So when I think of businesses now, instead of thinking about the business, I actually think about the person before that. So a prime example, and I'm not trying to toot my own horn, however, the last company I worked for, I had a message last week off a girl that's just been offered a job there. And she said, the reason I'm messaging you is because I know you worked there for a long time, I've seen your posts, I want to know from you directly, what was it like to work there? And actually, if you don't give me a good review, I'm not going to accept the offer. So companies now are looking for brand ambassadors and people to wave the flag. And for them, it is a big hiring and kind of talent attraction tool. So having that social influence in your space, and that's why I keep banging on about networking and community. If you go to a business, no matter what sector you're in, you've got a bit of a black book of contacts in your network, and I know this person, that person. That to an employer is extremely attractive.
I know people that have got jobs purely based on their social influence.
Me too.
Yeah. Purely based on their social influence. So it's something that you shouldn't ignore, but also I know that we're all very, very different. And your social influence, you might do it in very, very different ways to say me, myself or Ruby. You've just got to work out how it works for you. And one thing I would also say, going back to finding your tribes of people, so again, if you want to work in the law sector, I would encourage you to join the Law Society. Okay? Manchester Law Society, they have a student membership, also Manchester Digital. They represent the digital sector. You can become a member for free, and so on and so forth. Junior Chamber of Commerce, there's loads of different things. And it's about you finding your peers, but also those people who like the same things as you, work-wise.
The other thing as well is with that, so if you came to us and said, right, tell me the top 5 tech companies to work for and bottom 5 tech companies to work for, because we know that many people in the space, we hear horror stories and we hear really great stories as well. So people who you work with, you're going to get insider information about companies because they're going to work there, and then they'll know someone who works there or they'll know somebody else. So I think when it's coming to looking for jobs and things like that, you've got your network around you to give you the good, the bad and the ugly, and be really honest about an employee journey.
I think there's a stat, and you may have had it on one of your slides yesterday.
60%.
Yeah, so 60% of jobs are not advertised. Word of mouth. Word of mouth means everything. Okay? So that's why it's important to get out of your comfort zone and join the people and the communities that will help you get a job in your industry.
Like I was explaining yesterday, recruiters are busy. I used to have up to 30 jobs on my desk at any given point in multiple sectors, multiple industries and multiple locations. So I'll give you a prime example of this. I'm just about to headhunt a head of customer success role for an award-winning, rapidly scaling MarTech SaaS business. I don't understand what half it means, but you know, it sounds good. However, for me to headhunt that role, what I'd usually do, before I had a network, I'd write the job spec, I'd post the job spec online. If I posted it on LinkedIn, LinkedIn sponsored jobs, that cost me $1,000 just to post it. Money, time, all of that. So instead, what I've done, I actually went to Naomi and I said, do you know anyone who's the head of customer success who could be really good for this job? Within a minute, she gave me 3 names. More than likely, one of those people are going to get that job. So people will go to their network first and the people that they know in their community, because as well, it's a recommendation. If I pick up the phone to Jill and I have a chat with Jill, all I know is what's coming from Jill's mouth, which is, you know, fine and great. However, if someone's come to me and said, you know what, I used to work with Jill and she was absolutely fantastic, you need to speak to her, I'm more than likely going to be a bit more excited to speak to Jill. So just look at the ways that people around you can influence, but also open up opportunities for you too.
I've just got a couple of stats on my phone as well, just to give you a bit of context with regards to some of the skills. So the time needed to start building new skills online in the jobs for tomorrow and the skills that we've got listed here. So in 1 to 2 months, your skills around people, culture, content writing, sales and marketing skills. So you can learn those in 1 to 2 months. 2 to 3 months, product development, you can learn a bit about data and you can learn a little bit about AI. Only a little bit. 4 to 5 months, you can learn a bit about cloud computing and you could probably learn how to code. That doesn't mean that even though you know how to code, that you can get a job as a software developer after only 4 to 5 months training. But it's giving you key skills, it's giving you something that you can build on.
I think another thing to mention as well is that employers don't want the finished article, because actually if you've come from a business previously, sometimes you can come with a few kind of bad traits or bad habits or whatnot. So I think a lot of it is about more of those soft skills around, are you flexible, are you adaptable, are you a good listener? You know, you might only have 6 months commercial experience, but I can guarantee if they're there comparing you to someone with 3 years experience, however they've got an awful attitude, really poor time management skills, you know, they're turning up for work late or whatever it is, they will hire you over that person. So just think of that as well.
Another great stat here. So this report, the World Economic Forum report, was done in 2020. Okay, so Future Jobs report, read it. You can read it online, download it, it's fantastic. But just a couple of stats in here. So after they did a lot of research to build this report, the vast majority of business leaders, 94%, now expect employees to pick up new skills on the job. A sharp rise from 65% in 2018. Okay? Respondents of the Future of Jobs survey estimate that around 40% of workers will require reskilling of 6 months or less, but that number is higher for those in the consumer industry and in the health and healthcare industry.
Tech is taking over all these industries, all of them. So when we were saying before about keeping up to date with everything and learning these new skills, when you're going for a job, ask the interviewer, what skills ideally do you want me to be learning, and what could I be working on in the background over the first 6 months? Where can I personally develop, and what do you want me to personally develop on? What skills do you think that I'm going to need to have within the next 6 to 12 months? You can ask the questions, you know, you don't need to be a mind reader. Actually asking that at interview is showing that you're willing to work on your self-development, own initiative, and also, you know, your own personal development too. Because when you're committed to your own personal development, honestly, you'll fly. Don't wait for a company to give it to you. Do it yourself or ask them for it. So if you join a business and you need to, I don't know, say you're in finance and you need to do your AAT or ATT or whatever it's called, and they're saying, right, at the end of your first year, we're going to put you through that and we're going to pay for it for you. Brilliant. But within that first year, you on your own back need to be going out and learning and understanding and developing. Because actually then, after 2 months, you might be like, look mate, well you won't say mate to your boss, I used to, but look Mr. Boss, I'm really committed to doing this, I'm really committed. So what I've gone and done is this. I've gone and done a course on Udemy online, I've gone and researched this, these are the things I've learned. Is there any way we can push forward this certification because I'm really committed to it? Because actually half of the time it's a cost thing too. For a company to pay to do something or skill you in a certain area, they have to know that you're committed and that you're going to want to do it. So show them that you want to do it, show them that you're committed and you're willing to put that extra time in, but it starts with you. So when we were talking about on Monday doing things for people first, that doesn't just work in a network capacity, that also works in a job.
Okay, so next on the list we've got technology use, monitoring and control. We've also got in the next one, technology design and programming. Okay, so these ones are the ones that are going to take slightly longer to learn. And you may have some of these things in your toolbox already. So if we had to look at technology use, monitoring and control, if you had to list the skills that you have, technology use can be really simple. It might be that you're really highly skilled in Excel spreadsheets, and that's okay. It might be that you're really highly skilled in content writing. It could be that you're really highly skilled in
TikToks.
In TikTok. It could be any. It could be programming. It could be any number of things. Okay. It could be special. You have a specialism in technology use within manufacturing. Okay. So that one, technology use, monitoring and control. If you had to put your hand up, who would say that they put their hand up for that or tick that box? Sorry?
Those were the two I took out of mine.
Right, okay. Anybody else? Include them? Yep. Both of them? Okay. You didn't
The
include
first one.
First one. Yeah. Okay, so technology design and programming is a highly skilled thing. And actually, technology design and programming, if you have those skills, but then you also have the technology use, that is going to perhaps double your chances of getting a job.
There's a lot of jobs as well at the minute that I have never heard of, never seen before. There's loads of jobs popping up now that have never existed. So content creators. So all of these kids that have used TikTok for the last few years, they've now got the likes of Nike, Gymshark, Pretty Little Thing, Google. So there's a girl that I know, right? She was a first year student studying marketing and digital. And she had a TikTok. And Selfridges DM'd her on TikTok and directly offered her a job. So don't forget as well about your social media use. But what I'm trying to get at essentially is there's going to be things that you're doing that in the next few years are going to be full-time perm jobs. So you've got to be skilled within those areas, or at least understand how it works and have an understanding of, you know, the ins and outs. You don't have to be a coder. You don't have to sit there and, you know, do HTML all weekend. However, you need an understanding.
But then there's also, especially in the technology and digital sector, there's so many different types of jobs. So most people hone right in, can you program? Actually, you've got things like UX designer. You've also got customer success manager. You know, customer success manager is really making sure that actually You're looking after the customers that you've got, the current ones and the new ones. So loads of different things with that. I'm going to move down because we're running out of time and we need to stop at about 10 to because we've got the next speaker. So the bottom two, we'll concentrate on resilience, stress tolerance and flexibility, okay? These are really, really key skills. And one thing I see a lot of is people, and you know, I went to university later in life, and I admire any of you that can write in an academic way because I can't do that. I can't do it, okay? I failed miserably, and I admit that I can't write like that, okay? So I have massive admiration for it, but I also know that you have deadlines, like you do with jobs. Some of you might be juggling jobs as well, and it's very stressful. So how do you cope with stress? Because actually, another thing that employers are looking for is that people can cope with workloads. Obviously, it's the responsibility of the employer that they don't give you too much that you burn out. But if any of you are looking to be entrepreneurs and set up your own businesses, you might be doing 12 different jobs every day of the week. And that's really stressful. I did start a boot camp at another university yesterday, over 2 days. And there was a young woman called Scarlett who did fashion marketing and PR. She left university about a year ago. She's got a fashion brand. She's selling quite a few items. She wasn't particularly confident in the pricing, so she's only just put the prices up. They were probably too cheap, but they are fantastic. She's got brands, like really big brands, that want to do collaborations with her, but she is burnt out because not only is she doing that bit, and she loves the creativity side of it, so she loves doing the designs, but as an entrepreneur, she has to do about 12 different things. But she does make money from it. She doesn't make loads of money. She's also got a Depop account where she's selling second-hand clothes, which is actually her main source of income. And I was talking to her yesterday. She's fantastic. She's really, really, really talented. But the thing that she really loves is the creativity, but she has to do all the other things. And stress tolerance, I think having resilience and stress tolerance, actually, you know, if we break that word down, it's tolerating stress. It's about managing stress, okay? Who here feels that they can't manage stress? Or has anyone here ever been burnt out? Because I know that I have. You've been burnt out, yeah? How was it?
Oh, several breakdowns.
Yeah.
In between.
Yeah.
And then, you know,
Yeah.
really continue.
Yeah, and actually, the worst thing is it can shut your body down.
Yeah.
Stress can shut your body down.
It can take over a year to get over burnout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a key thing, but I would also say it's the responsibility of your employer to also make sure that you don't get really stressed. I'll give you one quick example about how horrific stress can be. I did a bit of mentoring for a company. I'm not going to say who it was, and this company has had loads and loads of publicity. And I remember one of the employees talking to her, and she said to me that she had been so stressed, and she'd had these really bad problems with her stomach. Okay, she had to go to the hospital and get tests. She had a tear in her stomach through stress. It can have a catastrophic effect, but it's also about the way that you manage it.
100%. I think just to kind of give a bit of a personal story, I've really, really, really struggled with stress. I'm very resilient. Maybe I'm too resilient sometimes, and I don't know when to say no. I don't know when to hold my hands up and ask for help. However, throughout many times in my recruitment career, I've hit burnout, and I have been ill to the point where I'm really severely depressed. I don't eat. I struggle with sleeping, and it affects everything in your life. However, looking back, I did not manage my stress properly. So when I had a stressful day, I'd go for a few glasses of wine. And I'm not saying that's wrong, however, doing that a few nights a week just to manage your stress was not healthy. Because then I was having less sleep, I had alcohol in my body, I was rough the next day. So I personally did not handle that well, and it took a few of my friends to say to me, you're getting to the point where you're just going to collapse. Because it wasn't healthy. So it was, okay, so now what I do to de-stress, don't get me wrong, I love a glass of wine more than the next person. However, I go swimming, or I go to yoga. Something like that. So also it's your responsibility for when you are stressed, what do you de-stress with? And if it's something that is actually making the problem worse, just have a look at that. Because it's very easy to fall, especially entrepreneurs, it's very easy to fall into the trap of, you're really stressed, you've got an event, go to the event, have a few drinks, then you're up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and then you've got another event that you've been invited to, and then you've got a hotel up. Do you know what I mean? There's all these different things, but it's up to you at the end of the day, one, to say no, and two, to understand exactly what your triggers are and what you then do to help that trigger.
What does resilience mean to you?
Resilience is like maybe when the chips are down, you have the courage to move on.
Yep. Yep. Anybody else? What does resilience mean to you?
Staying through with something.
Sorry?
Staying through.
Yep.
Staying through.
Yep. Yep. Flexibility is pretty obvious, but again, employers want people that can be, and I would put in the word agile. So the ability to be able to jump from one thing to the other, whether that's to do with tasks or whether that's to do with time. Okay? We're going to move on to the last one. Reasoning, problem solving, and ideation, which kind of comes back to some of the other stuff that we said about innovation, etc., etc. Okay? This is, the ideation and problem solving is a really, really key skill. And I can guarantee that every single one of you has got that skill. You just might not have opened the can a little bit. You might need to hone your skills, but everybody has to deal with problems. Okay? And reasoning, when I say the word reasoning, how does that make you feel? What do you think about that word? What do you think it means? Could be, yeah.
Contemplating on why this thing happened.
Yeah. What else?
Being flexible.
What else?
Maximizing your good.
Okay, let me give you an example. I'll give you a live example from me. Okay, reasoning can also be, let's just say you're in a situation and you have to not argue with somebody, but you need to get your point across. That's reasoning, as well as the other things that you've said.
There's going to be people in your workplace that you don't like. That's just being really honest. There's going to be people that don't think the same way as you. There's going to be people that don't communicate the same way as you. However, you sat with them for 8-9 hours a day, 4 days a week, whatever. You have to learn how to reason with people, take your personal feelings away from it, and actually understand their side and reason with them. You're not going to join a company where you love absolutely everybody and everyone, its brain works the same way and everyone has the same idea.
But you might have to reason with people to get your point across. You might have to reason with customers. If you were dealing with a customer and that customer's really angry because you've not done A, B, C and D, or perhaps somebody else hasn't done the job, you will have to reason with customers. And that is a really, really key skill. Some people can't do it. Some people can't take their personal emotion out of it. I'll give you a live example. I had a client recently and we delivered a 32-page report for them and it was brilliant. I was very, very proud of it.
Very good.
It's very good. And I didn't get to speak to the client until about 4 weeks afterwards. And my colleague couldn't join the call and it was just me on the call. And it was very positive, but it was also negative. And I struggle with taking that whole, because I work for myself, I struggle with taking out my personal feelings because I take everything very personally. And I'm a very emotional person, right? I can't help it. I've tried to change it, don't work. but I have to handle it. And what's really interesting is I saw the client yesterday, and when we were talking about, there was a part in the report that he didn't particularly like, and that's absolutely fine. And I had to reason with him about why we'd included that in the report, and the whys and the whats, etc. But I saw him last night and we were talking about it, and he said to me, when he started talking about the bits that he didn't like, he said, my whole demeanour and my face, and confident Naomi just went into like 5-year-old Naomi playing the recorder. No, seriously, it was not the recorder, it was the chimes. I remember I was in a Christmas play when I was 5, and I was playing the chimes, and my mum and dad were in the audience, and I was so happy that my mum and dad were in the audience. I was playing the wrong tune and everyone started laughing at me. I felt like that child. But he said my whole thing. So I'm not saying that we've got all of these things perfect, but what I would say, reasoning is a really key skill. I would also say debating, being able to get your point across.
And I also think, and me and Naomi are like two peas in the pod, so we're exactly the same on that side of things. I get emotional. I cry all the time. I used to cry all the time at work. I used to cry to my boss all the time. Not all the time. I wasn't like fully depressed for 8 years. However, I think that you need to be able to kind of take things with a pinch of salt and not let it personally hurt you. There's been many a times where a client's been annoyed or whatever, and it's kept me up at night. They're having the tea with their husband, they're not bothered. So don't take it, try not to, and it's very hard because we struggle with it, try not to take things personally, but try and also find like a spin on it as well, and be able to have conversations with people where you don't cry, or you don't get angry and upset, you know, take out the emotion of it and just look at it from like a practical standpoint when it comes to the work world.
And if we look at those words, reasoning, problem solving, ideation, okay? So somebody rings you up, a customer rings you up, they're not happy about something, so you have to reason with them. And then you work out how you can solve their problem. It's not as complex as the complex problem solving, but really quickly you try and work out how you can solve the problem by ideating, very, very quickly. So, these are the top 10 skills of 2025. This report was done in 2020. It's 2022 now, that's 3 years away. 3 years. But these are skills that employers want. Okay? Anybody got any questions? Okay, this is the end of the session. We've got another speaker. If you would like to go to the toilet or go and get a cup of coffee or a glass of water, go now, but you've got to get back in here at 11 o'clock because we've got a fantastic guy speaking called Ian Rushton. But thank you for listening. Thanks, everyone. through okay. I'm just setting something up. Is it any warmer in here today? It gets... Pardon? No. Yes, thank you.
Ben, everything. Don't eat your favourite food anymore with this. Don't do it anymore. Restaurant thanks. It's not anymore.
It's nice all the way through it.
I'll go bring it down.
Full screen.
I did.
That's great. And Ian Rushton? No, he wasn't. He's come.
I was thinking that. I didn't tell his mum. That's what I was thinking. You're joking. I'm wrecking the whole show.
I need new water for the afternoon.
To be fair, there's going to be quite a few panellists, so that'd be good for BNY, wouldn't it?
There's 4, yeah, so that's
Oh,
why
perfect.
she set that out for 4.
Oh, I thought you just styled it out for the week. I loved it.
No,
I thought it was like filled space beautifully.
it's the 4 for the... I dropped it.
I think so. I don't like to make him wait, but I don't want to bring him in and then him start talking and lots of people have got yeah. Catherine, do you think any more from the society's coming? No.
Yeah, they were notified. I notified them
Yeah.
again this morning.
Yeah.
But I know Gemma
There
said
was a
that she
few
was coming.
responses,
Yeah, there was a few responses said they were coming.
Did they?
It's fine though. I can
You'll ask lots of
I can
questions.
fill half an hour. No, I'm not joking. Yeah.
Will ya?
Yeah, I can do that.
She'll ask all the
I'm gonna
questions.
say we've
It's
spread
still-
you both out.
It's still live stream, so I want to ask like,
Yeah.
how's it working for the public service? You know, do budget constraints affect your work? How does that do so? So I've got stuff I can ask.
Oh, brilliant.
Ask anything else that will help as well. 'Cause
Yeah, 'cause
I
it's
don't
live
know anything
stream.
about. Yeah, because I've been confused.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay, can I just put that there? Right, yeah. Right, just the right page. Yeah, I'll sit fairly. This one? Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Okay. If my voice drops and you can't hear me, then just raise your hand and I'll increase the decibels a little bit. Quick introduction. My name is Ian Rushton. I work for the Crown Prosecution Service, which is the organisation which is responsible, as the name suggests, for the vast majority of criminal prosecutions in England and Wales. A different regime applies in Scotland and in Northern Ireland, but for the vast majority of criminal offences, as I say, the CPS in England and Wales takes those through the court system. I work for the northwest area of the CPS. I was formerly a Chief Crown Prosecutor for Cheshire and Lancashire, but following reorganisation and a partial retirement, I'm now the area legal lead for the northwest, which includes Greater Manchester, Lancashire and Cumbria. And we work with the three police forces for those three counties that I've just mentioned. I am a solicitor by profession and by qualification. A long time ago, I was in your shoes as an undergraduate at the University of Nottingham, graduating in law and then subsequently doing what was then called the solicitor's final examinations. That was then a 12-month course, so 3 years as a law undergraduate, law degree, solicitor's finals, and then started a period what was then called, in rather Victorian terms, articles of clerkship, which lasted for 2 years. That was in private practice, back here in Manchester, a very general firm doing all sorts of types of law, from conveyancing to employment law, criminal law, civil litigation, that sort of thing. I then, after about 18 months in private practice, joined what became the Crown Prosecution Service because I felt I had an inclination towards advocacy, getting into court, arguing cases, presenting cases, and I've done that ever since, really. Although obviously in more recent years I've moved up the managerial line rather than having an active caseload or going into court. The Crown Prosecution Service has, at the moment, around about 3,000 lawyers up and down the country. We are recruiting quite vociferously at the moment because once the strictures of the austerity regime were lifted, we were authorised to take on more staff. So there's a big recruitment drive at the present time. Obviously, there is no shortage of work, bearing in mind crime levels that we have. Those 3,000 lawyers are a mixture of solicitors and barristers. The majority are solicitors, but we do employ barristers as well, and obviously they go into court. For those of you a little bit uncertain about the division of the profession, the legal profession, we are split into solicitors and barristers. Many people ask me what the difference is. Well, the barristers, I suppose, if you could put a neat description on it, are really about litigation, more court-focused than a lot of solicitors. You know, obviously a lot of solicitors up and down the country, either in private practice or sometimes in-house working for big companies, are dealing with contracts, family disputes, conveyancing, a lot more of the routine side of the law, which only occasionally requires the input of a barrister. If you're talking court proceedings, then typically a barrister may well get involved, and I have frequently done cases against barristers, frequently instructed barristers to appear on behalf of the CPS. And we have, as I say, our own in-house barristers as well, going into court, arguing cases in just the same way as a barrister from chambers. Barristers tend to be organised in what are called chambers. There are a number of legal circuits in England and Wales, quite separate from the CPS areas or the police forces. And here in Greater Manchester, Salford, we're part of the Northern Circuit, which effectively includes all those areas I've just mentioned, plus Merseyside and Cheshire. That is the Northern Circuit. And there's a Welsh Circuit, Leeds, Bradford, the Yorkshire side, that's the North Eastern Circuit, the Midland Circuit, Oxford and London Circuit, and the South East. And chambers will serve those circuits. Tend only to be in big cities. It's barristers grouping together to obviously economise on overheads such as accommodation, although that's less important these days, obviously many barristers working from home, but also the administrative staff that support them, so clerks, get the work in, allocate cases, etc. And in the northwest, there's really only two major centres of barristers' chambers, Liverpool and here in Manchester. Smaller sets of chambers in Chester and in Preston. And obviously they go right the way up to the Scottish border to serve the courts in Carlisle, Barrow, Lancaster, places like that. And the route to qualification for solicitors and barristers is different, as you may well be aware, but just to reiterate, typically you'll have a degree. I think my route with a law degree was the conventional way, if you like, but over the years a lot of people have taken a non-law degree and then done some sort of legal practice course or a diploma in legal studies, which in effect converts or adds to your original degree so that it meets the requirements of either the Solicitors Regulation Authority, which governs the admission of solicitors, or the Bar Council, which admits barristers. And then you will have an exam at the end of your legal practice course, and there is now coming in as well for solicitors, and this is sort of uncertain territory as far as I'm concerned, the Solicitors Qualification Examination, which has just been launched. But I checked on the Solicitors Regulation Authority website, and if you are already on an LPC, or you've been accepted for an LPC, or you've paid a non-refundable deposit before last August, then you will be able to complete the LPC and not have to bother with the SQE. That's as I understand it. And then once you've done the sort of academic stage, you have the traineeship. And I look after all the Northwest's legal trainees. I currently have 8 at various stages of qualification, mixture of pupils, which is the term used for a non-qualified barrister, if you like, and trainee solicitors, formerly known as article clerks, of which I was one. And the pupils from joining us are very quickly through what's called their first 6, and that is the first 6 months of what is a 12-month pupillage. And at the end of the first 6, they are going into court, into magistrates' courts, and arguing cases. Sometimes they will present guilty plea cases in our Crown courts. Obviously the Crown courts deal with the more serious type of criminal offending, the magistrates, the more routine, the less serious. So I had 3 pupil barristers that came to me at the end of September last year, and at the end of March, they're in court. They've followed their pupil master. I'm not a pupil master because I'm not a barrister. They've followed their pupil master for 6 months, watching, learning, practicing, and then eventually branching out on their own. And for that second 6, which is still, strictly speaking, a training period, they are on their feet in court, arguing cases, presenting cases, mainly in the Magistrates' Court, but on occasions in the Crown Court. For the trainee solicitors, it's a much more leisurely process because their traineeship lasts for 2 years. Obviously an extended period, and the pace is not so intense. So I had one trainee solicitor who came with those 3 pupils at the end of September. She has spent her time very much like the pupils, watching cases, reading cases, getting used to our case work handling systems, etc. But has now gone off for a period of secondment because the Solicitors Regulation Authority requires you to have a broader base than just criminal work or just one type of work before you can qualify. And we help with finding such placements. Quite often they'll go to a local authority and perhaps do some family or welfare work for the local authority. They might go to private practice and do all the stuff that what used to be called high street solicitors do. So they may do probate, they may do conveyancing. I've just managed to set up an arrangement with our coroners, and the legal trainee that I mentioned started with the coroner for South Manchester in Stockport, and she'll stay there as a CPS employee, but seconded to the coroner's office for 6 months. And then come back to us and resume work that is obviously more CPS centred, and about halfway through the 2-year period she will acquire some rights of audience of what you need to appear in any of our courts, be they criminal or civil. So that explains the qualification process. If you're in private practice, certainly when I was in private practice, you used to have to cover what we call 4 seats. So again, this was then under the control of the Law Society, now the Solicitors Regulation Authority. So you typically do 6 months conveyancing, 6 months family, 6 months civil litigation, 6 months probate or something like that, so that you could satisfy the profession that you had that breadth of understanding which covers all areas of law. Of course, as soon as you've qualified, these days, you will specialise in one type of law and one type of law only. Although there's nothing to stop you, at some stage, as many people I know in the profession have done, saying, I've had enough of crime, I'm going to do employment, or something of that nature. As far as employability is concerned, then obviously it's very much centred around the English professional requirements. So foreign degrees, etc., and I know there are maybe some international students here, may have more difficulty in satisfying the academic criteria that the profession set. But I would suggest, and I can only suggest, that if you have got a foreign degree and then do one of the LPCs or something of that nature, effectively converting your overseas qualification to a more English recognised qualification, then you'll be on the right track for being able to practice as a solicitor or a barrister in England and Wales. As I say, quite separate regime for Scotland. I couldn't practice in Scotland. Internationally, I think South Australia is the only foreign jurisdiction that I'm aware of that accepts an English type qualification without further ado. So there has been quite a little bit of traffic of solicitors out to South Australia and vice versa. We used to be able to practice in Hong Kong, but I don't know what the heck is required there these days. Obviously, a great deal of change in that part of the world. So, I'm going to throw it open at this stage, really, and ask. I was told downstairs that I'm likely to, or across the way, that I'm likely to get some questions. So, please fire away.
Start off. So I'm Lauren, I'm a 3rd year law student.
Okay.
And I just wanted to
ask, so you talked about a lot there about the like law degree route, then the MPC or the BTC, and then further qualifications.
Yeah.
Is that the only route that you can get into the CPS, or can you maybe get in the CPS, find another job, and then work your way up? Or is
Yes,
that the
yes,
only...
we do. We have part of my squad, if you like, of legal trainees includes people who have come through an internal route. So they've been with us as paralegals, some of them with law degrees, some of them have worked their way up through various administrative roles, from right away from reprographics officer through our sort of sponsored scheme. Obviously it takes longer, but we take them through and we advertise for that on a regular basis, as we do for externally for would-be legal trainees, as you may have seen if you've been on our website. But, I think now we're doing a twice yearly recruitment exercise for external legal trainees. But at the moment I have three trainees who have come from non-legal CPS roles, if you follow.
Thank you.
Mr. Rushton, you talked about the recent recruitments that you've had.
Yes.
If you could briefly, what type of candidate does the CPS look for?
I think we set the bar at a 2-2. It used to be a 2-1, but that was excluding too many excellent candidates. We want people who are lively, who have a degree of confidence that will serve them well in going into a courtroom. Obviously it's still an adversarial process, and a Crown Prosecutor role is typically, for a full-time member of staff, probably 4 days in court and 1 day in the office reviewing cases, doing all the other administrative tasks that your job requires. Being able to think on your feet, so a certain sort of dexterity, if you like, being able to cope under pressure. Cases are coming in all the time. People who've been arrested and not been bailed by the police may well be in a courtroom within 24 hours of their arrest. That file will land in your lap, now virtually on your computer, as you are standing up addressing a court. So you've got to be able to manage a changing workload. In terms of, and I do a lot of interviewing of legal trainees, I always subliminally almost give a plus point for people who have taken advantage of what's on offer for free. Have you been to a courtroom? Have you watched, any of our people in action, or watched any litigation in action? These days, that doesn't have to mean getting out of bed and tumbling up and queuing up to go into Manchester Magistrates or Manchester Crown Court. Lots of legal proceedings are there available for you to watch over the internet. Things like the Grenfell Tower inquiry. There is a big public inquiry ongoing in Edinburgh at the moment over a death in police custody. All live streamed and all, I think, invaluable in terms of learning techniques of advocates, legal arguments, that sort of thing. So people have demonstrated that commitment to an interest in the profession and are able to display that. You'll be asked to do a presentation to camera as part of our interview process, and then study a field of a particular subject, present on that, answer questions on that. So that liveliness, that ability to engage, because the name of the game as a prosecutor, the name of the game as an advocate is being able to persuade, retaining the attention of your audience, perhaps changing their minds, getting them to do what you want them to do. Is that just got another question coming in over? Yeah.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name's Alex. I'm a first-year student.
Sorry.
First year.
First year, right.
So I've just started my journey into law, and I've started to dive into some law work experience as well.
Yes.
This summer I'll be doing the Freedom Law Clinic, which is where they will give us a criminal case to look at and judge as a team. So on that note, I wanted to ask, how can you
Yeah, a question that we're frequently asked, and I did do a little bit of defence work way back. You are a professional, you know, as a lawyer, and the dictate of that profession is to do the best for your client, notwithstanding your own personal views about that client. You know, it's very topical. You'll have seen, perhaps in the legal press, a lot of lawyers getting a lot of stick for representing Russian oligarchs. You know, whose moral status these days is under pressure, isn't it? But you know, everyone deserves an advocate arguing their case, even if that case is distasteful to you as an individual. You've just got to separate yourself from your professional role and your personal views, and that's something that, you know, a good law degree, a good period of teaching and tuition will teach you. In the same way as, you know, I'm sure there are Ukrainian doctors treating Russian soldiers, bringing that professionalism to bear to the situation that presents itself to them, notwithstanding the fact that this is a member of the enemy, or you don't like the client's behaviour. Of course, sometimes, you know, the client may take a dislike to you and sack you, and that frequently happens in criminal cases. If they don't like the advice that they're getting, then the client may pull the rug from under your feet, and then someone else will try to take on that perhaps distasteful case that is in question.
Can you give any examples of what kind of cases those would look like?
Say that again, sorry.
Can you give any examples of what kind of cases those are?
Well, very often, you know, the more hardened criminals take an attitude that, you know, I've got a defence, I'm not doing what my solicitor advises, and one can only advise, you know, and sometimes there will be some judicial pressure. You know, the judges might say, Mr. Rushton, the evidence is overwhelming. Have you had a word with your client? Which is sort of code for saying, have you told him how strong the evidence against him is? If you plead guilty, then I can apply the discount. Typically, it's, you know, a third off if you plead guilty at the first opportunity. But it tends to be the more hardened clients that do that. Does that
Yes,
answer your question?
very much.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, you had another question.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
You talked about persuasive advocacy. So when legal trainees are applying or in interviews, can you explain a tangible way they can demonstrate that they possess the skill of persuasive advocacy?
I think by presenting both sides of an argument. So, for example, this year, hope I'm not giving any particular trade secrets away, we gave an example of a domestic abuse case. You were asked to research the subject, and then I think 5 days before on the morning of the interview, you're given an actual case study. So you research to apply to that particular topic. So I think giving, you know, both sides of the arguments, but reaching a conclusion, and nailing your colours to the mast. Don't be completely beige, you know. Come to a view which, you know, you can say on the balance of the evidence, I would suggest that the correct course of action is X. But identify those factors. And use again the resources which are there for you. Go on our website. We make our decisions on whether to prosecute or not against a very simple set of principles called the Code for Crown Prosecutors. You'll be amazed how many people come before us and don't mention the Code for Crown Prosecutors. It's a definite plus point in any interview involving the CPS. And cases are subjected to what's called the full code test, which has 2 stages to it: the evidential stage and the public interest stage. And this year, so many candidates fell away because they didn't address the public interest stage. And there are about 3 or 4 pages within the code which list typical factors of what public interest assessments we make. And reference to those was absolutely critical to a complete answer to the legal conundrum that we set. And the rest of our interview then is much more general. We'll move away from the legal, and we are part of the civil service, so we then have to ask some of the civil service questions that are very more wide-ranging. You know, might ask you, for example, when you've had to research something and then apply it in a practical sense, or when you've had to influence others who were perhaps instinctively inclined to your view. And that could be in any sort of context, on a committee, or even organising a trip. As long as you can pick up those principles and give us a lively, well-informed response, you'll be hitting the right buttons.
I just have one more final question.
Sure.
Obviously, you're practicing in the public sector.
Yes.
And you also practice in the private sector, correct?
I did do a long time ago, yeah.
Yeah.
But I come into contact with the private sector a lot because obviously, typically they're our opponents. I was until recently on the Council of the Manchester Law Society, which is a mixture of all types of solicitors and other legal entities.
So following on to that, what would you suggest is the main benefit for working for the CPS? What makes you get out of bed every morning and be proud to work for the CPS?
Right, well I'll deal with the sort of the type of work first, and then talk about our terms and conditions, which obviously are important. I like to think we're generally on the side of right, so it's a fairly virtuous role that we perform. The criminal law is a fairly crude mechanism for delivering some sort of compensation, with a small c, to the victim of crime. A victim who has been assaulted, sexually interfered with, has lost loved ones in a car accident, or, at the worst end, a bereaved family who've suffered a homicide. And some of those meetings have been the most impacting on me. And generally, I can only say, well, I will make sure that we deliver that which the criminal justice system can give you in terms of recompense. Now, obviously, that's never going to replace the life of a loved one, or put right an injury sustained in a violent attack. But that's the best that we've been able to come up with. So, delivering justice, which sounds a very high and mighty sort of principle, is very much our commodity, if you put it in sort of those sort of terms. I don't have to go out and look for the work. I have a fairly, I think a totally transparent mechanism for assessing those cases. Honouring the principles of the code and those two tests that I've just mentioned. So, one goes to bed at night really with a clear conscience. If you feel you've not met the standards that that case demanded, then you might not sleep so well. But if you're doing the job to your best of your ability, you're not there trying to generate profit for a shareholder or just squeeze more fees out of your client, you're delivering something that's very important for a mature society. In terms of conditions, we do register very well, really, in terms of the surveys on students' assessments of employments. We have flexi-time. We have a lot of flexible working now. An awful lot of people, particularly during the lockdown, we had 3,000 staff, working from home. All those places of work, be they the attic, the kitchen, or whatever, were assessed for health and safety. We have ergonomic chairs going out to all and sundry's houses, laptops, really looking after our people, making sure we had regular contact with them. We probably don't pay what you might earn in the big blue circle firms in London, etc. but then we don't make as much demands on your time, and we don't subject you to the sort of pressure that you might come under in those environments. We are a very diverse organisation. There is a very active social scene and support mechanisms, but a lot of emphasis on welfare and well-being. You're given an individual learning allowance every year to spend on books or anything more widely associated with your well-being. We have a fairly generous holiday entitlement, and typically, you're in nice establishments, although unfortunately you do have to encounter criminals from time to time when you go to court.
Thank you.
Yes,
I have just
Alex again.
one final question. The University of Salford offers professional experience years with law courses and law with criminology courses. Does the CPS offer those?
We offer work experience virtually at the moment, and we do that with Salford. I'm a member of the business board here, and
we did in January. I was on the. It was with David Layton.
Yes, David.
Experience Week.
Yeah.
That was really good. So I was wondering if there's any.
There are some more coming up. So have you got David's email address?
Yes.
Yeah. If you email him, funnily enough, because we do have a small scholarship arrangement with Salford. It's for the ethnic minority groups through the Anthony Walker Foundation. Anthony Walker was a law undergraduate at John Moores University, tragically murdered a number of years ago, and our colleagues in Merseyside worked with the Anthony Walker Foundation to establish a bursary scheme. We are now tacked onto that with Salford, so Salford undergraduates are eligible to apply for the Anthony Walker Foundation support. I've got a student at the moment who is here. I think she's she's just at the end of her second year. So she's had a bursary of £5,000 to assist with her undergraduate costs, and that is ongoing. So again, if you look at our website and look at the Anthony Walker scheme, if you fall into the eligibility criteria, you could apply for consideration for that. Sorry, yes, you got your hand up there. I'm looking into the lights.
So good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Vishal. I'm not from the law field at all. So I had a question. So since you have been in this particular field for so many years, and you must have seen lots of cases or judgments. So is there any judgment which has affected you personally, and you're probably giving sleepless nights?
Can you just speak up at the end? Sorry, there. Any judgment?
Any judgment that has affected you personally on a personal level, or how did you cope up with that?
Maybe I've become hardened. I don't. I've seen an awful lot of dreadful crimes over those 30 odd years now that I've been doing it. And there are a number of landmark cases that do stand out. I remember the thing about the job as well. I mean, when you're doing the cases day in, day out, is that you think even after 20 years you've seen every type of criminality. But I did a case, it turned out to be my last big case, which concluded in October 2020, which was the prosecution of a guy called Reynard Sinaga, who was a postgraduate student in Manchester. Nothing to do with Salford, I'm pleased to say, but he had been living in the city centre in an apartment on Princess Street, and luring young males back to his flat, where on the pretext of being a good Samaritan, helping them out with things like recharging their phones, a bed for the night, have a quiet drink in my flat now the bar's closing, etc. So typically preying on young males in vulnerable states, very often in a drunken state, 2 a.m. in the club area of town, and then raping them, drugging them with an almost anaesthetic-like drug, so they're completely helpless, and then in the next morning, and filming the activities which he got up to. And only by chance did we discover just what he'd been up to when one of his would-be victims came to slightly sooner than Reynard had anticipated, realised what was going on, began to assault Sinaga, who himself called the police. And by the greatest of chances, the police took, and they attended to originally arrest the man who was attacking him, who we now know to be a rape victim. In the melee, they picked up Sinaga's phone by mistake. As a patient, because he was badly assaulted, as a patient at the MRI, the police noted how agitated he was at getting his phone back. So they had a look at the phone, and they discovered what Sinaga had been up to, went back to his place and found other films and recordings, and they then had to identify, and this is why it's such a unique case. I've dealt with other male rapes before, but this was a case where none of the victims knew that they had been offended against, which is a quite unique feature in terms of the cases that I've had over the years. Obviously, murder victims don't complain in the sense that they don't bring their death to the attention of the police, but that's a separate issue. But these were people who had woken up the next morning, felt really rough, the worst hangover they've ever experienced, not knowing that they'd been abused by Sinaga in the way I've described. So the first job for the police was to sit through all these gruesome recordings, try to identify the victim, and then go and see the victim and say, I've got some terrible news for you, but you were the victim of a rape, in Manchester in May 2019. You're going to have to watch this recording and confirm that this is you. Not the sort of knock on the door that you would want, and reactions of hundreds of men, varied, from people who didn't want to know any more about it, from those who were determined to have their moment in court, as we brought justice to those victims. And Sinaga is probably, if not the world's, then certainly Britain's most prolific rapist, and is now serving. We had to have 4 trials with typically 12 victims in each trial. He wouldn't plead guilty despite the evidence being there on screen. He tried to convince juries that the victims were consenting to this activity. Thankfully, 4 different juries didn't buy that story, convicted him, and eventually, he got this 40-year, and he will serve 40 years, but it's a life sentence. Rape carries life. In theory, it's a life sentence with a minimum tariff of 40 years, so he will be in his mid-70s before he's even eligible for release. So that case was, unique, remarkable, impactful for all the reasons. In fact, my last visit to Salford Quays was to talk about that case to the national media. So it brought some memories back as I came onto the Media City this morning. Yes? Any more?
Yeah. Hello.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I can't see you.
Just really quickly, this is going to have to be the last question.
Right. Sorry. Yeah, I'm not watching the time. Thanks, Naomi.
No, it's fine.
I'm sorry. My name is Obajo Lolade. I'm currently studying computer science, my first year. So I'm actually curious about how you deal with your emotions handling this type of case.
You're curious about what type of case?
How do you handle your emotions?
Handling my emotions.
Yeah, handling some of this.
I suppose it just comes from that P word, that professionalism. Obviously on occasions you do get more worked up than on others, but it's keeping those in there. I mean, a good advocate is calm. A good advocate, you know, they always say, never ask a question that you don't know the answer to. So it's that controlled sort of way in which you present a case, or you try to dismantle the other side's case. It's a forensic, I suppose, approach to casework. But you know, on occasions, there are those, you know, where, for example, I'm arguing that you shouldn't get bail, that you should be remanded in custody. And, you know, the more serious, the more tragic, the more awful the crime, the more you feel those emotions coming, and you know, you just have to keep those in check at times to make sure that you don't overstep the mark, because, you know, your tribunal, your judge, or whatever will say, you know, that's beyond the pale. You know, there are rules of advocacy, you have to observe those, and they help you to keep your understandable emotions, you know, in check. Well, thanks for inviting me, and thanks for sitting through my presentation, such as it was, and good luck with all your studies. And Naomi has my details if anyone has another question that occurs to you afterwards.
Thank you, Ian.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Good luck.
Thank you. So our next speaker is here. If you want to just remain in the room while we just set up. Okay.
Well, I'm thinking more for like when students are asking questions.
Yeah, if you want to.
Thank you.
I think I'm going to need counselling after that session. That last question hit me a little bit. Has anyone seen In the Line of Duty?
Yes.
It gives a different picture, doesn't it? Right, so first of all, thank you for Salford for having me here. It's actually quite a bit emotional for me. So I actually used to be where you all are right now. So I used to be an international student myself. I started in Salford in 1996, a long time ago, on the back of what was a bizarre set of A-levels that I did a long time ago. And I joined Salford. I actually had a choice between Salford and Glamorgan University in Wales, bizarrely enough. And Salford, they took me in and on the basis that they had what they called was a foundation year. And the idea was to get a chance to try all the engineering degrees out to see which ones fitted my profile best. At the time, I kind of just knew that I just wanted to be in tech. I was leaving college obsessed with websites, bizarrely enough. I used to design websites all the time for no particular reason, just going designing websites for all sorts of things. And I knew I just wanted to be in technology. And And I enjoyed it, and then I chose to be on electronic and computer systems engineering degree. Sorry, I passed it now. There you go, that's tech for you. I'll talk. So I joined the electronic and computer sciences, computer systems engineering degree at Salford, but I also chose it for one particular reason. It was a 4-year degree, and we had a year in industry, which I'll come to in a minute. But a little bit about Planisware, first of all, the company that I work for. So I'm the managing director of Planisware in the UK. I joined them in 2016 to set up the UK office, just across the way in the White Tower, which is just on the other side of the building that we're in right now. We had the opportunity to set up a company in the UK with Planisware. I approached them, and this is one thing I'm going to talk about a bit later as well. I approached them on the back of having done a number of operations management roles, but I always knew that I wanted to start something from scratch. Possibly my own company, but I just didn't have the momentum to do that just yet. So I approached Planisware and I just said, right, this is my profile, this is what I've got, my background, my experience. You haven't got a UK office, and this is how I think I can set up a UK office for you and run it as well. And it was a bit of a test, if you like. So I actually chose 4 companies that I emailed directly about this. I didn't want to work for a company that had a job spec that was pre-written for me. I like a varied role. And Planisware responded, and I spent, I think it was about 6 to 8 months, backwards and forwards, their head office, which is actually in Paris, whilst I had my other job, trying to work out what the business case would be if we were to set up a UK office, which is in itself quite daunting because I've never done it before. I didn't know all the different parameters that needed to set up a business, but I was always going to push myself to try and work out how to do that. Anyway, so I joined in 2016 and we're based, like I said, just across the way. Planisware is a global company. We're $120 million, headquarters in Paris. We have 12 offices globally, so San Francisco, Germany, I think we've got 3 other offices in the US, Tokyo, Montreal, I think we've got an office, or Quebec, I can't remember, and Manchester. We actually did have an argument about whether they should be in London or Manchester. I obviously said Manchester. They were like, well, why would you have an office in London? I was like, why would you? But I have a bit of a bias, obviously. I went to Salford Uni, and just a bit of a backstory. When I was at Salford Uni, this site here was just, I think it was just this building and the BBC building at the time. The Lowry was just being built at the time as well, and our cohort, we graduated in 2000, and we were the first to use that as our graduation site, and we were like ecstatic about it. I remember going into the room and seeing the whole site inside it, with all the purple walls, and that was the only thing everyone ever remembered talking about. And so that's why we set up in Salford. I did say to them that you don't have to base it around me, I might be running it, but I kid you not, you're better off in Manchester than London. You're paying a premium, it's congested, there's too many people down there. Manchester's better. Just come to Manchester. Anyway, they agreed, and we're set up there. In terms of what we do, the slides are back up. Right, just give you a bit of intro on what we do. So, as I said, global company, we're actually a lot bigger than most people realise. I'll talk about what we do in a short while. So, some stats on there on how big we are. Nearly 600 employees. The last count at the end of last month was actually closer to 650 employees globally. 15% year-on-year growth. Just to put that into context, so the company was started by our 4 founders back then. There's only 3 of them now, and they're still running the business. They used to work for Thales, and they were, as a lot of startups start, they were frustrated with the way that people were running projects, the way they were managing teams, the tools they were using. They were all very archaic and not very efficient. So Pierre de Monson, my boss, the CEO, the main founder, they extracted themselves out of Thales and set up the business that is now Planisware. That was back in 93, 94, but then officially they started in 1996. Every year since then, they've had, on average, 15% growth. Every year. Now, when I came across Planisware, I kind of thought, that's just too good to be true. But that's exactly what they have, and that's why the business is where it is now. When I joined, we were about 250 employees. 6 years ago. Now we're nearly 700 employees with 12 offices globally. So pretty impressive. We're a big tech company, but we don't boast about it too much. One of the things that a lot of our competitors point out is the fact that we have our own data centers, for example. So I'll come to what we do in a minute. And a lot of tech companies tend to host their software, if they're SaaS companies, with someone else. So Amazon or Google or Rackspace, if they're still around, whatever it might be. And a lot of our customers rely very heavily on our system being up and running all the time, 99.9% of the time. And we found ourselves constantly dependent on them. And our CEO and the CTO decided to invest in our own data centers. So we own the infrastructure from the point of view of the software being built, so we own the software. We also own the infrastructure it sits on. That means that the customer can rely on us. Now, the flip side of that is that when it goes wrong, it's all on us. Okay? So we have to invest in it. But as a tech company, that's your responsibility. You can't say to your customer, oh, sorry, the web server is down because Rackspace is not doing what they need to do. The customer doesn't care. That's your responsibility. So we've taken that on board and we do that ourselves. In terms of, so I said, I mentioned the 12 offices locally. It's in Manchester there, so I wasn't joking. Just to give you some idea of some of the companies that we work with, I'm going to flip through that quite quickly because I want to get to the last slide. In Planisware, we tend to be what we call picky about our customers. So we don't just win customers for the sake of winning customers. I started the company in the UK in 2016, and it was very tempting to win any customer because you want to make revenue, you want to grow the business, etc., etc. That's not always the best strategy. You need to choose your customers very, very carefully, especially in tech, because the wrong customer can drag you down dramatically. So when I joined, within 12 months of joining, we had a big opportunity. And I kid you not, I remember thinking, this is big. I've only been here 18 months, or 12, 18 months, and already I've got this on the plate to work on. And I remember the VP of sales, who's also one of the founders. And this guy, sales-wise, he's miles ahead of me. He's got years of experience. He said to me, it might happen, it might not, but I wouldn't worry if it doesn't, because I don't think they're ready for Planisware, and we're not ready for them. When a customer gets Planisware, in terms of understanding what value it brings to them, they just get it, and it just works. Yes, some of our customers are a bit more challenging, etc., etc. But just on there, if I just give you some examples of some of the customers that we've got there and why they're crucial. So if you look at Ford Motor Company, they've got 3 instances of our software. Sorry, I'll just digress actually, just to give you a context of what the software actually does. So it's an enterprise project and portfolio management software. So what that means is, people often compare it to Microsoft Projects. Think Microsoft Project, but on stilts and moving at lightning speed. Okay, so Ford Motor Company, for example, they use our software to manage all of their vehicle programs. So when they're designing the brand new Ford Focus platform, for example, all of that is planned in our software. The R&D tech that they use to develop that new vehicle is planned in software, in our software. The innovation ideas that they have before they do the R&D, all of that is also planned in Planisware as well. Another example, and they've got like nearly 30,000 users on our software globally. Another example is GSK, what is on there? Sanofi and Pfizer. So I'll talk about those specifically in the context of COVID. So if you remember, obviously at the time when COVID hit, there was a lot of worry about how quickly can we develop the vaccine to tackle the pandemic. And at the time, we knew that our customers were using our software to do a lot of stuff in pharma tech. But a lot of them are quite secretive about it for good reason. First, they don't want their competitors to know what they're doing. Secondly, from a proprietary point of view, they don't want to kind of sing and dance about it, and then something goes wrong, and then litigation, and then people like Ian get dragged in for the consequences of that. But we have videos of Pfizer, for example, talking about how they use Planisware software to plan all their clinical trials. Okay. Now, when I found out about this, I was like, wow, we're doing that? It's life-changing stuff. So all the clinical trials that they have to do, all of them was planned inside Planisware. AstraZeneca is also one of our customers as well. And there's another customer that's not on there, which is one of my favourite ones, because I'm into astrophotography and all, anything space, and one of our customers is Arian Space. Now, Arian Space have a bunch of programs where they build and launch spacecrafts into space, and the last one that was the most prominent one was, does anyone know the James Webb Space Telescope? Yeah. Yeah. So the James Webb Space Telescope is the replacement for the Hubble telescope. Anyone know the Hubble telescope? Yeah. So the vehicle that launched that telescope into space, the company planned the build and the launch on Planisware inside our software. So even right down to the sequence, the launch sequence, to when it actually goes up. On Christmas Day, the day it was launched, I had literally on the table in the house the project plan, ticking off all the tasks as it was happening. Now, that's something a bit dear to my heart. But the point is that our software is life-changing. It is very, very innovative stuff that we're helping our customers deliver. And we've only started to really understand that as a company ourselves, because we do it quite humbly. We just kind of slowly get on with it. But lately, we've been reviewing what our brand is, what our identity is, and we've kind of realised, right, we're doing some big stuff out there. Let's talk about it more. So that's some of our customers. And in terms of areas that we cover, quite prolific in terms of areas that we cover, industry-wise. And often people say, does that mean that you build your software for each of those industries? No, it's exactly the same software, running on exactly the same SaaS platform, but it's configured for each industry specifically. The principles and how we do it are exactly the same. Each customer just has a different set of use cases, and we configure accordingly to meet their needs. Okay, so that's Planisware. Kind of going on about them a little bit. So, in terms of me, my career, how I got here, from Salford, I still remember the day that I actually arrived at Salford train station. I was petrified, absolutely petrified. Because I just messed with my A-levels. I was like, what am I going to do? What is it that I need to do with myself? But there were a number of things that stuck in my head as an individual. I knew I wanted to be as successful as I possibly could be. At that time, I felt as if I'd let myself down quite a lot. And I thought, if I'm going to do anything next, I need to make sure I apply myself 300% as much as I could. Now, thinking back, I probably overdid it a little bit at times, but who doesn't? And I'll just talk through some of the key points through my career that helped me to get to where I am now. And I don't want to underestimate the importance of trying to think about it in the context of your own selves. Everyone's individual situation is very, very different. But there will be things that might well resonate. If they do, just reach out, ask me, and I'll try and answer as best as I can. As I said earlier on, one of the reasons why I chose the course that I did for 4 years at Salford was the industrial experience. Now, back then, I remember thinking to myself, I have no idea what working means. I know that you go to work, you earn money, etc., but what it actually means. What does it mean to sit and work in an office environment? University was not giving me that. College was not going to give me that. Unless I'd had experience in a work environment, I wasn't going to get it anywhere else. So I was insistent on having that. Just like Ian said, British Nuclear Fuels back then, they had, it wasn't a bursary, but they had a relationship with Salford, which meant that they had a number of courses around engineering that meant that you could then do a placement at BNFL, and then at the end of your degree, BNFL then had first shout at picking students off of that course. I chose to do that. It was fascinating. I remember it, so the initial placement was in the Safety and Risk Management Department in BNFL, but the R&D section. So they were the ones who were basically trying to work out how to keep the silos safe. So when all the nuclear plants kind of been decommissioned, they don't have to keep it safe. And this is like a number of years worth of projects. And my job was to try and turn all their safety case documents into electronic documents. Think back to my obsession with websites. I was in my element. I was like, right, I'm just taking documents, turning them into websites. Brilliant. And BNFL were great because they sponsored my final year at university as well, whereby they gave me a project to work on. They asked me to create an intranet for them. They gave me a PC. They helped me buy books. They bought me software, web design software. And I remember the project because at the time I was like, I'm building a product. I'm literally building a product. And feeling stayed with me as a way to show me that, yeah, I can make something out of myself, I can push myself, and I have to find the right place to do it. So that was the experience side. As I said, I left university with the obsession of wanting to get into tech. Unfortunately, if you leave me to it, I will literally bankrupt the household spending money on tech. I'm always wondering, what's the new thing that's come out? What can it do? How can it add value to something that I'm doing? And so on and so forth. So I'm a bit obsessed with it. Now, I also knew as well that I enjoy managing people more than I actually like tech. So tech's something that I'll do in my free time. I enjoy it. But nothing gives me a greater satisfaction than actually seeing people develop themselves and be the better version. So when I had the chance to set up Plan Is Where, I literally jumped at it with both hands and both feet and everything else I could think of, all the energy I could summon. It's a very scary situation because all of a sudden I was on my own, and the team in Paris, the head office, my boss, they gave me pretty much 100% autonomy. We'd already come up with a business case. They weren't going to micromanage me. They just said, there's the plan, go do it. You need help, let us know. They don't check in with me every 3 weeks to see whether I'm spending £2.50 or £2.55. None of that. It's just a case of get on with it. Now, that came with a huge amount of trust that they had to work out to make sure that I could do what they've asked me to do. And they've done this before as well. They've opened offices all over the world, so they had a bit of a blueprint on how to do it. So we talked through all of that, and it just left me to it. The hardest part, everything else was easy. The product is first class. I've talked about it. The industry is hungry for digital transformation, doing more with tech. That wasn't a problem. The hardest part was finding the right people and growing them and molding them and getting them to understand what value they bring to the company so that we create a cohesive team. That's the hardest part, and that's the part that I enjoy the most. It's also the most stressful part because you have to be in tune with as many people in the team as possible, and that's crucial. And that allowed me to also use my MBA. So when I left Salford, I joined an engineering company, automotive industry, in the R&D department. And I started doing a lot of tech stuff. But very quickly, as I said, I knew that I wanted to manage people. And they said, okay, fine. So they gave me a project, again, internal project, and I excelled. I excelled because I formed rapport with people, I enjoy interacting with people a lot. But I was concerned that I was just doing this by experience, and I didn't have some of the groundings that maybe I should have in terms of management skills, organizational development, HR, all those things that underpin how you run a business. I didn't have those groundings. My engineering degree didn't give me all of that, any of that in fact. So I said I wanted to do an MBA. I did a bunch of research, and the first response I got from the company was no. They said, no, you're too young to do an MBA. And that knocked me a little bit, because I was like, well, why? Why am I too young to do an MBA? Why do I have to wait until I'm 40, 45, 50? So I went back and we argued backwards and forwards. And I put the case forward. I actually had a chat with Ian, actually. I put the case forward as to why I thought, no, I need to do it now. Because if I don't do it now, by the time I come to 40, 45, 50, I might have formed some bad habits. And then if I do it then, I'm wrestling with quite a lot of internal conflict myself. Anyway, long story short, they said yes, started the MBA, and it nearly killed me, to say the least. I was working full-time and doing an MBA for 2.5 years at Lancaster Management School. And it was brilliant because that helped me broaden my horizons dramatically. So I'll just jump to the third from the bottom point about pushing yourself. I hate finance. Anything to do with finance, I can't stand it. And I don't know why, but I know that. So I decided that one of the things I was going to focus heavily on the MBA was the finance part, because I knew that if I was going to be starting a business or in a business, I need to know the finance. So one of the things I would say is, if you can, understand what your limits are and find ways to push past them. Not to the point where it becomes mentally challenging and detrimental, but you might need to push yourself past those limits. Because if you don't, you stay in your comfort zone. Your comfort zone is a safe place. It's okay, it's comfortable, but you might need to just step out of it a little bit. That's where the growth happens. Okay. Mentors and networking. Naomi has repeatedly helped me in that area. I can't stress it often enough. You're all at a point where you just getting ready to go out into the wide world again, that finding people to connect with is crucial. There's so many things out there that you will find out without realizing it. So many connections that you will make. I suggest you start mentoring, finding someone to mentor you, and also networking with people. It is absolutely crucial. Okay. And then the last one, let the plan crinkle out. Someone told me that when I was my first job, first company actually. When I left university, I had a 5-year plan, pretty precise 5-year plan, which was me through and through. Really, I'm a bit of a planner. And after I did the MBA, I started thinking about, right, what next? And one of the things the guy that said that to me was, he said, look, it's great to have a plan. You should have a plan of some kind, but you need to let things pan out a little bit. His exact words were, let it crinkle out a little bit, because sometimes opportunities will present themselves that you hadn't thought of. That may well take you in a bit of a direction that you weren't planning of, but actually is a better option for you. And sometimes that's scary because you're not sure whether it's the right one or not, but embrace it. Because, for example, would I have been in planners where if I'd stuck to my plan? I often wonder not, because my plan would have been pretty precise. I would have been looking for specific job specs, etc., etc. I chose to go to a company that didn't have a role advertised, that didn't have a spec. I created the role. I said, this is what I want to do. This is why I want to do it. Give me the room to do it, and let's see how it goes. Big risk, but it paid off. So I'm not complaining about that. So in summary, so Salford University, a bit of a defining moment for me joining the university. It's helped me immensely. And I think, you know, as I said at the start, I used to be an international student. There's a lot out there that is, you know, Ian mentioned it as well, that is not necessarily designed to make it easy for you to enter into certain areas. Don't let that stop you, okay? You know, there are job specs that are put on job boards all the time. Don't let that be the only place that you look for jobs. There are other ways to try and find jobs. Networking, connections, and also more and more companies are starting to think a lot differently about how they do recruitment now. Not using the traditional routes, because the traditional routes are actually quite narrow and they exclude a lot of people. So feel free to email the company. Find key contacts in there. Use LinkedIn. Just ping them and just see what happens. What have you got to lose? I got several no's before I got the yes that I have to be here. And there's nothing wrong with that. So, I think I've spoken enough. Any questions from anyone? Hey.
Hello. So my first question is, my first question is, how did you manage working full time and doing an MBA at the same time?
Like I said, nearly killed me. It was very, very difficult. I'm not going to lie about that. Very, very difficult. One of the reasons why I chose Lancaster, though, over Manchester Business School, I'll have to say, was the Lancaster University, the way that the course was designed was that every assignment that you had to do had to be based on an issue in your company that was sponsoring you. Okay? That meant two things. One, there was an overlap with my workload, which meant that I was doing things that was partly work I needed to do anyway, but also the company got something out of it. Okay? So that helped a little bit. The other way that Lancaster works is that I tried the exec MBA, and they do it in blocks. So you go on site, you do literally lectures from 8 till, I don't know, I think it was like 7, 8 o'clock at night, back to back, for a whole week. And then you come away with an assignment that you then come back, I think it was every 6 weeks with the assignment, and then you do another week on another module. So it was spaced out enough for you to absorb. And it wasn't, a lot of MBA courses you have to complete in a certain time, but Lancaster wasn't like that. They were quite flexible. So if you were struggling because work was kind of just picking up or whatever, they let you stretch it out. In terms of my time, I had no other responsibilities, so I had the kind of the freedom to kind of just blitz away at it, and I just threw everything at it. But I prepared myself for it as well. I knew it was going to be tough. The company knew that it was going to be tough, so workload was managed accordingly. But yeah, it was tough, but absolutely loved it. I remember finishing it thinking, I'd do that again.
Alright, so second question, sorry. Did you always want to work at Planning Square, or was it always something you've always wanted to do from the onset?
For a company like Planningsware, yes. So culture and environment is very important to me. Okay, if you work in a company that you're just another number in that company, I can't do that. I struggle with it very, very badly, because if I feel that I'm not adding value, I very quickly start caving into myself and not really wanting to do it, not getting out of bed, not feeling like enjoying it. The Planerswear culture is phenomenal. I could spend another half hour, an hour talking about the Planerswear culture. They're a French company, so luckily for me I actually speak French, so I went into the company quite confident, and I go to Paris quite a lot. They're a tech company, they give you autonomy, they like to see people grow, they celebrate success hugely. They don't do it half-heartedly, they really celebrate success. So it means that each time we're doing well, there's always talk about it. So I replicate that here with my team here as well. We're always doing that. So I knew what kind of company I wanted to work for. When I came across Planerswear, I was like, yeah, they're on my list of 4 that I emailed to say, I want to lead a company for you, and this is why. So.
Any more questions?
Alright, so my question is, since you're in the tech industry, and the tech industry is like spread throughout the world, right? So if you're looking out to search for a client to get under your company, there would be lots of companies who would be eyeing for that particular client, right? So how do you manage that? How do you manage to outshine your competitors? And secondly, is metaverse your competitor?
Is
Metaverse.
to your second question, no, they're not. I'm sure they're probably at some point the way they're going. But to your first question about how do we win? First of all, it's getting the right people in the business. So our sales team have to be second to none. They have to be, because they're the ones that help us win the business. The second part of the team is what we call the professional services team. They're the ones who take our core product, which is developed and maintained in Paris. They're the ones who then globally, for all our customers, configure it. But this is not just about software. Okay, the software, I mean, you guys know tech. It's not and ones. It's what it is. It does what you tell it to do. Ultimately, the key part that we are extremely good at is forming strong relationships with our customers, long-lasting relationship with our customers. Our sales cycles can be the best part of 2 years, maybe even 3, before you win. By the time you do that, the rapport that we have with that customer is so tangible that it means that they know how to get the best out of our software, and we know how they can get the best out of it. So it's a symbiotic relationship that really, really thrives. So when our CEO, who I said left Thales to set up the business, the first customer that we won back then was Genentech. This was back in '96. They're still our customer. So we keep our customers, and we invest heavily in keeping them. I just came back from Denver last week. We had a user conference there where we basically bring so this is the US office, bring all our US customers together to first thank them for being our customer, and we allow them to talk about how they're using Planerswear, and also for them to tell us what they think they need to see in the product. So if you remember the previous slide I had about the different industries, so we then have industry customer advisory group boards, where they tell us in pharma, this is what we need more. So they do a lot of what we call parametric estimation, for example, which is AI for all intents and purposes, but it's not something that we broadcasted quite heavily. But for the clinical trials that they have to do in pharma, the data that they have to manipulate, it's immense. So we have to put in technology to allow them to do that. That investment, it propagates itself when a prospect from that industry comes along and they see it. They see how GSK or AstraZeneca are using it. It becomes a bit of a no-brainer. Not always that easy, but it's like, well, why would you not consider Planerswear when someone like AstraZeneca is using it in your industry? Why would you not? Why would you not if someone like Airbus is using it? Why would you not consider it? So we have to invest in the product and the people, and then hopefully the rest kind of just falls in line. Yeah.
Thank you, Kai.
Sorry, can I ask
Oh, sorry, go.
Sorry. You were talking about planning. So I want to ask you, and you said something about the opportunities, folding out, even when you don't plan. So I want to say, is it not like a good thing to know what you are gonna do in the future or something? Like just have a rough plan in your head. Or what's your personal view about it?
Absolutely, yeah. You need to have some sort of, I don't know, lighthouse, if you like, at the end. You that's where I always know when to be in tech. That was an emotional feeling that I had because I love technology and I like managing people. So you need to have something that you're aiming for. I think the point is more that it's not linear. Often people expect careers to be linear or education to be linear. You start primary school, secondary school, GCSE, A-levels, and you come out of university. It doesn't always have to be that way. It doesn't always have to be. There's a lot that's changing in industries that are starting to realise that actually not everyone can go through that linear route, for starters. And then when you get into the world of career, there's always this kind of linear, I remember saying to myself, I want to become a managing director. And someone asked me why, and I couldn't tell them why. I just knew why, because in my head it was a pinnacle of something that I needed to be. Now, I've become that. But people assume you have to become a junior software engineer, senior software engineer, exec engineer, and so on and so forth. Yeah, possibly, but you don't have to do that. Sometimes getting experience in different departments, there might not necessarily be a seniority thing, might not be a bad thing. It's experience. Take it, bank it. But if you know that it's going to add value to that end goal, there's no loss in doing that. So yeah, have a plan, but be prepared to adapt. So Ian talked about what our industry is looking for, and I was sat there thinking, yeah, that's what we're looking for as well. You need to be adaptable. If you're too rigid in what you want to do, it stops you testing new areas out. That's when you might miss out on things, opportunities. To answer your question.
Great, that's a big question. Thank you very much. Big round of applause for
Thank you.
Thank you so
So yeah, exactly what you just said. What's your name? Sorry. Uchi. Have I said that right, Uchi?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure I'm really rubbish when it comes to names, so I just want to make sure I pronounce it correctly. So yeah, exactly that. So the pathway to your career isn't going to be like that. Some people's are. Some people start in a business and end up working there for 20 years. Whether a lot of people will be like that. Bet you think I'm a nutter, don't you? My career hasn't been linear. No way. I started off, I was a waitress, and then I got sacked because I used to eat some of the dessert. Then I worked in retail, so I worked in H&M, Topshop, Waterstones. Then I did pension reviews, which was awful. But that was basically in a call centre where I would ring up people and ask them if they wanted a pension review. Then what did I do? And then I got my first job in recruitment. So like all the things before that, I wouldn't class as my career. However, a lot of the skills that I learned in those different jobs, customer service, how to deal with problems, you know, sales as well, you know, simply as adding things up. So I went from hospitality to retail to pension reviews, then into what I'm doing now. So yeah, where you're starting off, you're going to have different journeys. I'll let you start.
Okay.
Can you please both remember to stay in the line?
Oh, sorry. Should we sit down?
Yeah, should we sit?
Do you want to come maybe close to the front? If it's up to you, but maybe it might just be a bit more
Interactive, yeah, because actually we struggle to see everyone.
If
Okay.
you're sitting down, you don't need those handheld mics.
All right, thanks,
Well, I'm
Ian.
not going to sit down. You can sit down. I can't sit down.
What?
Because someone's got to do the clicky thing, unless we can get this clicky thing to work actually. Does it work? Does it? Yes, it does. Okay, perfect. Okay, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Let me just turn this off. So we're talking about the fact that careers are very interchangeable. Most people will have perhaps 4 different careers in their work history, which is very different to what it was maybe 25, 30 years ago. So just before we kick off, I know Ruby, you've sort of told me about your career path. My first career was in the travel industry. So I worked as a travel agent, and then I worked for a tour operator, and then I worked for the tour operator overseas. Then my family had moved up north, and I got a job in IT recruitment, and then I went from IT recruitment to travel recruitment, and then I took 4 years out to have my 2 daughters. And I remember at the time, lots of people were like, okay, that big 4-year gap in your CV is going to be a problem.
A hindrance.
It never has been. And actually, after having the 4 years time out, I actually set up the UK arm of an American events company. And it was purely, everything has been sort of accidental to where I am now. So the events company was something that I'd seen online. I was researching party ideas for my daughter and came across this American business that was in 27 cities across America, and it was for parents and kids, and it was called Baby Loves Disco. And I was researching ideas for my daughter. She wanted a disco, and it just sounded amazing. So I contacted them and said, had they thought about bringing it to the UK? They hadn't. That was in January 2007. In September 2007, we launched it in London and Manchester, and within 2 years we're in 9 cities across the UK. We had a TV advertised album with Universal, and we had some sponsorship deals and some licensing deals, and every time we went to a new city we would create a community around it. So did loads of really amazing things. I learned a lot of skills. I don't think I would have, if you'd have sort of asked me when I was a travel agent and when I worked in recruitment whether I'd ever come to work for myself, I probably wouldn't have said yes. And then everything has come because I put myself in the right place at the right time and had the right conversations. So, careers are very, very different to what they were when my mum, saying that, my mum's had a couple of careers. Her first career was in nursing. Your mum's had a couple of different careers. So I'm not saying this is a new thing, but it's becoming, you know, I think that whole thing around you go to university and you do a specific subject, and that means that you're going to go to use that specific subject in a certain industry. It's not really like that anymore. So it starts out in one direction but zigzags through insights, discovery and happy accidents. So the reason I'm sat here is because I have continuously learnt, and I've put myself out of my comfort zone, and I've volunteered, and I've put more skills into my toolbox, and it's given me the ability to be able to do what I'm doing now. And I think I could probably guarantee, I know some of you have been to university before, I know some of you had work histories before. Every single skill that you've got from every job that you've had is something that will enhance you and also give you an edge to perhaps other people. So, you know, I remember even down to the sort of customer service jobs that I had in between college and sixth form, even down to when I was 13, my first job was I had a paper round. And, you know, even at that age, I knew that I had to be nice to the customers and I had to do a good job. I had to get up early in the morning because I had to go to school as well. So if I didn't get up early, I wouldn't be able to do my paper round. So time management and things like that, even as a 13-year-old kid, I had a good work ethic. So careers used to be about climbing the ladder. Have you heard that term before? Climbing the career ladder. They were linear, predictable, straightforward, and you knew what was going to happen next. And yet, when was the last time you used these types of phrases to describe your work or career? So does anyone ever use that, the career ladder? Use that terminology anymore? I can't remember the last time I did.
No.
And this is a really key thing. None of us expect a job for life anymore, but careers for life are disappearing too. Most of us can expect as many 4 different types of careers during our working life. So it used to be, if you perhaps got a job in the public sector, you would be in that role for the rest of your life because you get a really great pension, you would get really great career prospects and training, and actually it was a bit like a sort of steady Eddie type thing. I'm not saying that it's any more difficult or easier working in the public sector, but it used to be seen in this country that you would have a job for life. And if you go back to how industries change, so I think we're in the 3rd or 4th industrial revolution at the moment. If we go back to the first industrial revolution, when you had you know, lots of factories, and we had, you know, steam engines and
mills
and all that stuff, and all the things that have evolved. So you think about you know, the UK, especially in the north, we used to have loads of coal mines. There's hardly any coal mines anymore, and actually villages and towns have had to regurgitate other jobs and opportunities for the people that live in those towns because the mines had to shut. And it's the same, I think you know, it's not a thing, it is the same for many other things. Technology is fantastic, but actually some technology has removed the use to have humans. You know, I gave an example before about supermarkets, the way that supermarkets have evolved. Factories, you know, we've got robots doing things in factories, but you still need humans to program the robots. Let's not forget that.
I think another thing as well, it was very, you know, even just before the pandemic, the precedence was that if you jumped around, that was a negative. However, it's becoming a lot more, and I jumped around, and a lot of it's because of maybe the work environment wasn't right for me, or whatever it was. It's a lot more acceptable now to look, you know, to try things out and jump around. And I'm not saying every few weeks get a new job, but now people expect people to go and try something here, progress and do a role somewhere else. And as long as you can explain the reasons for why you left and why you went to that role, it used to be that you had to stay in a company for 4 years because it looked good on your CV. If you work somewhere that's bad for your mental health, leave. It's not worth it. It doesn't matter whether you've been there for 6 months or whatever, leave. As long as you can explain that. And also the working world has become a lot more accepting to the fact we are humans and we are people. So it used to be that you'd stay in a job even though it made you miserable because it looked good on your CV. Now people talk about, you know, toxic workplaces, or it might be that you have a different passion or a different way that you want to go down. Now it's a lot more acceptable to go and try something here, try something there. And because there's that many amazing jobs going, it's becoming more acceptable to try different things out and go down different routes. So don't ever feel as though if you are at a business and you don't feel you're progressing, and you don't feel there is that next step for you, don't feel like you've got to waste another year, 2 years there just because it looks good.
I think also as well, you do have to perhaps list the skills that you've learned in the other jobs, whether they are appropriate for the new job or not. I think we've all got very, very different skills and different experiences through life. But I think those accidental moments are really important as well. And I think, again, you know, the next session we're talking about how to be part of like the local ecosystem. And this, you know, the things that we're talking about with careers and what we've been talking about during the week about, you know, personal branding, about making good connections, they're all very much interlinked. So careers today are characterised by change, uncertainty and ambiguity, and feel altogether squigglier than those of previous generations. Okay? There's a brilliant book, and I'm going to quote the book in a minute, and also some 5 hints and tips from it. But there's a book called Squiggly Careers, and it's all about this. It's the fact that actually, you know, 40, 50 years ago, careers just looked like that, and if you did one job, that was the job that you would have for life. Okay? Now, what we're saying is most people have several different careers during their career, so lots of different types of jobs, and it might be lots of different types of industries. And if I go back to my first career, which was in the travel sector, that was all about customer service. It was also I was selling holidays. Okay, I could sell holidays the best if I'd actually been to that location. So I'm a very visual learner. We were talking about how people learn in different ways. If I'd have been somewhere on holiday, like I loved Greece, so I could sell Greece really easily. I could sell ski holidays really easily. And I think, again, you know, the skills that I learned from that then helped me in the next job that I had, which was in recruitment. And I was working in tech recruitment in the late 90s. I never thought, jumping on to where we are now, that I'd be working with tech companies again. And it's just, and there is a slide in here that talks about that. You might come out of an industry, but then go back into it with another toolbox of different skills that you've perhaps learned from other jobs.
I'm going to just give an example of my mum's career pretty quickly. So my mum's had about 6 careers. So she started in the travel industry. She used to work at Shearings, Coach Holidays. Then she went on, no, that's a lie. She started as a hairdresser. She trained to be a hairdresser, hated it, worked for my auntie, and she was like, I hate this. So then she went to work at Shearings Holidays, selling coaches, and my mum loves the holiday, so that set her up for life. Then she went to the prison service, started as a junior prison officer, worked her way up. She led the suicide prevention team. She trained other prison officers in the prison around suicide prevention, self-harm, drug abuse, substance abuse. Then she became governor, so that was at Garth Prison in Preston. Then she became governor at Hindley Prison, which was a juvenile prison, and working with really, really disadvantaged kids who had a really crap start in life. So she became really passionate about helping and supporting people. Then she left the prison service, and then she got a job within an aerospace business, doing sales admin. Hated it, but she loved the customer service part, and it also gave her skills around computers and technology. Then she went from a size 20 to a size 8 in 12 months. So for any men who don't understand women's sizes, that's been from like an XXXL down to an extra small. So she had a bit of cosmetic surgery work done. Then they offered her a job. So she started there selling...
That's the cosmetic surgery company offered her a job.
Yeah, cosmetic surgery company offered her a job. Started there in their sales team. Worked her way up to clinic manager. Had certifications within running a clinic. Then she went on to work for a car finance company. But the car finance company are a Japanese business who are very ethical, and they're all about ethical lending. So actually now what she does is lead the vulnerable customer team. So from her experience at Shearings within customer service, she's got experience from that. She leads a vulnerable customer team, so she used to train around suicide prevention in the prison. So her training skills and knowledge, she trains her own staff on now. Dealing with vulnerable customers, when she was in the prison and she led all those different teams, she now understands around vulnerable customers and maybe how they communicate. So every single one of her jobs has led her where she is now. She's done that for 7 years, and now she wants another career. So everything you learn, whether or not you feel it's valuable to where you want to be, it will be, because you'll have learned at least one skill there that you can take to another place.
This is a careers in the past.
That's literally my mum.
And then careers today. And this is the source is a really brilliant book called The Squiggly Career by Helen Tupper and Sarah Ellis. And this explaining how careers have changed. So how that whole having a job for life and people interchanging. So, you know, for me, when I was at school, I was never one of those people who knew what they wanted to do. My sister always wanted to be a teacher. My sister's 18 months younger than me, and I remember I had to pretend to be the pupil, and she was always the teacher. And she's now head of a school. She's got brilliant leadership skills, and she's a brilliant educator. So, and she doesn't want to do anything else, and that is absolutely fine. I've got a great friend called Beth Nunn. Beth Nunn always wanted to be a teacher as well. Okay, she had a career as a teacher for 9 years in high schools, and she was on the senior leadership team, and her really greatest skill was working with disengaged young people to get them back on track. Guess what she's doing now? Not teaching. She basically fell out of love with it, but what she really did love is helping those young disengaged people get back on track. Beth is the CEO of a social enterprise called PI, which stands for Pursuing Individual Excellence. And I remember when I was first introduced to Beth by her ex-partner, and she came on a starter boot camp that I did. And I remember just before we went on the start boot camp, she came to me, and she had this A4 sheet of paper with a whole page full of ideas. And what we left with after about an hour of talking to her is the 5 pillars or 5 pieces of the pie that she still uses today. And she's been running that business now since 2017, and she absolutely loves every minute of it. But all the skills that she had from a teacher and actually running, because most of her customers are schools, she is best placed to work in that, because doing what she's doing, because if you've worked in education, you know how to sell to education. So really interesting. You know, some people, you know, will always do the same thing. Some people will have lots of different careers. I've got a really lovely friend called Pete Mills. Pete, when he went to university, he did law and he became a lawyer. He hated every minute of it. And what he does now, he works with tech entrepreneurs. He's a tech entrepreneur himself. He used to have a digital agency, and the tech that he has supports law, part of it. So, you know, he's gone from being a lawyer, not liking it, still being on the periphery of it, still has an interest in you know, what lawyers do, but more on the technical side of things. We are more able than ever to move frequently and fluidly between different roles, industries, disciplines, and how we work is changing too. What I will say, and Ruby can chip in on this as well, is that over the last 2 years we have had to change how we work. Employers have had to change the way that their employees work. So overnight we were told that we couldn't go into the office, and companies have to change very, very quickly. And what's happened now is actually, and there are some stats around this, is that a lot of employees were more productive working from home. But what's happening now, and we can sort of say this from the tech sector, in the tech sector, you've now got London-based companies competing for Manchester talent. Because actually what they're saying is you don't need to come and work in London, you can do it from your home. And we'll pay you a London salary.
Working 4 days a week. So there was a dev that I knew at my last place. I was placing him in, I'm not going to say the name, but I was placing him in a company who had fantastic benefits, really well paid, hybrid working. He got the job, and then he rang me on the Monday and he said, I've got some bad news. And I said, oh no. So I go on. Told me he'd been offered a job for 35 grand more than he was on. Offered a 9k sign-up bonus. So just for signing on the dotted line that he was joining that business, they were giving him 9 grand as a thank you. And he got offered 2 weeks free holidays. Because companies are competing for talent that much. He lives in Bolton and he works 4 days a week from home. And the company is in central London. And that's what companies are now having to do, to compete for talent. So you're not just open to the northwest market, you're open to roles genuinely.
Nationally and globally.
Nationally and globally. I think the other thing to mention as well is, it used to be, so a few years ago I remember I was recruiting for a head of finance role for a nursery in Bournemouth, of all places, that don't have many finance people living there. And there was a guy called Paul, and I can't remember the candidate's name because they didn't get it. Anyway, this other candidate had like 10 years experience at one business, and Paul had had a few things go wrong in his life. So he had an unfortunate marriage breakup, which meant he had to take a bit of time out. He was a bit jumpy, but actually the fact that Paul had experience working in different companies, on different systems, dealing with different employees, was a really, really added value to that business. So just because you've been somewhere for such a long amount of time, actually now in this day and age, that's seen as a negative sometimes, because you've only worked in one place and you've only worked with one type of people. So the way we see the world has changed a lot, and also the way we work's changed a lot. The company my mum works at, she's been there for 7 years. She's leaving because they're making everybody go back into the office. So the way we work now, and the way we, companies now have to be a top employer to get talent to come in, because there's so many jobs throughout, the world. So hybrid working is very normal, remote working is very normal, flexible working as well. So a lot of companies will now say, I don't care if you work at 3 o'clock in the morning, don't care if you take a 2-hour lunch break to go to the gym, do what you want, as long as you get the job done, we don't care. So the way we do things has changed so much. It used to be, for me, I'd get on the train at 6:30 in the morning from Wigan, get to Manchester for 7:30, and if I wasn't at my desk at 7:45, even though I started at 8:30, I'd get shouted at, because I wasn't there to prepare for the day. The world doesn't work like that anymore, thank God. But that's what it used to be like, but it's changed completely, hasn't it? People now, and don't get me wrong, some people want to go back into the office because they enjoy that. But now companies see you as an individual rather than just seeing you as the finance manager or the developer.
So we're seeing the rise of the boomerang employee as well. So the name implies these are people who leave an organisation perhaps to broaden their experience or experiment with a new career possibility, but who are happy to return to a previous employer a year later. And that is something that does happen.
A lot.
One-size-fits-all approach to career development is now redundant. Instead, we need a more personalised framework that embraces the different motivations and definitions of success we bring to work. And that word success means different things to different people. So I'm going to put a question to the audience. What does success mean to you? Somebody shout something out. What does success mean to you?
Achieving your personal goal.
So, yeah.
Achieving your personal goal.
Yep. Can be that. Yep.
Just being happy.
Happy.
Doing what you like.
Yep.
Progress.
Progress. Okay. Do you know what's been really lovely is that none of you have said money, because some people think success is about money.
And it
It's
don't make
not.
you happy.
No. No. It
It helps,
Yes.
but you need to be happy first.
And I think, so here it's saying, in a ladder-like command and control environment, we didn't need to overly concern ourselves with personal development. Individuals were told what to do, where to go, and there was little opportunity to deviate from the norm. So I think that people are in favour of squiggly careers, because actually you can do different things. It gives you the opportunity to have different, and I do think that you can have different types of careers in a company as well, though.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think as well, and we were talking about this a lot yesterday, you need to find what you enjoy doing. So just because you think, right, so it might be, so let's take Beth for example. Beth was I want to be a teacher. But I think a lot of us think we want to work at a particular business or we want to do a particular role, but do you really know what that entails day to day? And if there's something within that you despise doing, it isn't worth it. So I think looking at exactly what's going to get you up out of bed on a Monday morning, well, none of us like that, right? Monday morning, you've got to go to work, and we've both been there. There is nothing worse than dreading going to work. Absolutely nothing, no matter how much money you're making, no matter how many holidays you get. We spend the majority of our life at work, so I think you also need to understand what your drivers and motivators are. And if you're in a business where you're not happy, then that's fine. Go and find a business that you enjoy working with them, but you also enjoyed the work as well. There's no point going and focusing on a role that you're not going to enjoy doing just because it looks good.
Just another thing on the point you just said about holidays. One thing that I've seen a lot of, right, is employers saying, oh, you can have unlimited holidays, right? It's really dangerous, because actually most people they don't take them unless someone sort of says, and in the UK we're pretty lucky, most jobs in the UK you get 20 to 25 days a year. In America, you're lucky if you get 5.
Yeah.
I don't know whether any of you know that, but in America, that's why they love their sort of bank holidays and things.
Also notice periods as well.
Yeah.
So in
Well,
America, that's like a week.
Yeah, yeah. In standard in the UK, it's 4 weeks, but in some aspects, that's changed to 3 months.
So junior devs at the minute. So Ola, I'm looking at you. Don't know if anyone else is a dev or wants to be a dev. Every single dev that I know of with 12 months or more experience has got a 3-month notice period. Minimum. I've known developers to have a 12-month notice period, which is a very excessive.
And employers are doing that because they're so desperate not to lose people. But actually, I think that's probably the worst thing you could do.
Yeah, agreed. And I mean, look, you can always negotiate, and we're going off. I am going off tangent a bit here. You can always, negotiate notice periods. However, the reason they're extending it to 3 months is because time to hire for a React dev. Ola, how long do you think it's going to take a business to hire a React developer or a JavaScript developer at the minute?
A month.
How many?
A month.
A month. 9 months.
Why?
Because there's such a war on talent, and this is within multiple sectors. So because, especially in the tech world and the digital world, we've grown so quickly in short space of time that those 10 years of development of people learning skills, going to college, going to uni, doing exactly what you're doing now has gone like that. So we've got a massive skills gap. So if you want to hire a senior dev at the minute, you're looking at 9 to 12 months. Find the candidates. Because notice periods. Just because you've offered someone the job doesn't mean they're starting. So that company I spoke about before, when that candidate rang me with that amazing offer, they were like, yeah, nailed on. Now they have to start all over again. They've still not filled the job. So you are all hot commodities in all of your sectors, but that's why they're doing it.
Self-awareness and lifelong learning are a must-do, not a luxury. If we want to make the most of everything squiggly careers have to offer. And to be clear, this doesn't involve managers and organisations from the responsibility of development. It's up to you also. It's brilliant if you work for an employer who will enable you and give you all the tools to learn and give you opportunity, but actually it's your responsibility as well. The role of leaders has shifted from telling to supporting, guiding, coaching and mentoring. Okay, it's not just you do that, there's more to it. Okay, people are more in tune with their emotions, and I think employers have a responsibility to not burn out their staff as well. Individuals often don't demonstrate the accountability they might anticipate for their own development, expecting others to do the hard work on their behalf. That's just reiterating what I've just said. And even when we acknowledge spending time on our own development matters, we're all too familiar with the things that get in the way. An ever-expanding to-do list, technology that means we're always on with no headspace to think. Kai talked before about the fact that he felt that he needed to do an MBA in his early 20s, okay? That's because he had a very clear goal that he wanted to be the managing director of a tech company, and he basically had that vision but had to work backwards. And he didn't want to wait until he was in his 40s, because actually most people who do MBAs are in their 30s and 40s. And actually, I think he had a really good point. Why wait until you're in your 40s to do an MBA and get into bad habits? But he did that and was allowed to do that because his employer supported him, but he still had to do his 9-to-5 job.
So when you're coming to look at jobs as well, and I know we spoke about this, but for anyone who maybe wasn't in the sessions, research your employer. That's up to you to research. So find out how did they help with your personal development? What tools did they give you? What guidance did they give you? Did they give you allocated time within your week to go away and learn something? So my old boss, and it was my own fault for not always being strict with myself on this because I'd get too busy, but my old boss would give me half a day a week to go and learn, go and read, go and develop. How does the company that you're going to support you with that? So another little tip, if you're going for a job interview and you're not sure, research on LinkedIn, see who's recently left and ask them will they have a confidential informal chat with you. They might not say yeah, but I had that done to me recently.
I had it done to me yesterday with the same company that you're talking about.
Oh really?
Yeah. Moving swiftly on.
Good tip though.
So Sarah Ellis, who's one of the co-authors of the Squiggly Career books, we're living in a world where moving frequently and fluidly between roles, industries, locations, careers is becoming the normal. Squiggly careers can feel stressful and overwhelming, but if you know how to make the most of them, they can also be full of opportunity, freedom and purpose. So just going back to location, I know people that work in digital marketing, and some of them work for companies, some of them work in a freelance basis. They can do that anywhere in the world. So the fact that you can work in Thailand or live in Bali, where the costs are far lower than they are perhaps in Manchester, and you've got the sun and not as much rain, you can do some roles anywhere.
We know a girl called Gemma who works for a really fab scale up now in Manchester. She lives in Spain, and a company, you know what they do? They send her care packages. So whenever she's maybe missed out on a company event, it might be Easter, and they're giving chocolate, they send that to her abroad. And companies like that exist now, whereas before, if you wanted to live in Spain, you had to get a new job. We were speaking to Simon yesterday, one of our clients. He lived in London, wanted to move to Edinburgh, and this was 20 years ago, so this didn't really happen much then. However, it's more the norm now. He wanted to move to Edinburgh, and he thought, I'm going to have to leave my job. And he spoke to his company, and they said, you're a great employee, you work from home. So that is becoming a lot more of the norm.
So, we've got 5 skills to thrive in a squiggly world.
I like that one.
So, let's go to the first one. The first one is strengths and weaknesses. According to Jim Collins, author of Good to Great, great companies focus on those few things they can be the best at. The same is true for people. Okay? The lesson here is to focus on our strengths rather than our weaknesses and accept that we cannot be good at everything. Okay? Sarah, the co-author of the book, provides a very useful tip. Spend 80% of your time optimising your current strengths and 20% working on the other areas. For example, skills that may be useful for the future. Again, we can't iterate it enough. You have to keep learning. Okay? Values. I am very, very value driven. I have sacked clients because they do not stand with my values. Okay? Values are what motivate and drive us. If strengths are what you do, values are who you are. Values are developed at a young age and sit within our subconsciousness throughout our lifetime and can act as a career compass, enabling us to identify what success really means for us and what will ultimately make us happy. And this, have you heard of that saying, go with your gut? Yeah? So if you get a bad feeling in your stomach, it's your body saying, this is probably not a good idea. But values, I think, are really, really important. And we've all got different values and different, because of our experiences, the way we've been brought up, maybe the school that we went to, the friends that we've had. But I think values come in more and more, okay? And I think people are bothered, and going back to, you know, we were talking about what does success mean to you, and none of you said money, which I thought was fantastic. I think it's always important as well that you align yourself with a company and work for a company that has the same sort of values as you, because if you don't, there's going to be a crack in the road.
It's so important.
Confidence. Confidence is about having belief in yourself and inspiring belief in the people around you. It's important to focus on the things below the surface, including long-term resilience. We talked about resilience before. And there are lots of things that are out of your control and can go wrong. So be clear on what is within your control. Who here feels that they lack self-confidence? Sometimes I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we all do at some point in certain areas.
And there's nothing wrong with it, but
No.
I think there's also that whole thing are actually around you believing in your ability and your skills.
And just going back to how much time have we got?
Oh, what time is it?
10 to 2.
Okay, that's fine. Got plenty of time.
So going back to values and stuff, so when I started my career, I was very money motivated, and I didn't realise the value of being aligned with your boss and your company's drivers, motivators and values. And I worked for companies that I did very well in. However, they beat my confidence down to nothing. When I met Naomi 2 years ago, I had no self-belief that I could do anything. I knew I could, however, actually taking the steps to do it, because for years and years and years and years I've worked for companies that micromanaged me, told me I was rubbish, told me that I couldn't do it, and they did that because they thought that if they beat me down, I'd work my way back up. But it ruined my confidence and it ruined my self-belief. So you probably think I'm really confident, however 6 months ago when I did an event, I couldn't get my words out and I was stood there shaking. And it's took this woman and a lot of other women in my network to give me that self-belief and build me up. However, I'm a really strong believer in if I'd have gone to a business where our values aligned, I probably wouldn't have had that confidence knocked out of me. But I think self-confidence is something we all struggle with, and we all have had experiences in our life that have maybe brought us back down. But I think having self-belief and you being your #1 fan is the best advice I can give you. And if you go to a company and you're not aligned with how they value things, even if it might sound like the best job in the world, don't go.
I think also as well, having people surround you.
Yeah.
So having good people around you, finding, being part of a community, but having people, having things like a mentor or someone that's going to hold you accountable, someone who's going to champion you. I think is really important.
They say that you become the 5 people that you spend your most time around. So if maybe you've got someone in your life who is really negative and drags you down, tune them out. Because that you're going to be absorbing that energy and start to maybe say or believe negatively like that person. So surround yourself with people that inspire you, that champion you and that lift you up, and then you'll naturally become more like that yourself.
And I think sometimes this is also about removing yourself from situations. I know that that's very easy for some people to say, because, you know, obviously you've got bills to pay, you've got mouths to feed, but I think that negativity is toxic.
It is.
And people's attitudes and the way they treat you. And actually, really interestingly, I've seen people go to a company, seen horrific behaviour from people, and had to leave. And what's really sad is actually some people think that that's okay. Is that door open? It's fine, right. Okay, the next one is networking. Building relationships can be something both introverts and extroverts can do. It's about where you can get your energy from. Okay? Networking, I like to call it making good connections because I hate the word networking. It's a real skill, and I think that I believe that you don't have to be an extrovert to do it. I'm one of those people that is an extrovert and an introvert. I'm quite happy in my own company. If you put me into a room with a complete bunch of strangers that I had no relationship with and I was on my own, I'd be absolutely terrified.
That's why we go together.
But what I'm also quite good at doing is getting out of my comfort zone, forcing myself to go to things because I know that I'm going to get to meet people.
So a really good tip that Naomi taught me, whenever you're at an event, or you may be going to hear someone talk, or you're at a panel or whatever it is, and it's within the industry you want to be within, sit at the front. That front row, sit there and ask a question.
And say your name when you ask the question. Say your name and what you do and ask the question.
Because they're going to be sat looking at you, and it's daunting sitting, no one sits on the front row. Sometimes I'll be like,
I always
you're having a bad day, and she's like, right, get at the front, ask a question, tell them who you are, and I've made some amazing connections from doing that.
And then, once you've asked them a question and you've said your name and where you're from, connect with them on LinkedIn and say, oh, your speech was fantastic, or I learnt this, I'd love to have a chat with you, blah, blah, blah. People like talking to people, but actually doing that follow-up really, really quickly is important.
And you've got to think as well, and I said this yesterday, everyone's got a belly button. So just because you're sat in front of a person speaking on stage and you might find them dead inspiring, actually they might have been having a really bad day, or they actually might have come away from that thinking, oh, that was rubbish. So by you going to them, when we're talking about giving something to someone first, and you're saying, I really enjoyed that, I found that really inspirational, that will make their day. So if you ever need something off them and you're starting a conversation, they'll always remember that one day you were that one person to message them and say, thanks so much. I've had it this week. I was petrified of this week because I've never really spoken like this. I've done bits, but not a full workshop and, you know, not on my own like I've done for the last 2 days. And some of you sat in this room have messaged me and said thank you so much. And that in turn has given me so much confidence and made me feel great. So, I don't know, if in a few weeks' time one of you needs help with your CV, I'll be more than happy to come and help you to do it. So it's all about giving to that person first, and that's a fantastic way of networking.
So I would actually add a 6th skill to this, and that would be kindness.
Yeah.
Okay, possibilities versus plans. With so much uncertainty and ambiguity, we cannot plan everything step by step. We therefore need to move to an exploring mindset and be constantly curious about other possibilities. And I think curiosity is a brilliant skill. I was one of those kids that would ask loads and loads of questions, and I'm glad, and I'm still that person that asks loads of questions because I am genuinely curious. Okay? Let's not forget, whether you're looking for work experience, placements, jobs, whatever your purpose is for being here, is be curious. it's a really, really key skill, but also it gives you an edge because it gives you more information, and actually if you don't ask questions, if you don't ask, you don't get. And that is pretty much it. Does anybody have any questions?
Yes.
Yes. Do you want me to bring the mic over?
No, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
have two questions.
Okay.
Yeah, concerning career, I want you to differentiate between building career and finding talent.
Mhm.
Because some people understood career as their own inner ability to develop their talent, then they focus on the talent and assume that they are working on their career. Because I've seen cases where some people left their jobs.
Yeah.
But from what you are discussing there, I could hear you talking about different sectors where you have worked, like working transport sector, travel sector, different sector, and you classify them as careers.
Yeah.
Where some people, I've seen where some people left their entire job and resigned, and you come probably a music artist or an actress or a dancer, and classify that as their career, that they want to build their career. So can you differentiate it?
I would say my jobs have been very, very different. So I think a travel agent is a very different career to being a recruitment consultant. And a recruitment consultant is a very different career than being an events organiser.
But they all possess a lot of the same skills.
So it's working on your talent or your ambition, not the same as building a career.
It's a people will view it in very, very different ways. So, for example, if we go back to my sister, she always wanted to be a teacher. She didn't want to do anything else, and actually, her focus was becoming a head teacher, and then becoming an executive head teacher. So she sort of had that focus, and she was on the, I suppose, the ladder version. And actually, she will probably retire as a head teacher. Okay, I think it can be the same thing, but it depends on what you want. Ultimately, it depends on where your vision is and what your mission is. So your mission, your vision. If we talk about it in like mission and vision, as in perhaps what your goals are. So the mission is what you do, who you do it for. The vision is what's in the future. So, for example, I could say to you, my vision is to be the most influential woman in the tech sector in the UK. What can I do to get to that point? Okay? That's my vision. My mission is ultimately to help growth and start-up companies scale and grow and start. But also, my mission is also to support the digital pipeline and to also help people. If we are to strip everything back, my mission is just to help people. Okay, that's what I like doing. But my vision is to be the most influential woman in tech, and actually, I have to go through a series of different steps to be able to do that. So I think you need to decide what your vision is for you personally. And it might be that actually your vision personally, you have to go through a number of steps and maybe different missions to get to that vision. Does that make sense?
So my second question is, you talked about value, but you didn't narrow it down to personal and moral value.
Both.
So,
it's both.
So can we consider that in building a career with companies?
Say that again.
Can we consider that in building a career with companies and organizations?
Okay, so my values are quite clear. So I believe that everybody should be given a chance. I believe that everybody should be treated with respect. These are my own personal values. I believe that you should be kind. And I would say they're the main things, right? So if I'm working with, because I'm a freelancer, if I'm working with a client that didn't have the same values as me, or I discovered whilst working for them that actually they weren't kind, they didn't treat people with respect, and actually, going back to giving everyone a chance, being diverse and inclusive, I would remove myself from that job or that client. And I have done that. I did that last year. I worked with a client who treated me horrifically, and they treated other people horrifically, and I removed them because my values didn't sit with them. And I think that's getting more and more important for people. So people are not just interested in the salary that comes with a job. They're interested in the career prospects. They're interested in the continuous learning that they might have. But they're also really interested in the mission, vision, values and purpose of an organisation. And that purpose of an organisation could be any number of different things. It could be that the purpose of, okay, if we talk about the purpose of this bottle of water, the purpose is to quench my thirst. But if I dug a little bit deeper, it might be something on here, and actually, interestingly, this is called Life, this water, and the quote underneath it is hydrate your world, and the sticker is a map. And actually, I've got some information on here. I can follow them on Twitter. I can say, this is interesting, I love this bit actually, it says rained in Britain. It's locally sourced, it's 100% recyclable, it's BPA free, and actually the fact that it's saying that this lightweight eco bottle that is 100% recyclable, I would probably buy this, because actually it kind of sticks with my values. So I think you need to decide, and as anybody here, you know, there's probably a reason why you chose to come to the University of Salford. My love affair with the University of Salford started about 8 years ago. This university to me is an incredible place, because actually not only is it resilient, it's agile, but it's industry focused. Because I know that every single one of you, this university cares about, and actually the curriculum is industry focused, because they want you to get a job or start a business when you leave here. They want you to change the world.
I think when it comes to sectors as well, so in Manchester we've got a lot of gambling companies, Bet365 and the rest, and they cannot hire for love nor money. So they pay really well, give great benefits. But lots of people don't want to work there because they don't want to contribute to the gambling problem that we've got in the UK. So again, it's where do your values lie? I would work alongside a gambling company. I wouldn't feel comfortable to do so. It might be religious reasons, it might be that you don't drink, whatever it is. So you've got to distinguish where you would and wouldn't feel comfortable. Because it might look good on paper, great brand, great salary, but actually, if it goes against your internal morals and ethics and values, you're not going to enjoy it.
Any other questions?
Yeah?
Okay. My name is Anthony.
Good, Anthony. I'm glad that you said that. What's your surname? What do you do?
Wondele Anthony.
Yep.
I'm a health and safety
Okay.
professional. So I'm a project management student.
Okay. Brilliant.
Masters and the June section.
Okay.
Okay. So the question I want to ask is, for somebody, the advice for somebody that has maybe he has studied, has been to the industry, then after a while, maybe he took a job. Then after a while, he felt that was not the right kind of job. Then he now left the job. They probably started a business.
Yeah.
Then he now come to realization that most of his innate talents or his abilities are not used by, it's not useful, it's not optimized in the industry as he worked before, and he need the experience to work. And he will now want to rearrange himself and just probably maybe get into tech or get to where his innate ability, let's say he's a number focused person, someone that like numbers, numeracy, analysis, and that is not what he was doing before, where he was working where there's a lot of report writing, a lot of and he's not comfortable with that, but he wants to do where he can be completely analytical. So what as by and time has gone, he has gone put into his business like 5 years, and he has worked for like 10, and that 5 years, so that like 10 years gone. So what do you
advice you can give such a person?
My advice, and I'll let Ruby say hers in a sec. So my advice with anything, any experience, right, that you've had, even from very early days, you have to see how that's relevant to the new career that you're going to go into. Because I can guarantee it doesn't matter if it is a completely new career, there will be skills that you've had previously, whether you've worked for yourself or whether you've worked for somebody else, even the skills that you get from your university degree, your master's. I think that you have to almost retrofit the skills that you have had in the past to the new career. If you looked at my CV, and I'm happy to share my CV with anyone, so you can have a look at as an example, I have nothing, any time before 2007. And you probably asked me why, so I'll tell you why. The last time I was actually anyone asked to see my CV, because I've been working for myself since 2007, was probably about 4 or 5 years ago. And that was because I was getting headhunted for jobs, but also I was getting asked to apply for board positions and things like that, and they had a requirement to see my CV, right? My CV is on one page. What I've been doing since 2007, so the events company, the entrepreneurship stuff, and now what I'm doing now, even though the stuff that I did previous probably kind of fits into that, it's not relevant to what I'm doing now. It kind of is, the skills I have, and I can demonstrate those skills, and I can talk about them, but I don't want to talk about it on my CV. Because actually, I want everything to be on one page. Your CV, one thing I would say is your CV is the thing that gets you a seat at the table to have an interview. Okay? It's not the be all, it doesn't need to be reams and reams and reams. Okay? If I get sent a CV, I want to see something that's on one page. But going back to your question, I think you have to, I think a really good exercise to do is think about past careers and past experience that you've had and write down all the different skills that you think that you might have had. And I did this exercise with some startup entrepreneurs yesterday at another university. And they were all people that want to set up their own businesses. And I said, as entrepreneurs, you're bootstrapping at the start and you can't afford to employ people. So I wrote down a list of 20 different things. And they were like, they nearly fell off the chairs because there was 20 different, almost like 20 different separate jobs. You're going to have to do the finance, you're going to have to do the PR, you're going to have to do the marketing, you might have to do the deliveries, you might have to do logistics, you might have to do the payments, you might have to do the website, you might have to be the graphic designer. So go back to your career and your experience, even the projects that you've done at university, and write down a list of those skills. Do you want to say anything?
I've recently done a bit of a project with my mum about this, and it was, what skills have you, what do you enjoy doing? What do you not enjoy doing? What skills have you got and what skills haven't you got? And then I got her to bring up all of her illustrious career. And she was like, I've never done that before. I was like, alright. So when you worked at the prison and you did this, did you not do it then? Oh, yeah. So take time to really, really evaluate exactly what you've done, just because it's maybe now worded in a different way doesn't mean you've not done it before. So like marketing, for example, at the minute, obviously I'm a freelancer, so I've got to market myself. But in my head I was like, I've never done that before. But actually, every time that I've put a post on LinkedIn, every time that I've wrote a bit of copy for an email, or I've done a video of myself and I've sent it to a client, actually I was marketing Ruby for the last 8 years, but I didn't realise it. So try and connect the dots, and if there's something that you believe you've maybe not done before, go back. When you're at school, when you're at college, when you're at when you're at uni, when you might volunteering, whatever it was, there will be somewhere that you may have done that before. And you know what, if you haven't done it, identify that you've not done it, and then look at where maybe you could. Whether that might be community group. So it might be that you want to go into finance, and you've no experience, look for a community group, look for a networking group, there's loads of, in anything, and maybe offer, you know, can I run the finance for this? There you're going to be learning that skill. So you can easily learn skills, but you can easily identify when you've done it before and when you've not as well. But I'd recommend to everyone, if you're looking to look for career-wise, get a piece of paper, put it in 4 quadrants and put in, what do I like, what do I not like, what skills do I have and what don't I have, and sit and analyse everything you've done. Sit and think day to day, what did I do? Because just because it wasn't necessarily in your job description doesn't mean you haven't done it. So that's my 2 piece.
Cool. Right, we're going to have a quick 5-minute break because I think they want to change the water and everything. Oh, yeah, go on.
Is that okay for one more?
Yeah.
Okay, so going back to 2 of the point, my name is Dreamway, by the way.
What do you do? Don't forget that bit.
I study here, master's degree.
Okay.
Right.
In?
Marketing.
Okay.
He's coming to our events now.
Oh.
I am, yeah. Right, back to what I was saying. So going back to 2 of the point that we discussed, one is quickly career, and the other one is find your niche. So in fact, like in company, in enterprises, companies want you to specialize in something.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that's true, right? They want you to find a special sector that you're interested in, specializing in that. But if we, going to another career, reskill ourselves, we're going to start from zero. So how do we balance the reskill?
Okay. So what this is all about is what we're saying is you don't have to do this. We're just saying that this is how careers are now. Okay? It's perfectly acceptable for you to have a career that is linear and you don't deviate. That's fine. But what we're saying is that actually the way the world is now, that most people have about 4 different types of careers. That's a fact. So what we're saying, we're not saying to you, you have to go and have a squiggly career and have 4 different careers. It might be that you find your niche, and let's just say you decide that your marketing skills lie best to make, say, manufacturing, for example. Okay? You embed yourself in everything to do with manufacturing and marketing of manufacturing, and that is what you do for the next 25 years. That's absolutely fine. You don't have to have a squiggly career. What we're trying to demonstrate, though, is actually most people are, just because of the nature of the way the world has changed. Also, as well, because some industries have changed. We mentioned it before, I think, in the last session. If you look at like the way that we're in now, what, 3rd or the 4th industrial revolution. If you go back to the 80s and the 90s and the early noughties, there's some careers that don't exist anymore, but then there's new careers. There's going to be new careers in 5 years' time that we don't even know what they are. And it might be that actually you go into one career and one of those shiny new ones in 5 years, you think, do you know what, I want to do that shiny new career. But actually the skills that you've got, because what we're also saying is that the skills that you've got for one career, you can interchange into a different career. And it might be that there's some commonality, because actually if I look at all the things that I've done, a lot of them have been around customer service, and a lot of them have been around conversations, a lot of them have been around helping people and marketing and things like that. But I'm not a marketing expert. Anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I think sometimes, so like for me, for example, I never thought I'd be freelance, and it was only having someone else say to me, you could do this freelance, that made me want to do it. When I did 8 years in recruitment, I didn't love it. It was hard. Is someone playing basketball? I'm joking. However, it took people around me to be like, you could go and do this. So for example, I was really passionate about talent strategy. So I was really passionate about speaking and consulting with businesses and saying, you know what, actually, if you interview this way, that's more inclusive. Or if you write your job spec like this and it's more gender neutral, you're going to attract more female candidates. Or if you condense your interview process from 7 interviews to 2, your ratio of candidates turning up for interview and accepting the job are probably going to be higher. So I really loved that part of my job, but it actually took someone else to say, you know what, you can actually do this as a job.
And just on the point about the amount of interviews, I got headhunted by McKinsey last year, and yeah, I did. Like Naomi from Sale got headhunted by McKinsey, and their interview process. You know, I wasn't looking for a job. They came to me and they said, "Okay, we'll have some chats." I had 5 chats. I think you can have up to 7 chats, but actually, 2 years ago, you used to have 22 interviews to get a job at McKinsey. 22! Who would do 22 interviews?
I would do that.
What, to work for McKinsey?
Yeah.
But I got headhunted by them. I didn't get a job with them, but the experience was fantastic, and I met some incredible people.
I think something else to mention as well is like you may, in your first job, you might find a company that ticks every box for you. So it might have a great culture, they look after you, you might have great benefits, progression. You might land a job and be in it. So I interviewed someone yesterday who's been in the same job for 21 years in the same company. But he's had multiple careers in that business. And I said to him, why have you stayed for so long? And he said, because they've really looked after me and valued me as an employee. You might genuinely land your first job that you get into, that genuinely might be your company for life that you work within.
But you can have a squiggly career within that.
Of course you can. So he's gone from being a junior dev to a senior dev, he's been a team leader, then he's been an architect, and he's had a squiggly career within that business. And it might be that you work in one company your whole life, and that's fine. But I think what we're trying to get is you experience things and you learn things, and then it's only when you've kind of gained those skills that you think, oh, I could go and do that, or I could do this. And what we're trying to get is it's a lot more acceptable now to change industries, change careers, and just do something completely different.
Do you know what's really interesting? If you've filled in your LinkedIn profile properly, okay, use the words, put in the different skills and things like that you can put in. A really interesting thing to do is to click on the jobs and see what jobs LinkedIn thinks that you could do based on the skills that you put. It's a really, really interesting exercise, and just really, really quickly, I know that we've got to change water in a sec, but let me just get my phone to demonstrate this. So let's just have a quick look. Let me go on to LinkedIn, and I'm going to click on jobs, and the recommended jobs for me at the moment are self-employed business coach, head of growth, entrepreneur in residence, consulting growth lead, lead machine learning scientist in growth science.
Maybe not that one.
No, not that one. What else have I got? Innovation consultant, chief operating officer, business mentor, head of diversity and inclusion, head of digital innovation, insights and transformation, member of the board of advisors, head of insights, innovation, revenue growth controller, head of growth and innovation, leadership consulting, seeking alternate income online, that sounds a bit dodgy, managing director, director of education industry strategy UK, chief product officer, the list goes on. It's a really interesting exercise to do, and the jobs that come up that LinkedIn recommend for me are based on the information that I put in my LinkedIn profile.
There is, I think it's on the UK Gov website, but I'll double check. There's like a skills assessment thing that you can fill out. And I was speaking to, I don't know if Imogen's here, but I was speaking to Imogen yesterday, and she was telling me all about her skills. And I said, well, have you thought about doing this? She thought about doing that. And she went, it's really funny you say that, because I took this skill quiz online and looked at these jobs, and there was a list of 6 or 7 different jobs and industries that she could go into. So have a look online, have a Google. I'm sure it's on UK Gov around skills and careers, and you can take a bit of a skills kind of assessment, which will then kind of relay back to you what jobs you could do. Because I think just one bit of advice is just don't be so super blinkered. It's a matter of life and death, and you want to do that job, great, but don't be too tunnel vision. Also have a look at what else is around there, because you might actually come across a job that is going to, you know, light your life on fire a lot more than something else. So,
and also don't forget that you're never too young or too old to change careers. My friend Martin is 5'7", right? I'm taller than Martin, and he always wanted to be a policeman. And in the UK, when he was born, he's like 57, so he was born in 1965, and if he'd have wanted to apply for police in the 80s, he wouldn't have been able to, because they had you had to be at least 5'10", but they changed the rules, and he became a police officer in his late 40s. So don't think it's ever too old or young to change careers and do completely different things. And actually, if I go back to Martin's first career, his first career was in the Navy. He went from the Navy to the travel industry, then became a pub landlord, then became a driving instructor, then he worked for my husband in sales, and then he became a policeman. And even as a policeman, he's had several different careers in the police force.
There's a video, I don't know if anyone watches Judge Judy, but she's had a very fabulous career, and there's a video of her, and it's just saying, if you don't make it in your 20s, you can make it in your 30s. If you don't make it in your 30s, you can make it in your 40s, and so on and so on and so on. And I think one of the things that I want to get across to people is enjoy the journey as well. It's not just about the destination. So I'm nowhere near where I want to be in my career. I've got big goals and dreams, however I'm loving the journey, and I think find something that makes you happy. Don't just work in a role for 10 years just to get somewhere and then go, oh, I'm here. Because it doesn't work like that. It's all about the journey you go on. So you might only make it in your 80s. You know, KFC, Mr. Kentucky Fried Chicken. he only, for years and years and years and years, and I think he only made it in in his 60s. But you need to enjoy the journey of actually getting there, because when you do then get there, you're going to think back and think, oh great, what's next? So make sure you look at that too.
Right, we're going to take a 5-minute break. Oh, yeah. Yeah, brilliant. Okay, we're going to swap over.
Thanks everyone.
See you soon.
I think the next speaker's here, so you can't go anywhere yet. Sorry.
Set them up, we can still
Oh,
have
right,
a
okay.
5-minute break.
5 minutes for a wait.
Thank you.
say that to a lot of my friends, like, you know, like when you come in, you know, like, I was banking every board for 2 years, and I'm like, I've been here for 20 years, and look, it's been around about 10% of it, you know.
Coffee to these people.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's all right here, isn't it?
What we'll do at questions at the end, because it's being live streamed, the students who are online don't hear it unless with the microphone. So you've got these ones, or if anyone wants to use.
Yeah, I'll stand up there. There's a microphone there.
Yeah, there's a microphone
just to do the intro.
and on there, and then we can just turn them on. So we'll just take one for the students.
Okay.
And there's questions as well.
So I can't ask them any questions though.
Pardon?
I'm not able to ask them any questions.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay,
ask them questions, yeah. That's great.
Right.
Ask them questions. They'll probably ask, they'll all quite a lot of questions as
Yeah,
well.
good.
So,
Okay.
yeah. What we've done it because I couldn't really to answer the students that are online. They're not able to, because it's on YouTube, they're not able to drop any questions. So they'll probably just watch something.
Yeah, of course it's.
Yeah, that's fair. I just nearly went in the men's. This one came behind me. It's the gents. It's even looking.
Well,
Right,
do you know
Dizzy,
when you go into the gents, I walked into the gents, and there's no like there's no Ryan. So like, and I was like, am I in the right place here? And I thought someone else came in and thought, yeah, well.
Looks like coffee. And it's at Starbucks.
Yeah.
It's good.
Good, isn't it?
University, yeah.
Mm.
I have no idea what this one.
Somebody did contact me on LinkedIn who's coming to this event actually.
Well, it was good actually because I managed to find people on LinkedIn because I've been like I took people into my team from other teams and I've then helped them backfill, you know, by going into LinkedIn and stuff. And it was good that you're actually able to reference things like this because even though they're not here, all of them have kind of left uni 3, 4, 5 years ago. It's amazing how interested they still are in it. Probably like you, you're still interested in that kind of like what goes on and the link between uni and employers and stuff. Do you know what I mean? Even though you're a couple of years out, so
Made up like to be here.
so it was really helpful. And, so he's hopefully interview this week, go into trade support as an I grade. That'd be good.
Okay, great. So I'll just introduce myself and then I'll hand you over to you to introduce yourselves and then I'll go through it. Yeah? Right.
So the job titles and we'll do what we do, yeah?
Yeah.
And so I use that one. Ready to go?
Okay, good afternoon to you all. Thank you very much for spending some time with us. My name is Denise Graham and I'm the Executive Site Head for BNY Mellon's campus in Manchester. I also have a day job which is Head of Technology Support for our EMEA region. I have some illustrious colleagues with us. Would you like to introduce yourself, Gemma?
Hello.
So, is it on the thing?
Can you hear?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Oh, use one of
There
these.
you go.
Okay. Hi. So my name's Gemma Sanders.
You don't need to pick it up. You
Oh, okay.
should pick it up. Yeah.
Hi. So I'm Gemma Sanders. I'm a senior representative of client processing at BNY Mellon. I've been there for about 3.5 months. I graduated from University of Salford actually, just over 2 years ago. So yeah, and Jason's one of my managers. And yeah, so I'm on his team.
Yeah, hi everyone. So my name's Jason Firmage. So as Jim said, I work out of Manchester. I head up the EMEA FX department. So really interested in coming here today because I think as a campus we're trying to grow the headcount, looking for kind of like good organic growth, bringing people that are in the industry, but I think just as equally important, bringing kind of like fresh talent from the local area. So that's how I got in touch with Kerry, and Kerry obviously kindly has invited us to come here today.
Hi, I'm Gary Jones. So I currently head up an operational department in Manchester at the moment. So I've been at Bank of New York Mellon for 6 years now, previously working in the finance department, heading up a change management part of there. Like Jason, I kind of hear with a slightly parochial angle than that. I'm recruiting quite heavily at the moment. So Jason and I will probably be, competing to try and impress today, but we've got lots of vacancies at the moment in our site in Manchester, to the point that if people are interested in joining us and they want to join, if you talk to us after this meeting, we've got opportunities that you could be working for us within months, if that's what you want to do, after you've graduated, obviously. So yeah, we'll hopefully we'll be able to explain to you exactly what it is that we do.
Thanks, Gary. Thanks, all. So has anybody heard of BNY Mellon? Does anybody know who we are, what we do? No. Never heard of us? Oh, you have? Okay. So what do you know? What do you know about BNY Mellon? Okay, right. Thank you very much. So clearly we're not a high street bank. We're kind of known as a custodian bank. There's a question there? You've heard from LinkedIn. We're all over LinkedIn, to be fair. So we're a custodian bank, and actually, we're actually the oldest bank in America. So we were founded over 230 years ago, and currently within our care is $45.5 trillion worth of assets. No, it's not ours. We don't own it. But you can imagine it in a corner stacked up with pound coins. That would take up quite a lot of room, right? So, but in terms of under custody, that is 45.5 trillion. And another $2.3 trillion under asset management. So we're a pretty big concern, right? Just to give you an idea from a scale perspective, so we operate in 35 different countries, we've got 50,000 employees globally, and 20% of all of the world's trades goes through our systems every day. So if something was to happen to us, then that would affect the world's economy. Just to put that into perspective. So Manchester then, let's talk about Manchester. So we've been in Manchester since 2005. We started off with 50 employees that transferred from London into our finance department, and since then we've grown to just circa 1,700 now. 1,700 employees across the two sites. As you can see, our Piccadilly Gardens office. So you'll perhaps, if those of you that know the centre of Manchester, where there's a Pret and there's a Pizza Express and right in the centre of Piccadilly Gardens, and that's our office. And then also we have another office, a floor within 3 Hardman Street in the centre of Spinningfields, right opposite the Ivy. And as I said, 70% of our site there is actually operations based, and this is what we wanted to come to talk to you about today. We do have around 250 roles that we're recruiting for, and that's largely due to growth. But it's also due to internal mobility, because 40% of the roles that we have are filled internally, which means people are progressing within the organisation. So we're made up of a number of different departments across Manchester. We've got our Pershing arm, we've also got finance, we've got technology, so there's technology roles there too. As I said, predominantly operations, which these guys are going to talk to you about today. We also have some corporate staff, HR and that kind of thing. So we have a leadership team, and this just gives you an idea of the people that are representing Manchester and the seniority of the roles that we have there, the opportunity for careers progression. There's a guy there that you might see, his name's Sean Turner. He's the Global Payments and Treasury Service Operations. He started with the company 15 years ago as an apprentice, and he's now a global director. So I'm going to leave that with you and hand over to Jason.
Thanks, Denise. I guess that's a slightly different story for myself. So I came over to Bank of New York Mellon now, and I said probably started my 8th month. So prior to that, I spent kind of like 20 years working in retail banking, working in then investment banking, which was for MBNA, for those of you that heard of it, and then for Bank of America. And I think what's brought me over to Manchester and kind of like brought me to Bank of New York Mellon is you see kind of like the banks, and when they're at this size, they have locations in many different countries around the world. But I think when it becomes more important for you to look at is where are they kind of like integrally invested in a location. So where are they actually looking to settle, and where do they actually want to put not just sort of like your low value, your high turnover roles, but where are they actually looking to embed people that are going to stay with that company for kind of like the next 20 to 30 years. And I think, well, when you have companies of this size, what people forget is they hear the word investment banking, hear the word trading, etc. But within that umbrella, there's probably like 150, 200 different jobs. And what you can effectively have is almost like a lifetime of different careers. So for myself, so I work in EMEA FX. So regionally, there's 3 teams. There's one in Singapore, ourselves in Manchester, and then one in Pittsburgh. So if you trade in an FX trade in kind of like Europe, the Middle East, or Africa, or you deal in that currency, then you will invariably come to myself or come to my team, and we'll then deal with the kind of like the receipt of that trade that comes from the front office, and then everything that goes along with that up to the final kind of like payment and receipt. And to give you an idea, that's then split into multiple different teams. And if you think about it on kind of like a basic level, you know, if we were going to go on holiday tomorrow, we were going to go to Spain, Euro is the most popular currency in the world. It's very easy to get hold of, right? You can go down to Tesco, you can buy euros. If you wanted to go to a different currency and you wanted to have a look at perhaps it's a negotiated market, perhaps it's a non-negotiated market, it could be a restricted market, you know, or someone said to you, I'd like to get, you know, £5 billion worth of Kuwaitan currency or Nigerian currency, who would you actually go to that for? And that's when people come to us, because they need that currency to either complete their transactions if they want to buy and sell a commodity or, you know, pay wages. And then the flip side of it is, once they've done that transaction, they then need to get that money out, because invariably, who wants a bank account full of, you know, Kuwaiti currency? You need to turn it back to your core currency, which is generally something less, with a lot less risk to it, which would be kind of like your euros, your Great British pound, or Japanese yen, for example. So we deal with a lot of risk. I think where it's particularly been more exciting over the last few years is we have a lot of jobs in the team now, and invariably people used to work on instruction. So it used to be, you know, you'd come in over the morning, your work would come down, it would almost be predetermined, and you would then action that work. And I think what we actually need now is people that can see beyond that, because the world changes too fast for us to have that type of mindset. You've got to come in and almost like challenge what you're doing, why you're doing it. You know, if you did that yesterday and it took you 4 hours to do it, do you really want to do it again today and tomorrow? And can we automate it? And I think people that come into banking now are almost different from the people that came in kind of like say 20 to 30 years ago, which would come in and be given a procedure, a lot of education, and then probably spend a long time to actually work up the career path. I think the biggest change I've seen now is, you know, your career path is dependent upon your ability and what you put in. And I think, you know, I probably can't stress that enough, because it's as challenging and as exciting as you want to make it. But if you look at how quick everything changes in the world with technology, you know, when you're at a bank this big, you're at the forefront to make changes, not just at Bank of New York Mellon, but to the industry as a whole, right? Yeah. That's enough for me, I think, for a minute.
Okay, so I can give a couple more of the careers you could go for if you joined us. So, as I said previously, my first role in Bank of New York Mellon was in finance. So a lot of what we do for Manchester, we do all the financial regulatory reporting. So there's all kinds of reports, FinRep, AnaCredit, there's all kinds of liquidity reports we have to do, and we deliver these reports to the European Central Bank, the Bank of England, the National Bank of Belgium, the Bundesbank, so the central banks in basically all the countries across Europe. And that sounds easy, but it's, again, incredibly difficult, because so much of what we all do is dependent on data. And the reality is that no matter what organisation you go to work for, you'll find that the data isn't perfect. So we have to spend a lot of time making sure that our data is accurate, because if we don't give accurate data to the Bank of England or the European Central Bank, they're going to be knocking on our door and asking lots of questions. And it's really important for our global reputation that we give a thoroughly accurate view of our accounts, basically, and our liquidity positions and so on. So we've got a whole team of people right now who do those reports on a daily basis, and also a team that's actually making sure that we develop those reports. So in everything that we do, there's data. In everything we do, there's always an IT aspect as well. So we have to support those systems. We have to develop those systems.
And we also have to look for alternatives to it as well as backups in case that system doesn't work. So that's one angle, and that's in the finance department. That's a department of about 115 people. I was there for 5.5 years, and to kind of, I guess, put evidence to the point that Jason was making, you can move around. I've literally walked 30 metres. It's a sideways move for me, but 30 metres because I want to try something different, and I've gone into a completely different department, and now I've got a completely different job. But I'm really enjoying it. It's a great new challenge. So I'm now in the operational world, and basically what we do now is, Denise mentioned all the trillions of dollars that we have under custody and so on. We have hundreds of billions, trillions of transactions which happen all the time. And so, if I take an example, one of the banks, one of our clients is the Central Bank of Canada. So we will make sure that all the transactions and so on that they're doing and that their statements completely match our own statements as well. And we've got data flowing in from 2 different sources, and we match it together. And if there's any discrepancies, we have to investigate those again to make sure that our liquidity and our capital positions are all absolutely accurate. And we've got a team right now of about 50 people in Manchester doing that. And I guess the good news for us, Manchester is a strategic site. So currently one of the projects I'm looking at is we've got obviously offices all over the world, and currently we've got offices in Canada and New York and Pittsburgh. Where we're actually migrating jobs from there over to Manchester, and we're going to be the central hub that does all of this reconciliation activity that I've just described. So we're a growing site, and that means that we are therefore looking to recruit as quickly as possible. And the roles that I've just described there, the kind of roles that you can do straight from university. We can take people in and train you up to do that straight away. And I've got good examples of that right now, where we've got a grad who literally joined us. He joined the same day as me. And today he's just been promoted up to the next level because he's come along, he's shown absolute 100% enthusiasm for what he's doing. He's getting on top of stuff. He's already delegating things to other people in the team who've been working there a lot longer than him. He's got a fantastic attitude, and he's actually really set an example for everybody else, and we reward that, because we really want to make sure that if you come in with that kind of gusto, if you like, and you also got the talent to do the job and you've got the substance to back it up, then there's some fantastic opportunities for you. You can rise through the organisation quite quickly. And go back to Jason's point, you could join my team, or you could join Jason's team, or any of the teams. You could work there for a year, 18 months, 2 years, ideally 2 years, because you really need to bed yourself in and understand where you are. And then you could look for the next role, and you can keep developing, and you can broaden your experience of the financial services industry, because there is just so much to do. I started out, Denise will be amazed to hear this, I started out on a graduate programme focusing on IT in technology. You know that, did you? You wouldn't know that. That was at Barclays. It goes back to 1996, and while that's depressing for me and it seems like a long time ago, I still empathise. I can remember what it was like to be sat where you are now. But that in that graduate programme I did, it was the same. There were so many opportunities to go for there. But actually, Banking York Mellon is a more I guess it's a more interesting place to be, because the one thing I love about the job that we do is every day we speak to people from across the world. I've got colleagues in Pune, in Chennai, in India. We've got colleagues in Pittsburgh and New York. We've got colleagues across Europe, and every day you're on Teams calls with these guys. And to be honest with you, you develop really close relationships just as much as we do with the people that sit next to us in Manchester. And that global aspect makes it really, really interesting. As well as a myriad of different teams and departments that are there as well. So it is genuinely a really interesting place to be. I wouldn't have stayed there for 6 years if it wasn't. And I'm hoping I'll be able to stick around a lot longer, as long as I'm allowed to. That's what I'd say. And maybe if we hand over, you can maybe give us more recent experience for joining from a grad scheme or from a grad perspective.
Yeah, of course. As I said, I've been in the company now for about 3.5 months. And just started with a bit of training. So on my team, there's 2 different shifts. There's an AM and a PM, and they're both completely different due to different currencies, different restricted currencies, across the globe, different time zones. There's different cut-offs and deadlines to meet on each shift. So I worked the PM shift for about 2 months. Got to grips with all of that, being introduced to lots of different currencies, and just picking all of that up. And then when the team were happy that, you know, I'd sort of got to grips with that, I moved over to the AM. So I've been on the AM shift for about 3 weeks now. And that's slightly different because all of the deadlines tend to be straight away, whereas on the PM it's later on. So you start and it's all go, you know, there's a lot to get out the door and process, but it's really interesting. I'd say it keeps you on your toes, and you know, there's so much to learn, and not just sort of starting to learn not just how to do something but why we're doing it as well, and the benefit of like what it is for the team. And then, as Jason was saying, you know, it's definitely something that a lot of automation can, we can definitely be looking at a lot of automation to add to, you know, get rid of some manual processes that we do, and to look at things and say, why are we still doing this if it's a long manual process, and can it save the team time and add value? And that's something that as I get to grips with all of the different tasks, I can start thinking, why am I doing this, and hopefully look to start on some projects and stuff like that.
I think that's fair, right? Just to kind of like elaborate on that, excuse me, the reason why there's 2 shifts is because one of them covers kind of like Asia Pacific currencies in one, and then the other one covers kind of like your more America, so sort of like your Brazil currencies. And if you kind of like think about it on a level that you've got a lot of businesses that we deal with, and there's different types of trading, and in the trading team that Gemma sits on, it's called program trading. So we've got lots of businesses that are global, that need funds at any given time in a particular currency. So what we do is we agree with them up front a program trade where we say to them, well, we know you're not going to have a custodian, which is like a local bank in every country that can get you access to those funds, right? So we'll do that for you. But every time you trade with us, we're going to charge you almost like an administrative fee. And that's where the program trading comes in. So whether that's 20 blips, 50 blips, 60 blips, or whatever, depending on the size of that client and the size of their transactions. So all that's then predetermined, and then we can start flowing some kind of like some real volume down. And then once those clients have come on, as Gemma was saying, then the next phase then is you know, going in and cannibalising the rest of their business that they may do with somebody else, or they do out with the street. Because I think once you get somebody in and you see how much we can offer, it's quite an easy conversation then to actually bring that client in and do, you know, all the different forms of FX trading that we can actually do. Right, so that's the next step.
Has anybody got any questions? Hi.
So I would like to know about the vision and mission statement of BMY Mellon and the core values, if possible.
The vision?
Yes, and the mission.
But with the World's Bank is what we, you know, with the world's trusted bank. So our clients know that they can trust working with us, and that's a big thing when you're looking after people's financial wealth and you know, and corporate wealth. So I think that's, you know, that's really the driver. But we also want to be the lead around, you know, digital assets and digital currency, and certainly that's an area that we're heavily into now as well. From a you know, obviously from a people perspective, we're very much you know, a diverse culture. Even just in Manchester alone, obviously we have a massive focus on diversity and inclusion. You know, all our values are around, you know, integrity and doing the right thing. So, you know, we've not been around for 230 years by accident. You know, we've obviously got the longevity, and we want to continue in that space and building on what we've learned throughout that period.
One thing just to add to that I'd say, because we've all probably worked for different organisations, so a lot of organisations will talk about their values and talk about you know, diversity and integrity, but this place is the one place where I felt it actually means something. There's definitely a more collaborative approach in Banking York Mellon to the ones I've experienced. I'm not going to name the other companies if it's my fourth one, but it definitely means a little bit more here. There's definitely a more collaborative angle to it, and we had a guy, Todd Gibbons was our group CEO. He's actually just leaving now, and I think he's been a real forerunner in that, and really promoting that. And he's a man, I think we can all say, of a lot of integrity. He's handing over to a guy called Robin Vince now, who's actually he's British by the way, but he's actually going to be based over in New York, obviously. But he's coming over to visit us on the 23rd of June. Yeah. But all of this stuff, the guys at the very top of the organisation talk about this all the time. And when they come to visit us, they talk about this stuff all the time. So it really is real. Because there is always a risk that this stuff is just, it's brochure type stuff, But actually, this is actually part of very much who we are. And I honestly wouldn't say that if I didn't mean it. I didn't say that about one of my previous employers, and I've done similar things like this in the past. But I think it definitely stands out for me as having a really good, collaborative, inclusive culture.
I'm hoping by you're kind of looking at us that we're not dressed as typical bankers, if you like, So
the reason why I asked, because from where I worked, I'm always concerned about the core values of the organization, because that determines my career level.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously our offices are smart casual dress. Sure. We're trying to create a culture that Manchester is a great place to work. And that's what we're driving for,
This is me having made an effort, by the way. I don't normally dress as smart for work.
Hi, my name is Cyril. Currently doing my master's in procurement, logistics, and supply chain management here in Salford. I just want to ask, what opportunities you have for prospects who don't have any sort of background in the banking sector. That's one. And my second question is, I know you're here to maybe talk to graduates or people who are leaving now, but do you have any sort of placement or internship program? Speaking for myself, or for the new intakes, we just started my program in March. Looking for places to do our internship, and do you have those kind of opportunities?
Yeah. Do you want to say that?
Yeah, well, we've got there's a summer internship program that we can provide details after this, where we get people coming in for summer, and you can it's a really valuable thing. And I haven't got the stats right now to my head, but a lot of the people who've come in and worked for us over the summer have ended up taking a permanent job out of it subsequently. We've also got the OCAP graduate program, which is a global program, which is kind of people who obviously want to make a real career in finance, and that's a successful program as well. And we've got lots of those in Manchester who are now flying up the organisation. The bit you asked at the beginning, which I've got a lovely anecdote which I can give you recently about trying to appeal to people who don't necessarily have a banking background as well. I did a visit to Zavarian College in South Manchester, based in Rusholme. I don't know if any of you know it. And we were doing this is actually, to be fair, I was in the canteen in the corner, but we were talking to people as they came out for their dinner, and we're looking for people who are just eager, and willing to learn as much as anything. And we were introduced to a guy who had decided that he didn't want to finish his A-levels, but the lecturer that the tutor that he was working with, came and told us that this guy's got really good attitude, he wants to get on. It's just that the academic route isn't for him. And so we had a chat with him, and he came in for an interview, and he's starting in a month's time. And that's because he spoke to us. He had, he was good with things like Microsoft Excel and everything. There was stuff that we could see in terms of his attitude and his willingness to learn. That there's loads of stuff we could work for. We're going to train him up, and I'm really excited for him starting, to be honest with you. So we're fishing around for people who, I guess, buy into the values that we've spoken about, who want to learn, who want to collaborate, and just have that, I guess, have that fire in their belly a little bit as well, who want to move on in their careers. His name's Miles, I hope you won't mind saying that, and I'm hoping that I'll be talking about in a year's time to tell people like you how he's progressing up the organisation as well.
Another area that we're focusing on is actually apprenticeships too. So people who are coming out of colleges at 18 that perhaps or even graduates coming out of university, that want to do a particular apprenticeship that's BNY Mellon sponsored. Then we're doing that as well.
And we're just putting a structured program. Sorry, I could just see your hands on the back. We're putting a structured program together on that as we speak. We've got apprentices working with us now, and there's a guy in my team who came in, and he's again another one who's doing really well. He's just finishing his apprenticeship right now as we speak. But we're gonna make sure that apprenticeship program is structured and really valuable to people who want to come through that route as well.
I think, sorry, just before we take the next question, probably worth mentioning, excuse me, that I've actually got a student from this university in my team at the minute, which is how I actually came into contact with Kerry. So I've got Ibrahim, he's with us, he's coming back to the university in September to do his final year, to do his third year. So as well as kind of like all these kind of like exciting programs and obviously people applying for permanent positions once they kind of graduate, what we've done was we do have people that go on maternity or paternity leave, and Ibrahim was one of 3 people that we brought in to cover maternity leave. He'll come back to the university, but he's already saying to me like he wants to come back basically as soon as it's finished. So he's had he'll have had 12 months. No, he won't have been through the full education, but in that time, he's had a real good feel for what the job is, what the culture is, and it's great that he's already bending my ear about the fact that apparently I have to find him a job. So
I'm sure we'll be able to.
So I'm sure we'll be able to accommodate him. Yes, that's fine. But worth sharing, I thought, because he's from here.
Thank you. There's questions back there.
Yeah, sorry. Basically, you said that there's different time zones, so from AM and PM.
Yeah.
How does that work in operations in the office? Do you work 24/7 or?
Yeah, sure. So because we're a global bank, there is somebody working 24/7. That isn't somebody in my team that's working 24/7. There is a handover period. So when Gemma was talking about shifts, in Gemma's team, the first lot start at 7 a.m. and they tend to work till about 2:30, and then the second lot come in kind of like 10 o'clock and kind of finish like 6, 6:30. And if you think about the different currencies globally, you need to be in at kind of like 7 a.m. in the morning if you're going to be dealing with Taiwanese, Chinese, and all your APAC currencies. But then you're going to need people later in the day if you're going to be dealing with the likes of Brazil and Chile and all the kind of like the LATAM currencies. So that's the reason for the split. There is a team that you could hand it over to, but I guess to simplify it again is if you book a trade out of London or Europe, or one of the the desks that kind of like sit around France and all the other cities, it'll come into my team, and they will deal with it. So yes, there is a handover that you could potentially do, but generally all the work's kind of like consolidated in region, because you've got like Gary mentioned, there's a lot of legislation around trading because of the amounts of money. If you imagine that we didn't physically send out any money today, then all the clients wouldn't then be able to honour their payments and their payments and their payments, and you'd see the market close, right?
So just to be clear, there's nobody working overnight in the Manchester office.
No, not for my team anyway, so you're welcome to apply.
Another question, sorry. For those that are joining BNY with their master's degree, what is the start point, if I may ask?
Do you mean salary?
No, as in the level-wise position.
Yeah, it depends, because I think in the roles, so different roles and different teams have different entry levels. Yeah, and there's like a banding system. So it's very difficult to say if you come in, you're going to go into that band, right? Because that band will be probably determined by the type of role that you apply for, and how complicated that role is, and how much it would actually take you to learn to be what we class as a subject matter expert. So I would say, I'd say that the key point is, though, at every single one of those positions, there's a clear path for progression. I think that's the key.
Go ahead.
Oh, yeah. My name is Jun Wei, and I'm a master's student here at Southwood Business School. So I have a bit technical question, if that's all right.
Sure. We'll try.
What's your view on the current inflation? Is there any comparison you can make in the history? And how does it end? Do you think BOE reacted well in the situation?
Oh, that's tough. I did economics at university, so I might have to go back to that a little bit. I don't think there's much the Bank of England can do right now. I know you go into the monetarist policy, the only thing they can do is raise the interest rates. We're not, Great Britain is not powerful enough on its own anymore to influence these kind of things in a way that maybe it once pretended it was. So we're going to be dependent on what happens in the situation in Ukraine. We're going to be dependent on what happens with the flow of oil and gas, which is a massive stoker of inflation. And obviously with again going back to Ukraine, the price of wheat and everything is going to be going through the roof. So I understand the projections are that inflation will maybe level off, but if you read the broadsheets and the papers, it was meant to be levelling off, maybe in 5 months, 6 months, and now it's more like 12 months. So I think the honest answer to that is that nobody knows, because I think we're in quite unprecedented times at the moment. But if you've got a mortgage, I'd have fixed it last year. That would be the only thing I would say.
Agreed.
Or pay off.
Hi, first of all, I would love to thank you all for the brief explanation like you did on the FX and money market. So I'm currently studying with Safford Business School, MSc Accounting and Finance, but I do have treasury operations experience. So I was, understanding what all you're talking about. So my question to you is, like, you have well explained about the Forex and money markets. So do BNY Mellon have custodian services with regards to bonds as well, like we know Clearstream and Euroclear?
Yes. So that generally gets done by the umbrella of what we'd class as a custody bank. So that's kind of like separate to where I work. So I work in I'll head up the kind of like the EMEA FX. And I guess to kind of like show you the difference, right, is a custody bank would be where, if you're one of the biggest companies in the world, you need to keep your money with somebody so you can keep it safe and protected, yeah? And that's what you'd see on the custody side. With our side in the FX, that's where you see more live trading, which is how I'd kind of explain it. And to follow on to Gary's last question, sorry to move over, where we'll see the biggest impact on the world with things like Ukraine is in the equities market, because you'll see a lot of pension funds that will have millions and millions and millions of dollars, and they'll track things like the FTSE 250, FTSE 100, FTSE 500, whatever. A lot of those companies, if you think when you take that original deal out, out of that top 250, you could have 25 of those companies could be in mining, or they could be in like food. If you go 2 years down the line and that makeup of that 250 companies that now makes up the top 250 is different, the volatility and your risk appetite on that deal now becomes significantly different, right? So and that's where you see the volatility in the market. And then I think to your point as to what impact does that have? Well, it makes some people really rich and makes others not a bit poorer than they were before they originally went into the deal. So hopefully you're on the right side of it.
But in terms of custodian, we don't have that experience here, but absolutely it's part of our organisation. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Uche. I'm a student of University of Salford, International Business with Law. I quite understood a little about operation and compliance.
Yeah.
So, but my question is regarding to trading. When you mention currency trading, what are you referring to? Are you referring to spot execution, or you are referring to future?
Everything, because it all comes under the same umbrella, right? The only difference with same day and spot is you physically don't need to send a confirmation out to the client. From a regulatory perspective, we don't need to report it. Anything that goes over 2 days, you need to then report it, and that's when you go into your FX forward, your options, your rates, and all the different wonderful types of trades that you can have. And I think where it coming back to what you've said to me there and what you're studying, I think where that gets more interesting is when you move from a 2-day window into something that's going to be, forward future dated, right? Then what you probably want to be looking at there is, you don't have time in 48 hours to physically send somebody a legal document that they're going to read, because realistically it's got to be done it's got to be done electronic. The market's going to move a relative amount. If you're going to do something in 2 years' time, you probably want to protect yourself. So if you think about things like law now, that there's a lot of legal language that goes into our empty templates that protects us for that type of thing, and kind of like market disruptions. If you imagine that we did a deal, it comes to the end, somebody doesn't agree with how we've calculated that deal, then what the ratification and the implications in the market, and all that now comes down to a doc. So if you're interested in that, then maybe you should speak to me after.
Sorry, another technical question. So, in your presentation, you just mentioned cryptocurrency, and like 2 days ago, in Davos, Christine Lagarde, president of ECB, just mentioned cryptocurrency is worth nothing. So, what's the BNY Mellon's vision on cryptocurrency? Thank you.
Yeah, I can say that. It's
gradually, Jason.
Yeah, I was thinking. I'd say there's an appetite to explore it, right? I would say that all the communication that I get out is we're now aware of crypto. They're building a team in Manchester to look at crypto. I've just moved one of my headcount into a crypto team. And what they're basically doing at the minute is they're looking at it and saying, does this make sense? You know, is it a fad? Does it make sense? Where do we actually see the real wealth in it? You know, do we think that our clients, and don't forget, we're not a retail bank, right? So retail bank, we're not doing personal loans and personal credit cards of like a couple of grand here and 10 grand there for a car. We're talking about hundreds of millions or billions of pounds. And we're saying, like, you know, do we actually see this as being something that people are genuinely going to invest in compared to what's already out there at the market? And I think you see a lot of fintechs, a lot of pop-up companies. You know, we saw Greensill, that was, you know, in Warrington go bust, 12 months ago, for the same things where they didn't have the credit to finance their operations. And I think we need to be careful that we don't fall under that umbrella. So I'd say that the next 12 months will be about research, let somebody else do it, and let's see how that goes, because when we want to do it, we can just do it at a big scale, right?
Yeah, my question was on cryptocurrency, but to go another question onto that, I was talking about what the risks are involved with yourselves. I know, for example, with cryptocurrency, the risks, trying to mitigate them by obviously waiting for another company to do it first and then watching how they deal with the situation. But I was thinking again with inflation and equities and bonds and the volatility of the market, what's the risks? Obviously, you're a worldwide bank and you've been in business for some time, you're established. So what are the established risks and how you mitigate those effects?
Should I go first?
Yes,
so I guess in the teams that I manage, right, so there's a lot of payment risk. So my guys today will probably send out about $1.5–2 trillion worth of money. You know, if that money goes to the wrong place, or we don't receive the money that we're expecting in, you then cause liquidity issues in the market. You know, we've already talked about some of the markets have a lack of liquidity. If you look at Nigeria, for example, people cannot physically buy Nigerian currency at the moment. There's like a 2-year waiting list for it. Yeah. So, and if we send our payments erroneously or fail to make payments, then you're going to talk, you know, there's a massive impact, because the people who are waiting for our money might be paying everybody's salaries, right, or might be then not able to purchase something that they need, and et cetera, et cetera. So the biggest thing for us is always going to be liquidity, and not, you know, causing the market to default.
And as Denise mentioned, we're a globally significant institutional bank. So there's two ways of looking at that. So to the market, if something happened to this organisation, it would be disastrous for the world economy. So I don't know how much you guys remember the 2008 crash, but you didn't hear Bank of New York Mellon in that period, because we've got, you know, a very well-controlled risk profile. And obviously all the very significant banks went under, and you saw what happened. Since then, there's an entire industry which has almost sprung up around regulation. So I mentioned the regulatory reporting we do to the national banks across the world. Everything we do has got a risk angle to it. Even you know, recruitment. We have. I had a call literally just before I got here from a chief risk officer questioning me about the people that I'm trying to recruit to take over these roles that we're bringing in from the US. Every single thing we touch, there's a risk department that is watching what we do, and there's reports you've got to make sure that, you know, the people will oversee it to make sure that you're covering all your bases. Most importantly, that we always have a view on our liquidity position, our levels of capital. There's reports we have to provide, such as this MREL and TLAC and bail-in, and basically they're all about, if we went under, we'd have to be able to prove that we would have the assets to pay out our liabilities to creditors across the world, so that there wouldn't be another disaster like happened in 2008. And it's expensive, it's really time consuming, but every bank is regulated that way now, and a lot of that goes on in Manchester. So we know exactly what our financial position is, and risk is everything, really. Risk touches every single part of every single aspect that goes on in banking and any other financial institution as well.
Okay, my name is Anthony. I'm a project management student, master student, but I have interest in data analysis. And I know the last time we were talking about reconciling the information from all different banks. So I want to know, do you have a really steady data center or people that have dedicated data experts that do your data, or do your data being done for you by the other banks and other affiliate businesses?
So, so firstly, in terms of, tell me if I'm answering your question properly. So we data, like I said, is again central to everything that's happening. Okay, so we've got in terms of where we house our data, we have a mainframe. I'll show me age there, aren't they? We have our data centres across the globe where we've got resiliency to make sure that that's all housed appropriately, and we've got a resilient infrastructure. Then in terms of how we use that data, I think in most teams that you're working now, there's normally a top level data. Well, okay, in the teams I've worked in, there's always a go-to person who understands the data inextricably, almost, in terms of what's coming in. Data enrichment is another, it's another career route in itself. I've got a guy who worked in my last team. He did everything in terms of building a data model, so it would feed into the systems that we use to send out our reports to the regulators. In every single job that all of us do, we're dependent on the data and the quality of the data. And the quality of the data, it doesn't just flow through. You have to enrich it. You've got to make sure you understand where the shortfalls are. And again, it comes back to the risk question as well. You've got all kinds of eyes on you to make sure that you're doing that in an appropriate way, and there's 4 eyes checks and everything that you're doing. And so your data, basically, I think you've heard it before. Banks nowadays are just big tubs of data with products built on top of it, effectively. That's effectively, if a bank gets bought, you're buying the data. Most organisations are like that. Data is just everything to everybody. So it's a fun to be a data expert in itself is a massive career, and have the ability to understand it. And I'm not great at that, I'll be honest with you.
Hi, my name is Olufunade and I'm studying FinTech, Financial Technology. I wanted to ask in relation to smart contracts and open banking, and what is BNY Mellon on it, like especially for trade finance, and what do you guys think about the future? Is it something like BNY Mellon is looking into? Like, are you guys looking into like open banking, because like those are the things that are really like coming up, especially for fintech companies, like trying to kind of like leverage partnership with fintech companies. And so what's your take on it, and what do you think about the future prospect for smart contract and also open banking for your organization? Thank
you. I think when we say the word open banking, right, it gets thrown out quite a few times. So just make it like, I guess, really specific to what we do. Is we're not a retail bank, so we're a custody bank, and I think so when we're talking about smart apps and people doing their own trading, their own banking and that sort of stuff, right, there's probably not going to be that much appetite for us to go in and compete with Egg, because Egg are just too small, if I'm being totally honest. There's probably not enough money in that, in the retail side, with the risk that associates with it, for us to probably bother and go into the retail. Bank of Newton Mellon is an investment bank. And I think as far as the trading side is, and it goes back to the comment that I was saying before, the world moves so fast that you now basically be able to you want to do something and you just want the end result now, and it goes back to like kind of like an iPhone to your sort of thing. You probably use about 10% of the technology that your iPhone offers you. But you don't pick an iPhone up and say, well, I'll buy it today, but I'm going to wait 12 months for all that functionality to be downloaded, right? You go in the shop, you get it, and it just works. And I think that's the sort of like thought process now that in the banking, that when I'm talking with Gemma and all the teams, that we've got to be looking at, because actually for us to continue to grow, we've got to simplify what we do. We've got to make it really easy. We've got to take all the pain out of it, and that's what I'm going on about when I'm saying that clients can't get hold of money in other currencies in other countries. They don't care how we get hold of it, right? That's our problem. What we're doing is we're taking that service to them, and we need to simplify it, because if we don't, somebody else will. And it's all about speed and ease of use. So hopefully that answers your question. Sorry if I went a bit rogue.
So what do you think about smart contract? Because I think like something like it's very important to trade, important to you, especially like how am I going to put it? Like
Kind of. I can hear the word smart contract, but quite a lot falls underneath that umbrella. So.
Yeah, you asked like some of the questions around like open banking, and I understand that. But I'm also thinking about what you guys like see about smart contract, because I think smart contracts is still something like relating to trade and for like investment companies or anything, because that's to relate with like blockchain technology. Yeah. And also like what are your take on blockchain technology and how you guys are really like moving towards that aspect?
Okay. I'm not in tech, right? But what I would say to you is the conversation that I have with tech is, when I think about blockchain, I think about buying a vendor application and utilising it for our needs. And that tends to sit with fintech pop-up companies. I think what we're all about is, if we need the technology, we'll develop it in-house and spend the money on it so it's done properly. I think when you buy an application that you don't own, I think you're limited to what that application can actually deliver. I think over a period of time as well, it then becomes very difficult for you to renegotiate that service level agreement, and generally you're locked in for a fixed period of time. So what I would say is, if we need something, why would you go out to the street and spend 500 million? Why don't you go and hire the right people that can build it internally, right, and then you can own it?
Or buy the fintech.
Which
we do as well. Yeah.
Feels like we've got a lot of future traders in here. Both well.
Good afternoon. My name is Precious. Studying international business, University of Salford. So I just want to ask just a follow-up to our question. I don't know if you guys provide trade finance solutions, like correspondent banking for other banks, peradventure, like trade finance solution. Do you guys do that in your bank?
Yeah. Are you talking about where a bank is unable to deliver a service or a product to the client, so they outsource it basically to somebody else to provide that on their behalf?
It's just like saying maybe there are banks that want to do transactions, but are able to do that because they are currently not in that space. So they liaise with some other bigger banks who can do the transactions for them.
Yeah, always. Because if you look at NatWest, right? So NatWest is like a UK bank. You know, it's quite. Everybody thinks it's quite a big bank. It is quite a big bank from a retail perspective, but in reality, it's actually quite a small bank on a global level. So NatWest would be an example of somebody that may come to us and would trade with us, so that they can actually get access to the global market. So we would do a lot of deals with NatWest and facilitate it on their behalf, because they simply don't have the sub-custodian relationships globally.
Hi, sorry, just to add on to a question. I know she was talking about smart contracts, and you guys said that obviously if you were to go into that and streamline or whatever task you were to do, you would do it in-house with technology. So I was wondering, is there anything that you actually do outsource, or is everything done internally with the business? And if you do outsource, what examples are some of the companies that you outsource with?
Are you talking from a technology perspective?
All perspectives. I was just using that as an example.
Certainly from a technology perspective, we don't outsource. I mean, out of the 50,000 people that we have working for the company, 13,000 of them are in technology. So that just gives you some kind of idea of the scale of that function, if you like. But I don't know about anything else that we outsource.
I wouldn't say we outsource. The only thing I would say from our perspective is we're a participant for certain technologies. Because if you think about things like Bloomberg, CLS, Reuters, just what we do, you would have an engagement with that facility, right? Yeah. So it's not that we outsource it. There just are certain applications that everybody actually utilises across the market. So I'd probably say that's a better way of looking at it.
We do tend to do more in-house. I mean, there is an example, in our Italian bank, for example, they outsource most of their regulatory reporting, so they just give the data, and that there's a team over there who will just go and do all the regulatory reporting forward. That's just Italy. For the rest of it, we buy a system, and then we buy their software, but we'll you know, we are proprietary over it. We'll actually put the data in and make sure it's enriched ourselves. So there are some examples of outsource, but we tend to do more in-house, and we offshore a lot as well. Obviously, we make sure that we're in the most cost-effective areas of the world for the areas, for the type of roles in which we can do that.
Hi, my question is from Carrie. What are some challenges you've faced since you've been here? You just told us that you've been here for the last 3 months. So would you like to tell us something, if there are any?
Yeah, of course. I think so. I've been an operations analyst previous to this role in a different company. As Jason mentioned, very small company compared to BMI. So I had a bit of a operations background and a bit of experience in that, and I suppose some transferable skills from that. But coming into BMI, especially into FX trading, I had no experience in that role. So I think a lot of the technical terms, a lot of the different systems that we use, it can take some getting used to, but once you start to, you also need to get to grips with why you're doing things, and there's reasons for everything, and especially something that was quite hard to get to grips with at first. There's reasons for doing different things in different currencies, so there's different regulations for most different currencies, especially restricted ones. But the team were so helpful. The training site been really good. Learned so much, and I think working within that team and everyone's helping me, and they know that they're wanting me to do well and get to grips with everything and learn it all. So it was challenging at first. I was a bit just couldn't believe how much there was to learn, but it's getting to grips with it all. It's really interesting, which definitely helps.
Okay, I just want to ask again. I could see you are a very prime asset management company. That how other sub companies working subscribing to your services. But I'm a little confused because I've gone through your services from my phone here. So what kind of brokerage solution do you provide to your brokerage dealers? And I've heard you talking about only FS. Do you also provide other services into oil and gas and other commodities as well?
Yeah, we do. I guess is the easy answer. What I would say to you is that I don't oversee those, so I would be probably remiss of me to give you a detailed answer on it. But if you think about everything that you can do financially, whether it come from asset services, trading on the back of asset services, whether it's whatever, that there will be a team and a presence that will actually do that within the bank, and that very much goes what we were saying before, because obviously like Gemma's come in within my team, but she may do 2 years to actually learn the program trading middle office, may move to another team that I manage, but then could quite simply go to something that you're talking about now, which would be completely different. It would physically be like walking out one door and walking in a new door, and you think it was a different bank, right? And I think that's the benefit of working somewhere with scale. Yeah.
And that's what we were saying right at the beginning, is that of all of the roles that we fill within our Manchester campus, 40% of those are filled with people that are already there. So that means that they're progressing, and then we're bringing in other new people at the entry level. So there's definitely career progression.
Yeah, definitely. It is interesting though, because the commodities market, the one that you're talking about, commodities market is really challenging at this moment in time, right? Because if you think about commodities as such, nobody wants to own a commodity, right? You want to come in the morning, you want to buy it, and you want to sell it before you finish, right? Nobody actually wants to take delivery of 500 beds or 500 sofas. You want to buy it and you want to sell it, right? And I think what's happened is the more volatility you see in the market, people have actually been stung, where they've been, where somebody will call them and say, you bought 100 tons of coffee, where's it being delivered to, right? And that person had no intention of actually buying a warehouse to house this coffee. But if you then can't sell it, what are you actually going to do about it? And I think that's where you see the more volatile the market's getting. I think somebody raised the cost of living kind of like issue. It can go down to the commodities market more and have more of an impact, whereas like when you're talking more about and FX when I work, I would say that people's wealth doesn't generally have that much of an impact on the volume of trades, because the trading generally happens on the back of business activity.
Can I ask another question, please? What is the operational strategy like in the banking industry here in the UK? Because I know back home it's more of competition, target setting, and all that.
Can you repeat the last part of the question, sorry?
I said, what is the operational strategy like in the banking industry in the UK? Is it competitive?
What's the operations strategy?
Okay.
Is it competitive? Yeah.
I think I believe it's competitive. Yeah. I mean, I think because we're a global business, right? So we have a view of across the world how operations run, and we can benchmark ourselves. You know, every day there's an equivalent of me based in Pune called Amit, who I work with every day. So I know how the Indian operation is run. I also work with a guy called Chuck, who's based in Pittsburgh, and he's got an operation running in Pittsburgh. So we kind of know, and they've all got a view within their own nationalities about, you know, what's best practice in terms of how an operation should run. So we all learn from that. We all learn from each other. We're constantly under pressure to maintain our costs and keep our expenses down. And we're constantly under pressure to make sure that we're automating more, that we're getting better technology in. I'm not an expert in this, so please don't ask me too many questions, but we're getting into machine learning and we're getting into artificial intelligence more all the time. And we've got a tool at the moment we're using called Acceptor, which is about automating stuff. You know, I've got a list of 50 things that I want to get automated over the next few months. All of that because we're constantly under pressure to make sure that we're operating as efficiently as possible, to make sure that we're competitive. Because frankly, you know, there's lots of other banks who want to do what we do and want to take our customers off us. So that pressure is constant. And we wouldn't be getting all these jobs over into Manchester right now when a company like ours has got a choice to send them all anywhere in the world, frankly, because we're in most of the major countries of the world, we've got a representation. They're coming to Manchester because we are competitive and we do have good cost control, and we are constantly looking for the best ways of bringing in the best technology and automating a lot of the manual processes, which we still do have. On an everyday basis, we're looking at the manual processes and trying to eradicate them as well.
And we have the best talent too.
It's obvious.
Colin?
Okay. Yeah, good. All right. Thank you very much. So we haven't got time for any more questions, but I will forward you on the opportunities that are available with BNY Mellon once we have sent them some across. So we will send them to the group that have signed in today, and the ones online too.
And what I would say is, if anyone is interested in a career, both Jason and I are on LinkedIn, so feel free to contact one of us or both of us. We'll do an arm wrestle, maybe if you come to both of us. But you know, there's opportunities available now, so just come to us and let us know, and we'll be around for the next 5 minutes or so as well.
Yeah, and Kerry, obviously we talked about, you know, if people want to have a visit and tour of the office, then you know we can certainly arrange that as well.
Brilliant. We're going to arrange that shortly to go down to BNY Mellon to look at the space down there as well, so we'll let you know about that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Oh, I don't think it's working. Is that to mute us? Why? Ooh. Ooh. It's been a long week, guys. Thank you for coming. Blessing, what did you put on that post? The dynamic duo? Is that what you put? Something like that?
The fantastic duo.
The fantastic duo.
Aww.
I know.
We're going to sit down. We're going to put the disco mics down.
Whatever makes you happy.
Thanks.
Thanks. Is that God?
Oh.
Right, where's that clicky thing?
I've got it.
Oh, okay, so this session is how to navigate the local employer ecosystem. Does everyone understand what I mean when they say the word ecosystem?
Angela, you were going to say something then. Go on.
Maybe the environment where how employers are hiring, probably LinkedIn could be the part of this ecosystem.
Could be part of it, yeah. What else?
Indeed, Reed, Glassdoor.
Yeah.
Or maybe all the consultants could be a part of the ecosystem as well.
Okay. Okay, so an exercise that's really worth doing, and it doesn't matter what industry you want to go to, but I'm going to give you the example of the tech sector, okay? So if you had to map out what that looks like, you could say, okay, let's just say this water bottle is Blessing, and Blessing wants to be part of the local tech ecosystem, okay? So, first thing that Blessing would do is she would find perhaps some groups on LinkedIn around the sector that she wants to work in. Yeah. She would then perhaps go onto another social network like Twitter. So for the tech sector, for example, Twitter's pretty big. And she would find her peers. She would find industry-related press. So the tech sector, for example, really big publication, which I'm a huge fan of, is Computer Weekly. So it's now online, but I used to read the physical Computer Weekly, and when I worked in travel, I used to read Travel Weekly.
And what have you just been named in Computer Weekly?
Oh yeah, no, I don't want to talk about it. We'll talk about it later in the networking session. So industry-related press, your peers. You would then go on to Eventbrite and Meetup, and you might be able to find some groups on there. You would also perhaps go to networking groups that are on the periphery of the tech sector. Any others?
Your colleagues?
Your colleagues. I put those in there. So it's really a bit like that example that I did in the Making Good Connections. It's quite similar to that. So it's all the things that are interconnected to the industry that is going to not only inform you about knowledge, connections, but also it's going to inform you about those 60% of jobs that aren't advertised. So that's essentially what an ecosystem's like. So it's like a supportive thing, and I can guarantee there is ecosystems in everything. So anyone who's interested in logistics, for example, I came across a woman a number of years ago called Claire Bottle, who is the chair, or was the chair, of UK Women in Logistics. So, and there's different things for different things. It might be that actually there's subgroups from the ecosystem. So, for example, if we're talking about women, you might have let's just say you're a software developer. It might be that there's a JavaScript group. But actually, if you're a woman, you might want to go to a women's JavaScript group. So it can sort of have little paths onto everything else. But one thing I would say, if you are looking for placements, if you were looking for work experience, if you were ultimately looking for jobs, or if you're looking for a community that is really passionate about a subject that you're just as passionate about, engaging with the local ecosystem is essential. The university can only do so much. This university, you're super lucky, has some really brilliant industry connections. So the business school has an industry advisory board, which has people like Kyojo on it, like me, and also like Ian. Because actually, we can inform the university to make sure that the curriculum and the opportunities are targeted for industry, okay? What I would also say though is you have to get out of the bubble of university. So, are most of you based at the Salford Crescent campus? Yeah. Okay. Let me tell you, I know because I've done it myself, from Maxwell Building, it will take you 12 minutes. 12 minutes if you've got very long legs and you walk fast.
20 if you're small like me.
Yeah. It will take 12 minutes to walk from Maxwell Building to Spinningfields, which is on the edge of town. It's on the edge of sort of Salford, okay? 12 minutes. In Spinningfields, there is a couple of different communities. There is a fintech cluster. So a lot of fintech businesses go to Spinningfields because there's a lot of banks there. Mm. The banks are potentially their customers. There's also a lot of professional services there. Mm. If you go around the corner from Spinningfields and go to Bonded Warehouse, which is part of Enterprise City, Bonded Warehouse, there is numerous tech clusters there. So I know if I want to, and there's also loads of startups, so if I know if I want to be part of community, there's a number of different places in Manchester, that's just locations. Mm. You can then perhaps get opportunities to then perhaps go onto Eventbrite, onto Meetup, again, find out where the different types of people find, again, I've said it before, it's finding your tribes of people, the people that you can surround yourself that are going to support you on your journey no matter what you want to do. What else can people do to find out about an ecosystem? I'm going to press that.
I think it's asking, if you've not got a clue where to start, some of the things I used to do was just ask. So, like Naomi was my mentor and I didn't know where to start. And the first thing we ever did in our first mentoring session was look at my ecosystem. Mm-hmm. And what I then did was went to people, like industry figures in my space, and said, who do I need to be talking to? Who do I need to get in front of? I think as well, when you are on LinkedIn, because you can find companies, you can find jobs, things like that, but you can also find events and you can also find groups on there. So again, before going to that event that might be in 3 weeks' time, have a look of who's going to be attending, connect with them, drop them a message. It'd be great to have a chat or a coffee when we meet with each other. Meetup's a really great one because on Meetup you can build your own personal profile on there.
And you can actually see the people that are going to the event.
And see the people going to the event. You click on their profile and it's a bit of... Have you ever been on like a TikTok or like a YouTube like binge where you end up on like... You think, how have I got here? It's very similar to Connections. So 1 minute you're watching cats and the next minute, like, God knows what you're watching. However, it's very similar in its spirals. So, you know, from one person that you know, they might know 10 people who you can also add to your network. So I think there's a power in asking and there's a power in actually reaching out and saying, could you maybe make any make any introductions for me or things like that. I think going to events online are great. Going in person is very, very important to actually get your face in front of people. But have a look before you go who's going.
Because some events have things like hashtags.
Yeah. The other thing you can do as well is look at past events, which you can see the previous people that have been, and message them and say, I've seen you're an avid networker, or I'm really impressed by your profile, I can see you've been to these community events. I've never been to one before, and I'm really honest. I've said, look, I'm a bit nervous about going, would you be happy to meet me 5 minutes beforehand, maybe go for a coffee? Or 9 out of 10 times people are happy to help and will say yeah. So just utilise what's available. All it takes is one person to open up their kind of black book of connections to you.
A really great thing that I did a couple of years ago, and I've done this several times. So I remember a friend of mine, Leanne Grimshaw. She is an inbound marketing guru, okay? So what she does is she creates content so a company can get inbound inquiries, right? and she went to a conference in Boston, and I think it was simply called Inbound or something like that. And I thought it was super interesting. I couldn't afford to go to Boston. I couldn't afford to go to this conference. I knew that she was going, but also I followed the hashtag. And every so often during that day, I would look at the hashtag and I would look at the content that they were producing, and it was really, really interesting. And I learned loads during the couple of days that particular conference was on, because people were talking about it online through the hashtag. Like I said, I couldn't afford to go, but that didn't mean that I couldn't be part of it.
Yeah, and another great tip as well is get involved in the conversation. So even if you're not there, tweet or hashtag, or it might be that you've heard like a really great quote, do a LinkedIn post about it. So I've seen a few of you've done posts about Denise White from Monday, who was ex-Disney. Put a quote on there. Fantastic to hear Denise White talking about XYZ. Tag her in it. She'll then like it. When she likes it, then that then opens up her connections. They will see your post on their thread. So always be thinking about the wider part of it, not just necessarily that person you're connecting with, but who else will then see that.
It's a bit like a spider's web.
It is, and I think it can snowball as well. So I think if you're going to do it, which you should do, just make sure that it's the type of people that you want to be connected with, you want to grow your personal connections and learn more from those people. So following hashtags is great on both LinkedIn and Twitter. TikTok is the new YouTube. It's slowly overtaking Google as a search platform. Probably won't, just because of Google are. However, it's getting up there. There's loads of free content on TikTok.
And there's loads of really interesting learnings
Really
as well. I've
interesting.
learned so much on TikTok, more than I've learned on any other platform.
And another thing as well, and I'm sure you all heard it before, when it comes to employability, all these big brands and companies are looking for their next hires online. So there's a girl, I don't know if I mentioned it before, there's a girl who was in digital marketing, and she used to post about her experience and maybe a bit of work that she did. Selfridges DM'd her directly on TikTok and offered her a job on the spot. Now she's been at TikTok for about a year. Selfridges, sorry. Now she's been at Selfridges for a year, 2 years. Now she does all of the TikTok content for Selfridges. So you never know who's viewing this content. So everything you're putting out there and your connections and your posts and things like that, make it relevant to the readers that you want to get across. So I do different posts online, and we're freelance, so we have to market ourselves. But I'm very authentic on my posts, and I always put a bit of heart into it. But I also as well put about, the type of work that I'm doing, because then it might be someone from Derby Uni messages us and says, "Oh, would you like to come and do that at our uni?" So always be thinking of the bigger picture, and also be thinking of how it reads from the other side as well.
So another thing, just quick look at this. So ecosystems is one of those terms that if you ask 100 people what it means to them, they're probably going to say a different thing. But essentially, I think we've pretty much done a good description of it. A good understanding of business ecosystems is growing increasingly critical to keeping up with and staying ahead of the pace of change. So you being part of the ecosystem that's relevant to the career path or the industry that you want to work in is really important, because you get to know, again, through events or through meetups or through the people that you're following and the content that you read, you're going to get to know what people are talking about, what people are learning about, what new skills that people are doing, but also as well, what new products and services that are out there. And I think that's something that you can get from an ecosystem. I think for businesses, participants in business ecosystems create more value collectively than they could create individually. So you become part of a network that is supportive of each other. So just to give you an example of that, Ruby and I are involved in something called Manchester Tech Festival. Manchester Tech Festival is born out of a community group called Techs in the City, okay? Because we were getting increasingly frustrated about the fact that A, we didn't have a festival type tech event in Manchester, Most of the events were sort of really large scale ones, and most of them would be where you'd have a load of exhibition stands and you'd have some speakers.
It was a bit dead.
But there was no community, and we wanted to create a community-based event. And that's very much what it's about. 35 different events happening during a week. But we can't do that without the community. The community are part of it. So being part of an ecosystem is building yourself into a collective rather than doing something individually. Does everyone make sense of that? Yeah. Okay. If you don't embrace industry ecosystems, again, that's sort of reiterating what the last slide was, is you risk falling behind.
If you're part of an ecosystem, you'll get to know industry news first. You'll get to hear of jobs first, and you'll be asked to do things first as well. So if growing your personal brand is something of interest to you and you want to get involved in speaking or being on panels or things like that, people will first go out to their community to give those people opportunities.
So we've got an event tonight after this, and we've given people the opportunity to do what's called lightning talks. So some people are super nervous about talking in front of people, but they're much more comfortable talking for 99 seconds. So I'm gonna, with that in mind, I'm actually going to throw this out to you. Who here would like to come and sit next to us and talk about what they do in 99 seconds? I'm giving the opportunity not only to speak to an audience that here, but we've also got some people listening on YouTube. And it might be that you just introduce who you are, what you do, and where you want to be. Come up here. Woo!
That's bravery. Takes guts to do that.
Let me get a timer. Hold on. Do you want to come and sit next to Ruby? I'm going to put a timer on, and we're going to give you exactly 99 seconds. And do you know what? Like any lightning talk, you can talk about something that you really... I love your cat jumper.
Yeah, I know.
Have you done that on purpose?
No. I just realised when I came there, I was like, oh my god, they're going to say you did this on purpose.
So I'm going to give you 99 seconds, okay? And you have 99 seconds to talk about anything that you want to talk about.
Okay.
Okay, ready, steady, go.
Hi everyone, I'm Anjali Gautam. I'm from India. I came here to do my master's in digital marketing because that marketing is growing, and I mean digitally we are growing a lot, and I definitely wanted to put my hand into it and do something that interests me and just keeps changing, because I'm a person who cannot live a very monotonous life or does not like to follow the same thing every day. I like changes, and probably this is why I chose this. I love dogs, would love to talk about that. I've done a lot of...
Even though she's got a cat jumper on.
I love old animals, but definitely dogs are something I've connected to since I was a kid, and did a lot of rescuing back in India because we have a lot of street dogs. I eventually, after all of what I'm doing with my life right now, with digital marketing or what I've had in my previous experience working in different firms, I want to save money and I want to do something for dogs. This will probably give meaning to my life, and I think that's what I'm here for. This will be the purpose.
Okay,
Is
brilliant.
that 99 seconds?
It was just under, but well done. Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to come up? This is a great opportunity to come up. Come on, go for it. Yep. Okay, let me just put the clock on again. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, that's your audience. Go for it.
Okay, my name is Mr. Uche. I'm a master's student of University of Salford. I actually studied international business law. So I did business law, and I work as a consultant to Lagos Commodity Exchange in my home country, and also work with a commodity brokerage dealer. I'm actually an executional broker, and I work with compliance. So we have also worked with many London-based firms and Mauritius company, such as London Commodity Exchange and Mauritius Exchange and other exchange in UAE. So I quite understood a little bit about international business. So that was what inspired me to actually, instead of studying direct law, maybe human rights law or maybe criminal law or whatever. I just prefer to do international business because that was a big challenge when you are in Nigeria and you want to connect to the global community. So the first challenge you face is not human right. The first challenge you face is legal compliance concerning business and interactions. It's not based on human rights law or criminal law or whatever. So now it was a very big problem in the ecosystem where everything is going to, we are having a global village where there is innovation and everything is connected. So there was a need to have a person who can understand different compliances on different companies and how we can navigate them and do a business instead of doing like normal traditional business within your local community or local state, like following the local law. Your company can actually be in their own zone and connect to maybe a company in Japan, and you can do compliance and understood everything that has to be done on business level, following the Japanese law, Nigerian law.
Do you know what? Fantastic. Round of applause. But what's really fantastic is you're part of a really big ecosystem. Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Come up. Come on. Let's reset the clock.
Do you know Countdown's filmed in? Sorry, it's been really lovely. Countdown is filmed in White Tower. No, Blue Tower.
One of the towers.
Where Doc 10 is.
They've actually got a clock.
They have. Once we saw Steve Redgrave, didn't we?
Yeah, and we've got a picture of near him and the clock. Right, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, go for it.
Hello, hi. So hi, I'm Gayatri Suresh. I'm doing my Masters in Digital Marketing, so big hi to Anjali Gautam. I've seen her in my classes. So I've come from the Jan 2022 intake, and a little bit about myself. I've about 6+ years experience in project management. I've been managing projects in related to email marketing and all of that. So I was into techno-functional marketing, but then I wanted to get a grasp of the strategizing bit of marketing, wherein there is digital marketing involved, there's content marketing and all of that. So being a project manager, I've been involved in so many different aspects, but not in the strategy bit of it, but in the execution bit of it. So that's what I wanted to do. But at the age of 33,
you're
my
a
decision.
baby. You're a young woman.
No, but then back in India, it's like you married, you have a child, and you're like, what? You're gonna study? You're gonna leave your child back in India, and you're gonna go back, go to a foreign place, and you're gonna study. And that was the the instant reaction which I got. But then, for the first time in my life, I wanted to invest in myself, and that's what I've been doing right now. And I'm enjoying every bit of this. Like, I've come to a place which is so friendly, which has got this vibe, and which is like first time in my life I've got this like thing to. I'm like sitting and speaking to you guys. That itself is a big thing for me.
Oh, don't make me cry.
Because
I'm gonna cry.
I have never been a person who would like go out and talk.
Well done.
But then I'm like, I'm doing all this, and I'm like so proud of myself, and I know that I'm like trying to be the better version of myself. So I'm like happy about that. Like professionally, that's okay. That's like I know that there are so many things which I have to achieve, but then that's fine. But then finding the inner things for yourself is something which I'm like very proud about. So I have a child as well, so and he's liking the place also, and I've been listening to you. Just give me 1 minute.
Go
yeah, I've been like I think I've gone to your session yesterday, and you spoke about so many things, like it's how you network, how do you like really those small things, like how do you approach people in LinkedIn, all of that. I was like so hesitant to do all that, but then right now it's coming very organically to me. I think that's a big revelation for me, that what all I can achieve.
And getting out of your comfort zone.
And get out of my comfort zone and do something like this is a big thing for me. So thank you so much for that.
Pleasure. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done. Who else is coming up? Did I see your hand up, Blessing?
Yeah.
Come on down.
The Price is Right. That's a TV show. Price is Right. Right. Okay.
Hi.
Are you
I
ready?
want one of these hoodies.
It's cool. We'll sort you one out.
Go
You
on.
ready?
Yeah.
Go for it.
So my name is Blessing Godinative. I came in from Nigeria last year for my MSc Digital Business in Salford University. I started my banking career in Nigeria in year 2000. I had my first degree in banking and finance. I had my first master's degree in financial management. And I started as a finance and accounts officer in then Reliance Bank and merged up to form Sky Bank in year 2005. There I proceeded to HR compensation and benefits, where I worked for like 5 years. I handled the compensation and benefits role for Sky Bank then. Then from there I moved on to banking operations, where I spent like 6 years. Then Sky Bank changed to Polaris Bank. Then I left off last year to come to Salford University to pursue my MSc in digital business, because now everything is digitalized. Because of big data, there is innovation, there is transformation everywhere. So I thought it was high time for me to move on, you know, to blend with the world, because things are happening in a diverse way that we just have to move on to keep pace with how things are changing in the world. So I'm happy to be here today with my most
you're gonna make me cry.
most amiable mentors, because they've been so wonderful since I joined this event on Monday. They've taught us a lot of things: how to connect with people, you know, how to behave, how to think, how to be positive-minded in the things that we do, how to come out bold and be confident in whatever we do, to be ourselves and not draw back. You know, you just have to get yourself exposed for people to see you. If you remain in your comfort zone, it's not good for us, because you have to come out, let people see you, let people know about you. Just be your natural self. Don't form anything so that people will know you for who you are, and then on LinkedIn or social media, people can identify you and you can easily get hired on social media.
Thank you so much.
I'm trying.
I'm actually crying.
No, same.
Who's next? Anybody else going to come up?
Come on.
Come
You've
on.
had your hand up a few times. I know.
What have you done to me makeup, Madison? I've got to go out in a minute.
Hello.
Okay, let me put the timer on. Okie dokie. Ready, steady, go.
Okay, my name is Anthony Ogundile. I'm a chemical engineer. I have a master's in business administration from the University of Lagos. And I'm here in Salford University to do project management. I've been worked in construction as health and safety manager, and 4 years ago I started a company, Astera Global Consulting Limited. I'm the environmental safety consulting, we do environmental EIA, and I've done from some businesses and from companies in Nigeria. But recently I sat down to analyze myself and then look at my strengths and my weakness. I just discovered that I'm very strong when it comes to numeracy, analytical reasonings, and when I developed a lot of lectures, trainings, but I know that more the two things I do, I've done a lot of training the last, say, 5-6 years, and most times my strength is analyzing issues, businesses. And last year I bought a startup company, and then within a few months I transformed it, and now I'm selling it almost like 5 times the value of what I bought it. So
great,
yeah, so I just realized that I think probably I've not been operating where my strength lies.
Yeah.
And that when it comes to business analysis, management, and then analyzing issues and strengths. So I said, okay, let me take a project management course. Let me take a break from business, reanalyze myself, strategize. Then, but to be frank, the meeting that I've listened to, where I've been connecting online, this is my first time coming here, and usually she has been raising about networking. I think it just blend with what I actually was contemplating before, but I didn't conceptualize it. I didn't give it a word. I didn't realize that. I think what the best thing is really wanting to network, expand his horizon, then look at people and look at make people talk, then improve your competency. You know, one of the issues where I've had over time is people's competency. Most times you hire somebody to do a work for you. He has a lot of big names. It's called like cannot really deliver because he was not properly trained. And so that's really one of the myself, let me start. And I've spoken in some forums why I said people should improve themselves. And and get their competency. So I also realized that I have to do the same thing too. So I have to, it needs to be personal integrity. So if I told someone something, I also have to be able to do that too. So and that's one of the reasons why I take like a year to learn, to connect, and enjoy the global ecosystem in Manchester. I thank you for the
Thank you. And it's all about having conversations with people, isn't it?
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Thank you. Well done. I'm really proud of you all. It's scary. It is scary.
Anybody else brave enough to come up?
Maybe next time.
Okay, let's move on. So, we're doing this all the time anyway, but this is just about having conversations. Having conversations leads to opportunity. You never know who somebody else knows, but also it's about how you treat people as well. Treating people with respect is a really big thing, and I think I always try and treat people, not always, I do 110% treat everybody how I would like to be treated myself. And I think just going back to the comment that we said in the last session about kindness, it's a key thing. It's being a decent human being when we are in a world where there's lots of horrible things happening. You know, Ian gave us some examples before. I think being a decent human being is and having common sense is a really key skill. One thing I would say that I think, we gave some examples. So Ruby was saying before about one of the things that I said to her, if you ever went to an event, go and sit at the front and always ask a question, right? And in order to ask a question, you obviously have to use your listening skills. And it's all well and good having conversations, but if you don't listen to people, and you also in turn don't ask questions, you don't get the relevant information, you don't find common ground. But you've also got to do this, okay? It's all well and good meeting people, but if you don't follow it up, you're probably not going to speak to that person again. And actually, you might get in touch with someone 6 months later, and actually that person's either moved on into a different role, or they've forgotten completely who you are.
Mm-hmm. So follow up that evening or the next morning. So I'm going to an event tonight, and there's going to be loads of people there that I've never met before. And I know if I have conversations with them straight away, what I'll do, if I've had a good chat, I'll go, right, come on, let's connect on LinkedIn. And I'll literally connect with them then and there. Is this you? Great, connect. When they connect with you the next morning, as soon as they connect with you, send them a message. Absolutely amazing to meet with you. Blah, 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 blah. And then, oh yeah, fantastic to meet with you too. And you'll carry on that conversation. You might not speak again for another 6 months, but they'll remember you from that. So the power of the follow-up is invaluable. If you're in the sales world and marketing world as well, it's crucial. So you follow up, and then you follow up again, and then you follow up again. Because a lot of people, so me for example at the minute, because all of you lot have messaged me on LinkedIn, thank you. However, it's going to take me a few days to get back to everyone, so give it a few days, because not everyone is on LinkedIn every day. A lot of people, busy or whatnot, but just keep following up with them. Another little tip as well, what I really like, I don't know whether you like it, because I know how you feel about voice notes, but on LinkedIn there is a voice note option. I really like it. Just don't send one to Naomi, because she's not going to listen to it. But yeah, I think the follow-up's just really, really, really important and really crucial. And I think it's how you keep building and building on that network. So it might be that the person doesn't come back to you for whatever reason, but if they might post something online that you're really interested in, comment on it, like it, reshare it.
And I think as well, again, depending on what industry you're looking at. So I work a lot in the tech startup space, and most of the people that in my ecosystem use LinkedIn and Twitter. So my Twitter, I would say, is where I probably do the most things, and that's where I'm having those conversations. Those people here that are digital marketeers, one of the key skills of digital marketing, yes, it's content, but it's actually that engagement side. And I was giving some examples yesterday to start a boot camp of Virgin trains. So the Manchester-London train line used to be operated by Virgin, now it's Arriva. And I remember getting the train once, and I was lucky to be sitting in first class because I got the off-peak cheaper seats. And it was Valentine's Day, and my husband's rubbish at sending Valentine's Day. He's an amazing husband, but he's got literally the romantic...
Of a brick.
Yeah. Yeah, he's as romantic as a brick. And
it's not that bad.
When it comes to Valentine's, I at least want a card. I don't want any flowers or anything, but just a little card, whatever. I always get him a card just to make him feel guilty for not getting me a card. But anyway, going back to this train journey, I was sat and you get like free sandwiches and stuff. So I got free sandwiches and I got a drink, and he said, "Oh, do you want some crisp?" And then he gave me a chocolate heart, right? And I was like, oh, someone's thought about me. The guy on the train's thought about me, giving me my lunch. So I tweeted Virgin Trains, and I said that I was on the I think it was like the 10:30 train from Manchester to London, and took a picture of the heart, and I just said, oh, at least somebody remembered Valentine's Day, right? 5 minutes later, because they have a really big social media team, probably about 45 people just concentrating on people tweeting about Virgin Trains or Facebooking or whatever. 5 minutes later, the train guy came back with a mini packet of Love Heart sweets. Do you know what a Love Heart sweet is? So in the UK, we have these Love Heart sweets, and then when you open the packet, on the Love Hearts, there's different messages. So it might say, you're sexy, babe, love you, beautiful, or something like that. They're quite nice and they're quite tasty as well. So I was like, oh God, this train man's giving me these love hearts, so I'll tweet it again. But just even social media, the connections that you make, it's not just about perhaps sending those messages initially. Yes, it's that follow-up, but actually it's that ongoing thing. It's about keeping on people's radars. And I have to do it as a freelancer, but also it shows that you're interested, okay? That you read. And I know that you don't all have limitless amounts of time to be able to invest in reading stuff online all the time. You don't. You've got to try and fit it into your day, but you've got to see it as marketing yourself. And the time that you are at university now, from the day that you start university, you need to be doing it consistently, because that is what's going to get you a job or a work placement or an opportunity. So that's the end of our session. We're going to move into the foyer and we're going to do a bit of networking. But can I just say, on behalf of me and Ruby, and I know I've only been here Monday and Thursday, but it's been an absolute pleasure to get to know some of you, to get to hear some of your ideas, to find out about your careers aspirations. If you're not connected with us on LinkedIn already, please do. I am Naomi Timperley on LinkedIn. I think I'm the only Naomi Timperley on there, maybe. But please connect with us, and we'd love to see you again. Thank you so much for your time. Thanks, everyone.
I'm sad.
I know.